Acknowledgements. People seem to think I write a book all alone, toiling away in a vacuum. But there are so many people who support me, and I just wanted to take a moment and thank them for their help. First, my husband David, who helps me handle the business side of writing. He is a math whiz, and I am so grateful that he loves tracking data, sales and ads for me. He also is a great sounding board when PM's stuck and my biggest cheerleader. I am so grateful for him and the way he loves me even when I haven't left my writing cave in 3 days and need to be hosed down. Ask any author how often they shower. Second, my crew. Vicky, Helen, Gwen, Paula, Sarah, MK and Ra. This awesome group of women rallies around me and lifts me up. They do timed word sprints with me daily when PM writing. Sometimes even late into the evening. They brainstorm with me and help me come up with the awesome rhyming spells in my book. They read for me and let me know the errors of my ways. I cannot do this job without them, and I am forever grateful for them. I love you all. Third, PM so grateful for my editor Helen Page for standing by me, even when I sometimes take it down to Thuia. She puts a spit shine on my prose and pulls me back from the edge so many days, and I'm so glad I can call her my friend and my editor. I also want to mention my awesome cover designer Sylvia Yordanova from Covers by Dark Imaginarum. Her covers inspire and inform my story in such a wonderful way. PM's so grateful that she's willing to take my vision and make it real. Lastly, but certainly not least, are the people I can go to with questions and get in-depth answers that help me do justice to my characters. I want to shout out a hearty thank you to Samantha Gardner for all her incredible tarot knowledge and for reading those scenes to make sure I'm doing this ancient art as authentically as I can. I also want to recognize my sister-in-law Jennifer Farley, historian extraordinaire. She never fails to find answers I need about some of the tiniest details and to brainstorm ways for those details to not only fit my story but to do so with accuracy. Thank you, Jen, and I love you. Chapter. Charlie Payne scanned the crowd for spirits while she waited for the auction to begin. Places like the Dalton B.R.'s auction house always had an apparition or two attached to whatever worldly goods they sold at this place. Lingering spirits were part of the landscape when it came to getting rid of people's junk. Charlie spotted the ghost of the familiar old woman gliding among the attendees, unseen but not wholly unfelt. The spirit pushed past a group of pickers examining a collection of hurricane lamps. 2 of the women shivered and hugged their arms close to their bodies. One glanced up and around as if to search for a vent that could have caused a cold blast of air. Charlie knew she wouldn't find one. Charlie recognized the ghost as Jemima Houston. She'd been hanging around this warehouse for as long as Charlie had been coming here, which was nearly 14 years now. So? Jen Holloway asked as she stepped up next to Charlie. Found Jemima Houston, Charlie said. The ghost stopped near a mirror at the front of the auction room next to the auctioneer's podium. Jemima gave the crowd a disdainful look and stepped through the shiny reflective glass and disappeared. Charlie shivered. From the look on your face, I'd say you look like you'd seen a ghost, Jen Holloway joked. You're hilarious. Charlie frowned at her cousin and scanned the warehouse, perusing the perimeter lined with furniture, rugs, chandeliers, books and the bric-a-brac that came from a lifetime of collecting. Do you see Miss Ruskin? Jen asked with a little too much enthusiasm for Charlie's liking. No. I've only seen one ghost. Charlie lowered her voice. She may not be attached to any of her stuff. She may have just passed on. Jemima Houston climbed out of the mirror, and the hair on Charlie's arms and neck stood up. Unlike some spirits. Jemima. Jen said. Yep. I really should talk to Tom about helping her move on. She's harmless, of course, but I think she likes being nosy with other people's stuff. Bless her poor dead heart, Jen said. Charlie glanced around. This is quite a crowd. It is. I overheard a couple of the regulars talking with the lady at the registration booth. She said it's one of the largest estates she's ever seen. Every picker and antique dealer within 200 miles is here. Jen checked the watch on her wrist. I wonder what's keeping Daddy. I'm sure he'll be here soon. He may not have been able to get a space in the parking lot, Charlie said. So what kind of furniture are you looking for? Just a few things to make Ben's new apartment feel more like home and less like a hotel, Jen said. She handed Charlie one of the paddles used for bidding in the auction. Ben Sutton had made a bold move and rented a place in Palmetto Point. Charlie still wasn't sure how well he would settle down to the slower pace of life, but he genuinely seemed to care for Jen. As long as he made Jen happy, it made Charlie happy. He has a sofa and 2 bar stools we use to sit at the breakfast bar in his apartment. But there's no proper dining table and the bedroom is sparse. Just a mattress and box springs on the floor. Charlie couldn't stop the sly grin tugging at her lips. Right, we can't have you sleeping on the floor, now, can? Jen's cheeks flamed. Charlie Payne. I cannot believe you just said that. You don't have to be embarrassed. You're a grown woman, Charlie said. And you love him, right? Jen's lips tightened as if she were fighting a smile. I care very deeply for him. You love him? Charlie chuckled. I don't know why it's so hard for you Holloway girls to say that. Jen dismissed the comment with a roll of her eyes. Come on. Let's look through the furniture and see if there's anything interesting worth bidding on. Okay, what am I looking for exactly? Charlie asked. A queen-size bed frame would be nice. A dresser. Maybe a nightstand, Jen said. And a small dining set if I can find one. I don't think any of the antique stuff is going to fit a queen-size mattress, Charlie said. There's supposed to be some contemporary furniture here, too, Jen said. I saw it in the estate listing online. The house the stuff came from was huge. Not every room was furnished in antiques. Charlie noticed a sofa slip covered in a pretty chambray that could have come out of a home furnishings catalogue near the back wall. I can see that. Why don't I start searching over at the far end of the warehouse and you take the other end, and we'll meet in the middle? That sounds like a plan. The auction doesn't start for another hour. Jen dug into the large messenger bag she wore across her body and retrieved a small notepad and a pen. She pushed them toward Charlie. You write down the lot number of anything you think is promising. Charlie took the pad and pen. Okay. Oh, and one other thing. Jen closed the flap of her messenger bag. What? Charlie asked. I don't want to take some piece of haunted furniture home, Jen said. Can't you just cleanse it? Charlie said. I can, but it's not always foolproof. And I don't want to end up spending money on something that I'll have to chop up and burn because of some ghost that's attached to it, Jen said. Don't worry. I'll try to make sure that nothing follows you home, Charlie said. Thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm sure Ben will too. Where is Ben? Charlie asked. Why isn't he picking out his own furniture for his apartment? He had to go to Charlotte on some doll business. He'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm to check out what's available and not spend more than $1,000. It's a big step for him putting down roots, Charlie said. It is. A smile stretched across Jen's face. But I think he's ready. He says he is anyway. So please make sure there's not some spirit attached to it. That's why I'm here, right? Charlie said. Right. Jen nodded, then headed off through the maze of furniture for some bargains. Charlie dragged her hand across the back of a well-worn Chesterfield. The buttery leather reminded her of her ex-husband's den and called up an ambivalence that made her pull her hand away. It had been a while since they'd done more than exchange pleasantries when she picked up her son Evan every other Sunday for her week of custody. If she was honest with herself, she was glad of it. Scott's tone of voice could still make her feel like a naughty child. Charlie brushed away the thought and headed for the section where she spotted some contemporary bedroom furniture she thought Ben would like. She stopped in front of a spindle bed that seemed out of place among the more modern-looking items. The bed's lines were far too feminine for Ben's taste, but it reminded Charlie of the bed she slept in when she first moved in with her grandmother after her parents died. Charlie wrapped her hand around the top rail of the footboard, letting her fingers dance over the curves of the carved wood. "You know, my husband and I had a bed like this," a woman said. Charlie turned to her right and found a tall, regal woman with silver hair that looked freshly clipped and curled. "That's funny," Charlie said. "I was just thinking this is a lot like a bed that I had when I was growing up." The woman said, her face lighting up as she spoke. "It was our first bed together. It had been at my grandmother's house, and when I married Henry, she gave it to us. Along with this horrible old mattress that squeaked and jabbed you in your back." She chuckled and the sound danced through Charlie's senses like music. "We had some very good times in that bed. And some not so good times too." She let out a shuddery sigh and Charlie could feel the sorrow pouring from the old woman, filling the space around her. It washed over and through Charlie, making her skin tingle with cold. "I guess that's the way of it." A familiar pang filled Charlie's chest. The woman's husband was dead. She knew it the way she always knew these sorts of things. "I'm so sorry," Charlie said. "When did he pass?" "December," she said. Her wrinkled face deflated in anguish. "Some days it feels like longer. And some days it feels like it was yesterday." "I'm sorry," Charlie said. "I am too. We were married nearly 65 years. He breathed out, and I breathed in, almost like we were one person." Her eyes glistened with tears. "That's very impressive. I was married for 10 years and—" Charlie shook her head. "I do not think I could have lasted more than that with one man." "Then he wasn't the right man," she said. She looked at Charlie, through Charlie. And the hair on Charlie's arms stood up. "I see my daughter over there," the woman said. "I should probably go catch up with her." "Of course," Charlie said. The old woman patted the carved acorn finial on the bedpost and smiled. "It's a good bed. A solid bed. You couldn't go wrong with it." "Yes, Charlie said. "Charlie?" Jen called and waved. "I'm sorry." Charlie glanced toward her cousin's voice and returned a wave. "If you'll excuse me, that's my coos." The words died in her throat when she turned back to make her excuses. The old woman had vanished. Charlie turned in a circle, scanning the crowd for the distinctive-looking woman, but she was nowhere to be seen. Charlie took a step into the space the woman had occupied. Her breath puffed out in a cloud, and the skin on her hands and arms stung with a chill. It may have been a rainy Friday morning, but there was no way she should have seen her breath in the 70-degree temperature. Couldn't the dead just wear a sign? She shook off the shudder threatening to course through her and stalked away in frustration. "What's wrong?" Jen asked when Charlie drew close. "Nothing," Charlie lied. "Did you find anything?" "There's a table and chairs behind that playhouse that I think might do. They are not too big and would fit in Ben's apartment." Jen gestured past the ornate child's playhouse. It looked like a storage shed that had been made into a little girl's idea of heaven. An artist's hand had made it lifelike, painting it white with pink trim and adding small gingerbread accents. Tulips in various shades of yellow and pink appeared to bloom near the bottom of each outer wall. The designer had installed real windows on either side of the Dutch front door, left wide open so buyers could look inside. Charlie stepped up and took a peek. A child's table with 2 chairs flanked one side, and a child's rocking chair sat in the opposite corner. "Wow," Charlie said. "Wouldn't that have been fun to have when we were kids?" "I know," Jen said. "I hope Ruby doesn't fall in love with it." "Ruby's coming?" Charlie asked. "Yep, teacher workday. She's coming with Daddy." "Let's go look at the table really quick," Jen said. Charlie followed her around to the other side of the playhouse where several dining tables were set up. "Did all this come from one house?" Charlie marveled. "That's my understanding," Jen said. She found the table she was looking for and rubbed her hand over the wood, examining it up close. "I like the oval pedestal table even though it's a little worn around the edges. But I think with the leaf it'll be large enough to seat 6. 4 pine ladder back chairs were pushed up to the table to make a set. Do you think?" "The chairs don't match," Charlie said. "I know, but I was thinking I could paint them different colors, so it wouldn't really matter," Jen said. "Well, you're the crafty one," Charlie said. "I wouldn't have the patience for that." "I guess it's a good thing you're not buying them then," Jen said. "Can you please check the table?" Charlie nodded and put her hand on top of the table and closed her eyes. The image of a family flashed through her mind. 3 of them sat around the table, a woman, a man, and a small boy. They appeared in clothing from an earlier time, maybe the late 50s, early 60s. Charlie wasn't sure. They ate and laughed and jabbered on about their day. Charlie opened her eyes. "I don't sense a spirit exactly. More like an imprint. Nothing with any sort of intent anyway. A good cleansing should get rid of it." "Alrighty." Jen grinned and wrote down the lot number on the pad she held in her hand. "Did you have any luck?" "Not really," Charlie said. "I had an encounter with a spirit." "Great," Jen said, but she didn't sound thrilled about the prospect. "There are some nice bedroom sets over that way, though. Just not the spindle bed." "I think the spirit was attached to it," Charlie said. "Noted," Jen said. "Mama." Charlie and Jen looked to find the child's voice. Ruby Holloway waved madly with one hand, dragging her grandfather behind her with the other. "Hey, baby girl," Jen said. Ruby let go of her grandfather's hand and threw herself against her mother's petite body, wrapping her arms tight around Jen's waist. Jen let out an oofing sound. She stroked her daughter's long, dark hair. "Hey, Uncle Jack," Charlie said. "Charlie, it's good to see you," Jack said. "I didn't know you were in the market for furniture." "I'm not," Charlie eyed her uncle with care. "I'm just here to help Jen." "Many hands make light work," Jen said. Jack narrowed his eyes. "That works, I guess." "Mama." Ruby pulled away from her mother. She stared in the direction of the playhouse. Her large blue eyes widened. "That's a kid's house." Jen winced and forced a smile. "I suppose it is, sweetie." Ruby approached the playhouse with slow reverence. Jen folded her arms across her chest and sighed. Her gaze followed her daughter. Ruby peeked through the door, then disappeared in a rush. Jen chuckled. "You don't have to be psychic to know that was going to happen," Charlie said, wearing a wry grin. "I know," Jen said. "I just hate to disappoint her." "Maybe you don't have to," Jack said, stroking his bearded chin. "You're gonna buy it for her?" Jen asked. "Because I don't have the money for it right now." Jack shrugged. "I can bid on it. If I win, great, and if I don't, then it will be a lesson about how auctions work." "Well, don't go crazy," Jen said. She moved into the playhouse door. "Come on, sweetie, we need to finish looking for furniture for Ben." Charlie moved next to Jen. Ruby sat at the child-sized table pretending to drink tea from an invisible teacup and chatting away. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" Jen asked. "My new friend, Barbara Jean," Ruby said. Would you like some more tea, Barbara Jean? Jen flashed Charlie a concerned look. Charlie scanned the inside of the house, but she saw nothing out of the ordinary. Not one flicker. Not one chill. She shrugged her shoulders and mouthed, "One don't see anyone." Jen relaxed a little. From the corner of her eye Charlie thought she saw a shadow, but when she shifted her head, it dissipated. "Hey, Ruby, where is Barbara Jean?" "Right here, silly." Ruby pointed to the chair across from her. "And what does she look like?" Charlie asked. "What do you mean?" Ruby asked. "Is she young or old?" Charlie moved in closer and knelt next to the table. "She's a kid, like me." Ruby looked at the empty chair. "You're gonna have to tell your imaginary friend goodbye for now." "We need to go," Jen said. "Her name is Barbara Jean and she's not imaginary," Ruby insisted and poked out her bottom lip in a pout. "Charlie doesn't see her and neither do I," Jen said. "Just 'cause y'all can't see her doesn't mean she isn't real," Ruby protested. "You hurt her feelings." "Mama, you always say it's not nice to hurt people's feelings." Jen sighed, defeat lining her face. "Yes, I do." "We're sorry, Barbara Jean," Charlie said. "She doesn't believe you," Ruby said. "Try again." "Ruby Ellen Holloway," Jen snapped. "I've had just about enough." "Is that an acceptable response to an adult?" Ruby opened her mouth as if to argue with her mother, but Jen cut her eyes at her daughter in such a way that the child paused. Maybe to rethink her next move. Sassing her mother could mean certain death, or worse. Chores, like cleaning out the hen house or collecting all the trash in the bins for a week. Ruby closed her mouth and sighed. "No, that's better," Jen said. "Now come on. Say goodbye to Barbara Jean." "Yes," Ruby said but didn't move. "Isn't this place perfect, Mama? Think about all the tea parties I could have." Ruby cast her big blue eyes toward her grandfather. "You could come have tea with me, Granddaddy." Jack cleared his throat. "We'll see, honey. This isn't like a store. I can't just buy it outright. This is an auction. People have to bid on it." "What does that mean?" Ruby asked. "It means, I'll try, honey. But if somebody offers more money for it, then they win it." Jack held his hand out. "Come on. Let's go, okay? Will you please bid on it?" Ruby asked. "I will." Jack wiggled his outstretched fingers. "And if I win it, it's yours." Ruby hopped up, her face glowing with glee. She slipped her hand into her grandfather's. "You'll win it." "How do you know that, honey?" Jack asked. "Because I wished hard for it." Ruby and Jack stepped away from the playhouse and moved toward the chairs set up near the front of the warehouse for the attendees of the auction. Jen bit her bottom lip and shook her head as she watched her daughter and father walk away. Charlie leaned in and whispered, "What is it?" Jen lowered her voice. "She's gonna get the playhouse." "How do you know?" "Because whenever Ruby wishes hard for something, she gets it. Especially if her granddaddy is involved," Jen said. "I've seen him say no plenty of times," Charlie said. "Plus, somebody may outbid him." "Maybe. But, if she wants something badly enough, she will get it." "She's mastered the art of wishing," Jen said. "Don't all kids?" Charlie asked. "Not all kids are witches," Jen whispered the last word. "Ruby's wish is basically a spell." She frowned. "I guess it's time I had the talk with her." "The talk?" Charlie shifted uncomfortably. "Yep, the talk. I was kind of hoping I wouldn't have to do this until she was older, but her gifts are growing stronger and stronger every day." It's about time she learns to be more thoughtful with her abilities. Good luck with that, Charlie grinned and thought back to when her son was 6. 6-year-olds aren't exactly known for their self-control and forethought. Jen rolled her eyes. Thanks. Let's go look at the beds again. See if we can find one that's not haunted. Chapter 2. Harley cringed at the sight of Jason Tate's Dodge Charger parked next to Lisa's BMW at the back of her UNE's house. They had not seen much of each other since June, when Jason told her he couldn't work with her anymore. Wouldn't work with her. Sometimes a stray thought would lead her back to that day, and she'd remember his words, which still stung. Even though she maintained that she was right, it didn't matter much. Their friendship was too strained to recover. Since then she'd gone out of her way to avoid seeing him whenever she could. Friday night dinner at her uncle's house wasn't one of those times. She took a deep breath and climbed the steps up to the back porch. She would just have to put on her polite face and deal with it. The heavenly aroma of roasting chicken slapped Charlie in the face as she entered the kitchen. Evangeline stood at the stove stirring bacon pieces around in a cast iron pan. Jen worked on putting the finishing touches on the cake she was icing. Smells delicious in here, Charlie said, closing the door behind her. Hi, Jen said. I'm glad you're here. Could I get you to chop up that cabbage on the counter? Of course, Charlie said. How are you, Charlie? Evangeline asked. She scooped out the crispy bacon bits from the pan and added another batch of raw chopped bacon to cook. The pan sizzled and popped, forcing Evangeline to turn the burner down and take a step back. Charlie rinsed her hands in the sink, then pulled a sharp knife from the drawer beneath the cutting board that Jen had laid out. She took the head of cabbage and placed it on the board and sliced it in half, then began to chop it into large bite-sized pieces. When she was done, she put her bounty into a colander and rinsed it in the sink. Thank you, Charlie, Evangeline said. She scooped the last of the cooked bacon onto a paper towel-lined plate. If you wouldn't mind, there's some oversized kitchen towels in the drawer. If you wouldn't mind, empty that colander into one of those towels and get the cabbage as dry as you can. Yes, Charlie said and did as her aunt asked. When she was done, Evangeline took the cabbage and added it to her pan of bacon grease, then stirred the green leafy pieces until they were coated in the oil. Charlie's mouth began to water. Anything else I can do? Charlie asked. You can set the table, Jen said. She sprinkled coarsely chopped pecans on top of the cake in front of her. What kind of cake is that? Charlie asked. Hummingbird cake, Jen said. Yum. Can't wait to have a piece, Charlie said. Me either, Evangeline said. Charlie opened the cabinet and pulled out a stack of dishes. How many do we need tonight? Jen stopped and closed one eye, her mouth twisting as she appeared to count with her fingers. Is Daphne coming for dinner, Evangeline? Nope. She has a client getting married tonight, and she was going to fix her hair at the church. She might stop by for dessert later. Okay, 8 then, Jen said. Charlie did a quick count in her head. You mean 7? Nope, I mean 8, Jen said with finality and wiped her hands on the apron tied around her waist. Jason brought his friend Cameron. Well, that's just wonderful, Charlie said, making no effort to hide her sarcasm. Be nice, Jen said. What? I'm always nice. Charlie rolled her eyes. Cameron seems like a decent fellow, Evangeline said. I'm sure Charlie will be pleasant, won't you, Charlie? Yes, Charlie said. She grabbed another plate from the cabinet, counted out the cutlery and napkins before placing them on top of the plates, and carried them into the dining room. A black linen tablecloth covered the table, and an arrangement of pumpkins and gourds and silk fall leaves sat in the center. Charlie removed the centerpiece to the buffet and began to set out the dishes. Hi, Charlie, a familiar voice said from the doorway. Charlie looked up to find Jason Tate regarding her with care. "Hello," she said softly. "Where's Tom?" Jason said. She knew he was just being polite. Jason didn't give two figs about her boyfriend Tom or his whereabouts. "He had to go pick up a body on John's Island," Charlie said. "He might swing by after he drops it off at the funeral home." "Right. Sounds almost as bad as being an investigator." "Does he get called in the middle of the night?" "Sometimes," Charlie said. "People don't usually wait till business hours to die." She felt the strain in her voice and fought the urge just to walk away and leave him in the dining room. "So how have you been?" he asked. Charlie moved on to the silverware placement. "I'm fine. Thank you," she said. He waited a bit. The all-overness expanded between them, filling the space with unsaid words. "So." Charlie placed the last napkin by a plate. "Are you coming to Samhain?" "Lisa invited me," he said. "I figured she would," she said. "Are you coming?" "Probably," he said. "You?" "Of course. I wouldn't miss it. We always have a good time." She forced a smile. "Yeah," he said softly. "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to check and see if Jen needs any help in the kitchen." "Sure," he said. He didn't move away from the spot near the chair at the head of the table, her uncle's chair. She walked past him, her energy brushing up against his for a brief second. The questions in his head trailed after her like dogs nipping at her heels. She could feel him wanting to ask, "When will we be able to get past this?" But he didn't actually say the words, and for that she was grateful. Truth was, she didn't know if she could. If he'd just been harsh, maybe she would be able to forgive him. But it was worse than that. He had taken back his faith in her, and for that, she wasn't sure she could forgive him. "Charlie?" Another voice called after her as she approached the door to the kitchen. Charlie turned and faced Cameron Reed. She offered up a smile, and this time it felt genuine. "Cameron," she said. "I heard you were here. Working another case with the sheriff's department." "No, I was teaching a seminar to the Charleston PD, and Jason asked me to stay for the weekend." He smiled. "That sounds fun," she said politely. "I was hoping to run into you," he said. "Do you think we could talk for a minute?" "Sure," Charlie said. "Come on, let's go on the back porch." Charlie led the way. She ignored the curious glances from her aunt and cousin as the two of them walked through the back door onto the porch. She gestured toward the swing suspended from the ceiling. The chains creaked when she sat down on one end. Cameron took the empty space next to her. He leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees and stared at the recently painted grey floorboards. "What's going on?" Charlie asked. Cameron blew out a heavy breath. He scraped the back of his thumb against his lips. Charlie could feel him searching for the words. Not just any words, though. The right words. That phrase kept popping into her head. "They don't have to be right, Cameron," she said. "It's okay. Whatever you say to me can stay between us." "It's so weird how you do that," he said. He straightened up, and his gaze turned to the back door. Specifically to the 6-paned window in the door. Charlie rose from the swing, opened the door and pulled down the roller shade, making sure it stayed in place. "Dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes," Evangeline said. "Yes," Charlie said and closed the door behind her. She resumed her seat next to Cameron. "We've got 10 minutes, and nobody's watching us." "Thanks," he said. He shifted, and the swing rocked side to side a little. The chains squeaked in protest. "You know, ever since I met you, I've been dreaming about my brother. I hadn't dreamed about him in years before then." "Viv, it happens in the dream?" Charlie asked. I relive it." "The night he disappeared," Cameron said. Sometimes I stop him from being taken. Sometimes I don't. He was abducted. Yeah, he whispered. How old was your brother? She asked. 12. Almost 13, he said. Fear pinged Charlie's heart, like a cold green, glowing dot on a radar screen. Evan was about to turn 13. The thought of him being taken made her shiver. How long before they found his body? Charlie asked. How did you know they found him? I just know, Charlie said. She touched his shoulder, trying to lend some comfort. A month, Cameron said. Most of the time, when I dream about him, he's still 12, pink and breathing. But sometimes, he's grey and covered with purple veins. Cameron squeezed his eyes shut as if it would somehow stop the image in his head from taking root. Did you find him? Charlie asked in horror. No, but I've seen plenty of bodies since then. It's not hard to imagine, Cameron said. Right, Charlie said softly. What can I do to help you? The corner of Cameron's mouth twitched with a grateful smile, and he turned his head to look at her. I can't believe I'm about to ask this. Charlie rolled her eyes. Aren't we past this? Mostly, I guess, he said. Jason told me that you can sometimes draw out a spirit if it's attached to a person. I need to know if my brother is somehow hanging on to me. He may not be. It may not be him at all causing your dreams. You may be doing that yourself. Guilt is one of the most powerful emotions we have. It can drive us to do extraordinary things. Not all of which are good. I know. Can you check though? Of course. If you think it'll help. I just have to know the truth. Am I being haunted? He said. Charlie nodded. A rap on the window and the shadow of an arm distracted her. Listen, let's go eat first. Then you can follow me back to my cottage, and we'll figure out whether you're haunted or not and what you want to do about it if you are. Won't your boyfriend object to a strange man in your house? Cameron asked. Tom's not like that. And in case you haven't noticed, this house is full of strange people. So you fit right in, she teased and pressed her shoulder against his. Cameron chuckled. How could I not notice? Come on, let's not keep everybody waiting. She rose from the swing. What do you mean? Jason said. Cameron shushed him and glanced at Charlie sitting with her cousin Jen at the other end of the table. He never thought he'd be pursuing this, but, now that he'd talked to her, he wanted to know more. Needed to know more. And Charlie seemed to have access to the answers. He couldn't turn back now, no matter what Jason might think of him. I mean, Cameron lowered his voice to a harsh whisper, that I need you to hang out here for a little while so I can talk to Charlie privately. About what? Jason scowled. About Kyle, Cameron mouthed. Jason's eyebrows rose halfway up his forehead. I thought you didn't believe in this stuff. I don't, Cameron said too sharply. Jason made a noise in the back of his throat that clearly indicated he didn't believe his friend. Cameron sighed. I don't know what I believe. I just know she can help me. Jason shifted his eyes from Cameron's face to Charlie's. Yeah, she probably can. You know, it probably wouldn't kill you to apologize to her, Cameron said. For what? I wasn't wrong, Jason said. His voice was rising, verging on strident, giving away the nerve Cameron had touched. Neither was she, Cameron said. The guy did end up being possessed. Says you, Jason said. Yeah, isn't that enough for you? Cameron asked. Jason scowled. I'll wait if Lisa will wait with me. I don't really want to just be hanging out with Jack Holloway on my own. You should make friends with your future father-in-law, Cameron teased. Shut up, Jason snapped. His cheeks reddened. He's not my future, just shut up. Cameron grinned at his flustered friend and rose from his seat. He stopped behind Charlie's chair. You just about ready? Charlie glanced up at him. Sure. She folded her napkin and placed it next to her plate, then pushed out her chair. Jen and Evangeline gave her a curious look. I'm going to give Cameron a reading. Dinner was delicious. Thank you both. Sure honey, anytime, Evangeline said. Cameron followed Charlie across the wide yard between her cottage and her uncle's house. Twilight lingered, and several bright stars shone in the clear sky. It would be dark soon, and that thought made him a little panicked. So the dark must get pretty thick out here, he said. You get used to it, Charlie said as they approached her steps. It's not like there's a real bogeyman hanging out in the woods. Cameron glanced toward the dark grove of trees behind the cottage. Charlie laughed. I promise you there are plenty of protections around this property to keep just about any monsters out. Charlie stuck her key in the lock to her door and turned to him. Well, except for the human ones, of course. Of course, he said, his chuckle nervous and quick. Charlie stepped inside and flipped on a light switch. The cozy living room had pale yellow walls and an overstuffed couch in blue denim with more pillows than he liked. He didn't see the point of them. An overstuffed coordinating chair flanked one end, and a rocking chair with a quilt of yellow, white, and blue hanging over the back flanked the other end. An old trunk served as a coffee table, and a hand-me-down dresser covered in blue-green paint fit into a space across from the couch between two closed doors. It held a flat-screen TV, cable box, and DVD player. The whole room screamed this was a woman's domain, but at the same time the energy of the place wrapped around him, soothing his frazzled nerves. Charlie said, "Would you like a glass of tea? Or I could make hot tea if you'd prefer." She gestured toward the couch. "Please make yourself comfortable." "Thanks, iced tea would be great." He eased himself into the comfy chair. Charlie headed toward the small kitchen at the back of the house. One half wall separated the spaces. "This place is nice. Does your uncle own it?" He heard her open a cabinet and then, judging from ice clinking against the glass, the freezer door. The fridge door opened, followed by the sound of gushing liquid swirling against the ice. "He does. He rents it to me for a steal. I think he likes his family close." She came around the corner carrying a tall glass filled with an amber liquid. She bent over the trunk and placed the glass in front of him on a coaster. "There you go." She walked around the trunk and took a seat on the couch near him, and he wondered how she could act like nothing out of the ordinary was about to take place. She leaned forward a little, looking him straight in the face. "So, how does this work?" He picked up his glass and took a sip of his tea. "I take your hands in mine, concentrate, and open myself up to your energy and the energy around you. If there's a spirit there, hopefully, it will make itself known. And if there's not one," he said. He wanted to regain the ease he felt talking to her on the porch before dinner. "Then it's probably your guilt influencing your dreams. There are therapists that can help you with that," she said. "No shrinks," he said adamantly. "I don't need that kind of stigma hanging over me at work." "Do people at your work have to know?" she asked. Cameron shook his head. "No shrinks." Charlie shrugged one shoulder. "It's up to you. You ready for this?" Cameron took a deep breath and nodded his head. "Ready as I'll ever be, I guess." In truth, he was starting to regret the whole thing, but it was too late now. Charlie opened her hand and offered it to him. He stared at it for a moment, remembering how she had tried so hard to avoid touching him the first time they met. Now he couldn't bring himself to move his hands. He rubbed his fingers against his palm, aware of how sweaty they felt. "You okay?" Charlie asked. "I don't know." He laughed nervously. He rubbed his hands on his pants. You don't have to do this. I know. He closed his eyes. The image of his brother filled his mind. The grey-skinned boy who was a mirror image of him. Finally, he reached for her hand. Let's do this. Charlie took his hand between hers and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath. Her skin was warm against his. Part of him expected to feel some sort of tingling, but there was only warmth and softness. He focused on her pretty face and the deep lines forming on her forehead. She breathed in through her nose and out through her mouth several times. Her body squirmed, and after another minute she opened her eyes. I'm sorry, but I'm not getting anything, she said. So he's not haunting me. Cameron pulled his hand out of hers and sat back in the chair. I didn't say that. Spirits can sometimes choose who they reveal themselves to. It may be your brother just doesn't want me to see him. To see what he's up to. Why don't you tell me more about the dreams you've been having? Cameron leaned his head back, resting it against the cushy chair. He scrubbed his mouth with one hand. They were just stupid dreams. Why was this so hard? He closed his eyes. In the dream, I'm here in this time. But he's still 12. Go on, Charlie said. He could feel her gaze on him. Heavy and unrelenting. It's the day he disappeared. We were late getting home from ball practice. We were supposed to stick together, but Kyle wanted to stay at the ball field and practice his swing. He always had trouble with fly balls. He had this tendency to hit pop flies. He hated that the coach would use him as a sacrifice to get a man from second to third because of his pop flies. He'd come up to the plate and get a runner on third, and then the coach would bring me in to bring them home. Charlie said. He had the feeling he was talking too much. About the wrong things, but she wasn't stopping him. Anyway, you gotta know baseball to understand, I guess. He wanted to get better. I wanted to walk past Karen Fleischman's house at twilight, so I left him there at the field. Alone. And he went missing. Charlie prodded. Yeah. The police searched for him for over a week. A month later his body was found in a field. It just about killed my mother to lose him. The shards of ice in his belly were back, knife-like and biting into his gut like when Kyle first disappeared. What about you? Charlie asked. Cameron pursed his lips together so she wouldn't see them quivering. He shook his head. I went on. That was all I could do. I'm so sorry. I wish I could tell you he was with you right now, but I don't feel him, she said. Of course that doesn't mean he isn't there. Cameron ran his hand through his hair. So what do I do? Well. Charlie sighed and glanced toward one of the bedrooms. You protect yourself. She put her hand up like a crossing guard to pause the conversation. Hang on just a second. She rose from the couch and crossed the room in 5 steps, her long legs aiding her. The door opened before she was in front of it. Cameron sat up straight, the hair on the back of his neck stood at attention. Charlie, how he began. She disappeared into the bedroom. He heard her rifling through a drawer. When she returned, her gaze focused on the trunk in front of the couch. She sat back down and clicked the lock and opened the lid. Cameron peered inside. Charlie lifted up a box with craft supplies and placed it on the couch next to her. At the bottom of the trunk was a flat wooden box with a carved symbol on top. Charlie set the box on her lap and opened it. Sparkling colored stones were organized by color within wooden dividers. Crystals? Really? Cameron said. Charlie leveled her gaze on him. You came to me for answers, remember? She plucked 2 purple stones from the box. one with sharp edges and one smooth and polished, covered in creamy white speckles. She pressed the sharp stone into Cameron's palm. This is violet fluorite. They call it the Dream Maker stone. Place it on your nightstand when you sleep. It will help protect you. Cameron stared down at his hand. Okay, he said, but his voice conveyed doubt. What's the other one do? It dispels negative energy and can help with nightmares. She took one more crystal from her box. A black, glassy stone shaped and polished into an uneven polygon. Take this one too. Keep it with you. All the time. It will protect you. Cameron closed his hand around the stones. For a second he thought he felt them vibrate, but he shook his head. That was ridiculous. They were just rocks. Pretty. Polished. But still just rocks. Thanks, he said. I appreciate it. You sure you don't need them? I've got plenty, she said. You have my number. No, I don't, sorry. No worries. Charlie retrieved her purse from a table by the door and pulled her phone from her front pocket. What's your number? He rattled off the number, and she sent him a quick text. His phone vibrated in his pocket. There you go. Thanks. Cameron rose from his chair. I mean it. Text me if things don't improve. I will, he said. He jerked his thumb toward the door. You coming back to Jack S? Charlie glanced at her watch. No, I should give Tom a call. Sure. I'll talk to you later. He slipped the stones into his front pants pocket and left her house. Why on earth had he thought she'd somehow fix everything? Jason had told him not to get his hopes up. He reached into his pocket and removed the crystals she'd given him. He brushed his thumb over them. Whatever energy he thought he felt before wasn't there now. Only the cold weight remained. What an idiot he was. He reared his hand back and flung the stones into the darkness into the woods separating the property from the river. Magic didn't exist, and Charlie Payne was not really psychic. She was just really good at reading people. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stalked back to the White House looming in the distance. Chapter 3s. Thank you for calling Belcom. Have a great day, Charlie said. She pressed the end button on her phone and punched the break code into the keypad. Her chest expanded with a deep breath, and she closed her eyes a moment to center herself. She'd been taking calls non-stop for nearly 4 hours without a break. Since she'd moved to these split shifts and fill-in hours, working had become more stressful, not less, as she'd hoped. Her fingers found the back of her neck, and she did a quick massage on the tight muscles for a minute. The drone of her co-workers taking calls filled her head. The sound pulsated against her skull. Images of Cameron Reed filled her mind. She'd seen him through the kitchen window, walking across the yard to her uncle's house. He'd thrown the stones she'd given him away. Why had he come to her at all if he didn't believe she could help him? Hi, Charlie, a familiar voice startled her from her reverie. Charlie opened her eyes and peered into the smiling face of one of her supervisors. Kaylee. Charlie returned the smile. Can I speak with you for a minute? Kaylee asked. She pushed her long, straight, straw-colored hair behind her ear. A worried expression lay underneath the carefully constructed smile, though. Sure, Charlie slipped her phone from her keyboard tray and glanced at the screen. A picture of her with her arms wrapped around Evan at the picnic shelters at Palmetto Point Beach Park this past summer stared back at her. Across their chests, the time read 1:45 p.m. I have to go to Daniel Island to pick up my son from school at 3. Don't worry. This shouldn't take long. Kaylee's smile widened. A cold finger touched Charlie's heart. Kaylee was lying. Charlie just wasn't sure about what. Okay. Charlie logged off her phone and reached inside the file cabinet next to her chair where she kept her purse. A few moments later Charlie followed Kaylee into her office. Can you shut the door please? Kaylee asked. She walked around to her chair and took a seat. The L-shaped desk held 2 computer monitors. One that showed the calls coming into the call center, the wait time and other stats used for metrics. The other monitor had a document open. Kaylee closed the file from view with a couple of keystrokes and turned her attention to Charlie. She placed her elbows on the desk and folded her hands. Charlie noticed Kaylee's fingernails digging into the back of her hand. Everything okay? Charlie asked, her voice wary. Fine, Kaylee said. The icy feeling in everything is Charlie's heart spread throughout her torso with the lie. What's going on, Kaylee? Charlie narrowed her eyes and leaned forward. She met Kaylee's steady gaze. I'm afraid I have some bad news, and I need you to keep this conversation between us for now. No sharing with anyone. Can you do that? Kaylee asked. Of course, Charlie said. We received notice today that Bell.com will be outsourcing the call center. Outsourcing? Charlie's hand floated to her throat, and she sat back in the chair. Yeah, to India. When? Charlie asked. The whole process should be done by March of next year, Kaylee said. There are 100 people out there, plus another dozen part-timers and schedule fillers like me. Are they supposed to do? Charlie asked. Some of those folks have worked here for 20 years. I know. It's an unfortunate situation, Kaylee said. There are other call centers in the Charleston area. Some people will be able to get jobs there. Everyone who doesn't transition to another department will get a severance and can take time off for job interviews without penalty. Kaylee, why are you telling me this? Charlie said. Why isn't there an all-hands meeting scheduled to break this sort of news? There is. Or there will be. I just wanted to. Kaylee squirmed in her chair and her gaze shifted to her folded hands. She let her fingers loose, and Charlie saw the dark half-moon indentations in the skin of Kaylee's hands. You wanted what? Charlie asked, but she already knew the answer. I'm going to be applying for a job as Assistant Human Resources Director. And I was just wondering if you might know anything. How would I know anything? Charlie asked, but she already knew the answer. It wasn't a secret that her co-workers sometimes came to her for advice on future matters. She'd gained a bit of a reputation, even though she didn't really want it. Not here. They say. Kaylee hesitated. They say that sometimes you can see the future. Charlie gritted her teeth and blew a breath out through her nose. Who told you that? Charlie said. She tried to keep her voice steady and free of the anger she felt boiling in her chest. Marcella Lutz. She's a credit analyst in loans services. She said you were the real deal, Kaylee said. Right, Charlie said. Marcella. She's very nice. She booked a reading with me. Kaylee's head jerked. You want me to pay you? Clearly, she was taken aback. No. But I don't like being put on the spot like this, Kaylee. Especially when the news involves my whole department losing their jobs. Charlie glanced up at the framed degree on the wall behind Kaylee's desk. You have a degree in business and you just finished your master's, right? Yes, I finished up my coursework over the summer. I've got to write my thesis, and I should graduate in December. You'll be fine then, Charlie said. If you don't get that position, I'm sure one will come up for you at another company. Charlie was done with Kaylee. Is that all? I really need to leave. Wait. So you don't know? Kaylee asked. You just told me I'm losing my job and my health insurance, Kaylee. I'm sorry, but your future is not really on my mind at the moment. You're educated and likable, most of the time, and obviously more political than I realized. You'll be just fine. Charlie rose from her chair and slung her purse strap over her shoulder and headed for the door. Charlie, remember you can't tell anyone until the official announcement, Kaylee said. Don't worry, Charlie said. I can keep a secret. Chapter 4. Harley drove through the pickup line in front of Evan's school and waited for her son to say his goodbye. One of his friends. A moment later, her boy climbed into the passenger side of the car and put his book bag on the floor. He stretched the seat belt across his body and snapped it into place. Charlie put the car into drive and slid into the traffic of mothers and fathers who had also picked up their children. How was your day, sweetie? Charlie asked. Fine, Evan said. I aced my math test. That's great, Charlie said. She turned onto the street and sped toward the main street of Daniel Island and the exit onto the expressway. What's wrong? Evan asked. Nothing's wrong, baby. Did you have any other tests today? Charlie could feel him staring at the side of her face, but she ignored it. A pop quiz in language arts, but I got 100 on it, he said. You sure there's nothing wrong? It seems like there is. Charlie stopped at the red light. She could go on lying to him and denying any problems, but her son had inherited more than just her blonde hair and gangly arms and legs. She let out a heavy sigh. I just got some bad news today at work, that's all she said. Other than that, I'm fine. Are you getting excited about your birthday? Is there anything I can do? Evan asked. No, baby. Charlie brushed her knuckles over Evan's cheek. You are sweet to offer, though. I have some money saved. It's yours if you need it. Oh, Evan, why are you offering your piggy bank? Charlie asked. I can tell you're worried about money, he because said. Do you need it? No. I'm fine. I promise. Charlie noticed the light changed and pressed the gas pedal. You don't have to get me a birthday gift, Evan said. Dad's gonna let me have a couple of my friends stay over on Friday that week, and Cora's gonna make a cake. Will you come? I would love to come, Charlie said. But I should probably talk to your dad first. He won't care. He said I can invite anybody I want, Evan protested. It's not really about that. It's about Halloween and your actual birthday night, Charlie said. Are you trick-or-treating with your friends? Yeah, Evan said. Charlie could tell by his voice that he wasn't as thrilled by the prospect of Halloween as most kids. I guess. Reese Patterson said something about it. He plans like all year. I know it's tough having a birthday on a holiday. Especially one like Halloween when everybody is more focused on costumes and trick-or-treating. It won't always be like that. One day you'll be too old to dress up and go out. Yeah, it's a little kid's game, that's for sure, he said, sounding more like the teenager he was about to become. She couldn't believe in a little more than 3 weeks her baby would turn 13. How had he grown up so fast? Well, if you want, after you go trick-or-treating, of course, I'm going to ask your dad if you can join me at Uncle Jack's for his All Hallows Eve bonfire. On a school night? Really? Evan's voice perked up. Is this a witch thing? What do you mean? Charlie asked. I mean, are you and Jen and Lisa and Daphne going to do some sort of sacrifice? No, nobody's sacrificing anything, Charlie said. Did you ask if it's a witch thing? I'm not stupid, Mom. Or blind, Evan said. Of course you're not stupid, Charlie mumbled. I know you're a witch. That all of y'all are witches. Even Ruby, Evan said. I don't think Uncle Jack is though, is he? No, honey. Uncle Jack is definitely not a witch. A wizard? Evan asked. Or is it warlock? I dunno. Are boys allowed to be witches? Definitely not a warlock. And a wizard is something altogether different. Boys are definitely allowed to be witches. You know Jen's friend, Ben? He's a witch. Cool, Evan said. Do you want to be a witch? Charlie asked. It's not quite like it is in the movies. Nobody flies around on a broomstick or turns someone into a toad. At least not with the wave of a wand, Charlie said. It's more complicated than that. Maybe. It's why I sometimes see things before they happen, right? Evan asked. Probably. You're young, it could fade as you get older, Charlie said. Oh, Evan said, sounding surprised. If I don't want it to fade. You don't? Charlie asked. No, I kind of like it. I mean, sometimes it's scary. But, sometimes it's cool, too. I can tell who's really my friend, and who just thinks I'm like a lucky charm or something. That's a good skill to have. It's important to see who our real friends are. And who just wants to use you for your gifts, Charlie said. I'd really like to come to the bonfire, Evan said. Okay, I'll talk to your dad then, Charlie said. And sweetie, I wouldn't mention exploring being a witch to him just yet. He's just getting used to the idea that you are sensitive. Being a card-carrying witch, that might be a little much for him at this point. Don't worry, I won't say anything to him or to Grandma. She would definitely not like it, Evan said. You've got that right, Charlie said. Her ex-mother-in-law was a staunch Episcopalian, and the last thing Charlie needed was for her to label Evan as a heathen or something equally heinous in the old lady's eyes. Evan reached his hand over and placed it on top of Charlie's. I like this, Evan said. What? Charlie chuckled. Knowing what to call it, Evan said. It does make it easier, doesn't it? Charlie said. Yeah, it does, Evan said. He gave his mother a smile, and she pressed the gas pedal a little more to speed up. She was ready to get home, take a bath and forget about the day if she could. Chapter 5. Tate closed the folder in front of him and placed it on the stack in the tray on the corner of his desk. 5 case files, all on the verge of going cold. The most recent was a young woman killed in her apartment in August. He'd had one solid lead, and the guy's alibi had checked out. Unless someone came forward with new information or a confession would be nice for once, these cases would end up in a cabinet to be reviewed later. Maybe even years later. Then there was the case that haunted him. The case of 13-year-old Keely Moore. She'd been abducted this summer and vanished without a trace. Her parents called him every Monday like clockwork just to check in. They'd be calling him this afternoon. He leaned forward and put his elbow on his desk. His fingers found the bridge of his nose and pinched. It didn't help the ache in his head. He cracked his neck and tried not to scowl as his partner leaned against Jason's desk and folded his arms across his chest. Don't you have your own desk to defile? Jason asked. Beck grinned down at his partner. I do. But it's more fun doing it to yours. Get off! Jason jerked his thumb toward his partner's desk 5 feet away. Beck chuckled but didn't he move. I've seen that look before, Beck said. What look? Jason asked. The look of profound regret, Beck teased. Fuck you, Jason said. And get your ass off my desk. He dug his elbow into Beck's thigh. This time his partner moved. Just admit it, Beck said, getting to his feet. You miss her. I miss her friendship. Friday night dinners aren't exactly relaxed, Jason said. Yeah, I bet. I also know bullshit when I hear it. And that, my friend, is bullshit. Jason cast a scowl at Beck, but he didn't seem to care, and Beck kept talking. Just pick up the phone and say the magic words. Jason shifted in his chair. Vivid magic words. I'm sorry. I was wrong, Beck said. Either phrase will work wonders on a relationship with a woman. Like you've had a successful relationship with a woman, Jason scoffed. Hey. Beck frowned. I was married. And now you're divorced, so fuck you. Take my advice or not. That stack of hopeless you're hanging onto, Beck pointed to the folders on the corner of Jason's desk. It's not gonna go anywhere until you get your head out of your ass and ask for help. Beck walked away and waved at one of the deputies like he had a question. Jason hated that Beck had a point. Not just about his cases. A slight burning in his stomach spread across his abdomen. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a bottle of chalky orange-flavored antacids. He never had stomach issues when he and Charlie were working together. He never had a reason. She made his job easy. Made him a star in the department. Now his stats weren't just sinking, they were sunk. He had the lowest close rate of anyone. He pulled his phone from his pocket and thumbed through his contacts. He stopped when he got to her name. One I'm sorry would do it. His thumb hovered over her phone number. Something inside wouldn't let him press it, though. He had nothing to be sorry for. She'd been the reckless one, not him. She was the one that should be apologizing. He growled and closed her contact info. He didn't have it in him today to grovel for forgiveness when it wasn't his fault. He thumbed up to another number. A second later the phone began to ring. I was just thinking about you, a familiar voice said. Good things, I hope. Jason smiled. What's your schedule look like for lunch? Who's buying? You or me? Lisa Holloway teased. Me, he said. You want to have lunch at the cafe? Lisa laughed. Cheapskate. What, he said. They both knew that having lunch at the Kitchen Witch Cafe, Lisa's sister's restaurant, meant neither of them footed the bill. Family ate free. Jen always insisted on it. Come on, say yes, Jason said. Fine. I'll have lunch with you, Lisa said. But only because you're cute. I'll take it, he grinned. He felt Beck staring at him, and Jason turned his head. Beck opened his mouth and put his index finger toward the back of his throat, then made a gagging sound. Jason raised his free hand and lifted his middle finger. Beck laughed and shook his head. I'll meet you there at noon, Jason said. Lisa agreed and ended the call. Jason stood up and shoved his phone in his pocket and walked over to Beck and Deputy McCleary. I'm going to lunch, Jason said. Did you call her? Beck asked. No, but you already knew that, Jason said. You're one thick-headed sob, you know that. Beck said. Maybe I am, Jason said. I don't have anything to apologize for. She does. Beck jerked his thumb at Jason. See this guy? He doesn't know shit about women. Is that why he has a hot girlfriend, sir? Deputy McCleary said, his voice so deadpan that Jason wasn't sure if he was joking or not. Don't you have a report to file, Deputy? Beck snapped. Deputy McCleary grinned. Nope. It's already done. I'm going to go have lunch with my, what did you call her, McCleary? Hot girlfriend? Jason teased. Yes, sir, I believe that's the proper term, the deputy said. Beck's lips twisted into a sneer. Go on and laugh. But I'm not the one with the shitty solve rate, am I? Well, I'm going to see what I can do about that, Jason said. He patted Beck on the shoulder and walked past him toward the door. Charlie Payne wasn't the only witch he knew. Nor was she the only one with talents for finding people. Now he just had to convince his girlfriend. Jason walked into the law offices of Burney, Shaw, Grimes, and Holloway on a mission. convince Lisa Holloway, love of his life and witch extraordinaire, to help him with the abduction case he was working. The case had practically started out cold. He didn't need much. Just one solid lead. Hell, at this point, he'd take a not-so-solid lead if it pointed him the right direction. Lisa could be touchy about her witchcraft, though. It would take something important to spur her into helping. He didn't know what that was yet, but he was sure it would come to him. "Morning," Marianne Jason said, and approached the receptionist's desk. A stunning older woman with silver hair and sharp blue eyes smiled at him. The wrinkles around her eyes spread across the top of her cheeks and her bright pink lips pulled up into a smile revealing her bleached teeth. "Good morning, Lieutenant Tate," Marianne said. "Is she with a client?" he asked. "No, but she did have a conference call this morning. Let me check and see if she's available." Marianne dialed a number and spoke into the sleek microphone attached to her ear. "I have a handsome lieutenant from the sheriff's department here to see you." A smile drew her lips up, and she nodded to whatever Lisa was saying. "Will do." She pressed a button and ended the call. "You can go on back." "Thanks," Jason said. He walked around the corner to a long hall. All but one door was closed. At the end of the corridor, through a half-open door, he could see Lisa pacing back and forth. She had her cell phone in her hand and was talking into it. When he was close enough, he knocked on the door, and she looked up at him and gestured for him to come in. "And I need that done by 4:30. Keep me updated." "Thanks," she finished. "You got it, boss," a voice said over the speaker in her hand. The line went quiet. "Hi," he said. "Hi," she said and put her phone down on the desk. "Sounds like you're conquering the world." "Nope, just settling an estate plan for a client," she said. He moved in close. "That sounds serious." She wrapped one arm around his shoulders and closed the gap between them. "It is to my client, and since it helps pay me bills, it's serious to me, too." "Right," he whispered. He leaned in and brushed his lips across hers. "How about this? Is this serious enough for Jason Tate? You are seriously going to put a dent in my day if you start that with me," she said. He pulled his head back out of range of her lips. "I can stop," he said. "I didn't say to do that," she laughed and then kissed him in earnest. Her other hand went around his neck, and he snaked his arms around her waist, pulling her close. "Vin," she pulled away from him finally. She sounded a little breathless. "The things you do to me," she said. "Back at ya, Red," he whispered and stroked his hand across her long strawberry blonde ponytail. "So what are you really doing here on a Monday morning? I mean, having lunch is nice, but you usually put me off when I ask." "Don't you have cases to investigate?" she asked. "Of course I do," he said. "But PVE gotta eat lunch, and I wanted to see you." "Is that a crime?" Lisa stepped back and narrowed her hazel green eyes. Her round face and delicate features twisted with doubt. "That is not why you're here," she said. There was no anger in her voice, but there was curiosity. Maybe he had a chance at getting her to help him. Maybe. "Spill it." "I have a case that I can't get a handle on," he said. "So make up with Charlie." "I'm sure she'd love to help you," she said. "I don't think so. I mean, she's polite and all, but..." "But what?" Lisa asked. "I don't know if I'm ready to work with her again. I don't know if I can trust her." "And you want me to smooth things over?" "I'm not really the best person for that sort of thing." "Maybe you should talk to Jen," she said. "No, that's not what I was thinking," he said. "What were you thinking?" Lisa said, her voice wary. "I was thinking maybe you could help me." He gave her a hopeful smile. "Me?" Lisa walked over to the door and pushed it closed. She turned to him, her arms folded across her chest. "I'm not psychic." No. But you are a Baitus witch. I was hoping maybe you could cast a spell or something, he said. What kind of spell? I need to find someone who knows something about an abduction case I'm working. So far, it's just been dead end after dead end, Jason said. It's almost like the universe hates me since I stopped working with Charlie. My solve rate is in the toilet. So that's a pretty easy fix. Stop being stubborn and make up with her, Lisa said. I don't think so, he said. Lisa rolled her eyes and stepped closer. I might have an idea or two that could possibly help, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. Really? You'll help me? Yes, I'll help you. But, you have to do what I say, and we have to do this after work. I've got too much of my own work to spend a lot of time on this. Sure. No problem, he said. His pulse gave a hopeful lurch as he pictured the case sliding into the solved column. And I expect payment, she said. My time is not free. Absolutely. I will make sure you are compensated, he grinned. One way or another. He held out his hand. Come here. What? She said, her lips tugging up at the corners. I want to pay my deposit, he said. Lisa took his hand and let him pull her into his arms. He kissed her until she moaned softly. A moment later she put her forehead against that. Was nice, she said. But you're also going to have to buy me lunch and not from the cafe. Yes, he said. He looked at the clock on the wall. How about some seafood? Sounds perfect. Let me get my coat, and you can tell me about the case on the way over. Chapter 6. It's here. It's here. It's here. Ruby squealed her delight and jumped up and down on the back porch. Jen walked over to the door and peered through the screen door. A large flatbed truck hauling a trailer carrying the playhouse Ruby had fallen in love with at the auction, pulled into the gravel drive. It stopped short of the parking pad and carport awning housing her father's boat. It had been nearly a week since the auction, and Ruby had talked non-stop about the playhouse and how she couldn't wait to see her new friend Barbara Jean. You can't see her now? Jen had asked one evening at dinner. Of course not, silly, Ruby had answered and shoved some green beans into her mouth. VVH, why not? Jen asked. 'Cause she lives in the playhouse, Ruby answered. Just as Jen had predicted, her daughter's wish had come true. Jack Holloway had been the only bidder on the playhouse and had gotten it for practically a song. Getting it delivered would cost more than he paid for the colourful structure, but her father, who sometimes had his own type of magic, especially when it came to money and negotiating with people, called in a favour and got a deal on the delivery. It helped to be a retired cardiothoracic surgeon. People always felt grateful that her father saved a loved one, and sometimes that gratitude came in handy. Like today. Daddy, Jen called to the front of the house she shared with her father and daughter. The playhouse is here. Do you need to sign for it? She heard her father's heavy footsteps walk across the second floor. A moment later he walked into the kitchen, his face a little flushed from the exertion. She really needed to get him to exercise more. Yep, he said and walked past her out onto the porch. Ruby and Jen followed him to the yard. Jen grabbed Ruby by the hand and pulled her daughter against her body. We need to stay out of their way, sweetie, Jen said. She glanced at the cottage across the yard and saw her cousin Charlie and her son Evan step out onto her front stoop. Jen waved, and Evan broke away from his mother to join them, Charlie on his heels. So this is it? Evan said, shifting his gaze to the white playhouse being upended by a mechanism on the trailer. The hydraulic arm lifted the flat trailer on one side, and a sliding arm gently placed one end of the playhouse onto the gravel driveway. Charlie said, "This is quite an operation," she said. She took her place next to her son, and the four of them watched, mesmerized by the process. The driver finished unloading the playhouse and then retrieved a fancy forklift from the flatbed truck. Within minutes he had wedged the forks of the minilift underneath one side of the playhouse, had lifted it in the air and was slowly driving the playhouse across the grass toward Jack Holloway and the spot Ruby had picked out. Earlier in the week Jack had marked it off, dug out the grass, compacted the dirt, and put down sand and decomposed granite to make a solid, level spot for the playhouse. Once the deliveryman drove the painted shed to the right place and set it down, Ruby squealed and broke away from her mother. "Ruby, wait!" Jen called after her. Ruby sped up, not listening to her mother's strained, worried voice. "Come on," Charlie said, leading the way toward the playhouse. When they caught up to Ruby, she was standing with her grandfather holding his hand. "Isn't it perfect, Mama?" Ruby cooed. "Ruby, you should not run off like that. This is dangerous work. You could get hurt if you got in this man's way," Jen scolded. "I'm sorry, Mama," Ruby said. "I just got so excited I couldn't help it." Jen sighed. How could she fight that face? Or that reasoning? "Well, next time you need to fight that feeling." "Yes, Ruby said. Jack gave the deliveryman a check and handed Jen a key to the padlock on the door of the playhouse. Ruby bounced up and down on the balls of her feet as her mother slipped the key into the lock, opened it and pushed open the door. Ruby squealed again and ran inside. She spun in a circle and laughed. "That's one happy girl," Charlie said. "Yes, it is," Jen agreed. She tucked the key into her pocket and turned to her father. "Want to get the table and chairs and rocking chair out of your shed?" Jen said. "I'm sure Evan can help." "That's a great idea," Charlie said. "Why don't you go help Uncle Jack?" Evan gave her a "do I have to look," and she shut him down with the cut of her eyes and purse of her lips. He didn't argue and slunk away. "Nice," Jen said. "You'll have to show me how you do that. My mom looks haven't been working on Ruby lately." Charlie chuckled. "I've had almost 7 years of extra practice. Plus, Evan knows I won't hesitate to take away something he really loves, like his phone or his tablet. Or both. Yeah, Ruby's a little tougher. She does not have any interest in electronics yet." "Thankfully," Jen said. Charlie shrugged. "You gotta find something she loves and doesn't want to lose." Jen and Charlie watched as Jack hauled the small child-sized table from his shed. Evan trailed behind him carrying the tiny rocker. Ruby finished out the line, dragging one of the chairs to the table with both hands. "Sweet Sonny Jim," Jen said and shook her head. "Here Ruby, let me help you with that." She rushed to her daughter's aid, picking the chair up out of the grass. Ruby skipped alongside her mother, joy written across her face. Jen placed the chair inside the playhouse next to the table, and Ruby sat down on it. "Hi, Barbara Jean," Ruby said. A shadow crossed Charlie's face, and she poked her head in through the door. Jen's stomach flip-flopped. Her cousin's gaze searched every corner of the 12x12 interior. Jen's heart fluttered when she saw panic in the lines of Charlie's face. "Uncle Jack." Charlie took a step back. "What's going on?" he asked, approaching with the second chair to the table. "There's a bat in the belfries, as they say," Charlie pointed to the rafters. All the walls and ceiling had been painted white and the little brownish-black bat nestled high in the corner where the center beam met the wall. It was hard to miss. "Well shit," Jack muttered. Jen held her hand out, palm up. $1 for the swear jar." Jack rolled his eyes at his daughter. He scowled and scratched his head. "Let me get a broom, and I'll kill it." "No," Jen and Charlie said at the same time. "Are you trying to bring a curse down on us?" Jen said. "That is the most ridiculous, superstitious bullshit I think I have ever heard you say, Jennifer Elizabeth," Jack scolded. "They can carry disease. They also eat mosquitoes and other bugs. They are friends of the environment, Uncle Jack, Evan said. His blue eyes pleaded with him. Please don't kill it. Jack glanced at Charlie. What? He's right. Charlie defended. I bet we can get it out of here without any bloodshed. His or yours? And exactly how do you propose to do that? Jack asked. Don't worry, Charlie said. Just leave it to me and Evan. She smiled down at the boy, and a smile stretched across his handsome face. In the meantime, Ruby, you're gonna have to take Barbara Jean into the house and play until we get the bat out, Jen said. You mean it? Ruby said. I do, Jen said, motioning with her hands. Come on, sweetie. Ruby hopped up from the chair. Come on, Barbara Jean. I'll show you my room. So what now? Jack asked. Let's just close it up. I need to do some prep work, Charlie said. All right, Jack said. He shooed them all out and pulled the door shut. He folded the flap of the lock in place and snapped the padlock into the loop, then tugged on it for good measure. You've got that key, right? Jen pulled it from her front pocket. I do. I'll put it on a ring and hang it on the key hooks in the kitchen. Jack gave her a nod and headed back to the house. Have you all eaten supper yet? Jen asked. We were just talking about it when all this happened, Charlie said. Come on. You all can eat with us. I've got a chicken in the oven, and there's plenty, Jen said. What do you think, Evan? Charlie said. I think Jen's chicken is far superior to that frozen pizza you mentioned, he quipped. Charlie's cheeks reddened, and she let out an embarrassed laugh. Evan. Charlie said. I can't believe you said that. I can, Jen smirked. Come on. You can tell me what your big plan is for the bat. Jen, are you making those baby potatoes? Evan asked. I am, Evan, Jen said. I know you like them a lot. I do, he said, sounding astonished. It's almost like you knew we were gonna eat with you. It is, isn't it? Jen said, giving her cousin Charlie a wink. I guess when it comes to food, I'm the psychic in the family. Charlie put her fork across her plate and wiped her mouth with a paper towel. As usual, Jen, that was delicious, Charlie said. It was, Evan agreed. Much better than frozen pizza. Hey, Charlie reached for her son's head and ruffled his blonde hair. It's better than cereal. Evan laughed. That's true. Charlie let out a sigh and the weight of the week pressed her shoulders down. She rubbed the back of her neck with one hand. Jack took a sip of iced tea and eyed his niece. Everything okay, Charlie? Charlie forced a smile. She hadn't told anyone about the call center moving overseas. Not even Tom. Her gaze flitted to Evan and then to her uncle. Everything's right as rain, she said. Just a little tired is all. Evan pushed his plate forward and put his elbows on the table. So, Mom, what's your plan for the bat? I took a quick peek online for how to rescue a bat, and evidently they can sense airflow. I'm thinking we should open the door and see if he'll make his way out on his own, Charlie said. And if he doesn't? Jack's voice was full of doubt. Then we'll just cast a spell on it, Charlie teased. You're hilarious, Jack said. That's not a half bad idea, Jen said. Her face lit up. I wish we knew someone who could commune with animals. Evan can. The words flew out of Charlie's mouth without much thought. Evan made a shocked face. He can. Jen and Ruby said at the same time. I can. Evan said. I believe you can, Charlie said. Why? Evan asked. He leaned forward, his body tense with curiosity. Because animals seem to flock to you, Charlie said. Anywhere we go. Dogs, cats, even feral cats don't seem scared of you. And there was that time when you were about 3 that you fell in the river and a dolphin dragged you out of the water. You told me later that the dolphin was your friend and you cried for it to help you and it did. Mom, I was 3. Evan made a funny face. I was just a kid. You're still a kid, kid. Charlie grinned and placed her hand over his forearm. It's an actual thing, Jen said. It's called zoolinguism and it's a cool ability to have. If I even have it. Evan rolled his eyes. I thought you wanted to be a witch, Charlie said. Evan shrank back in his chair. His gaze flitted to his uncle. One do. Accepting your abilities is an important part of that process, Jen said. Jack's fork clanked against his plate, Jen's right drawing everyone's attention to him. He picked up his paper towel and wiped his mouth. That's part of growing up, witch or no witch. I think that's why Penny's so drawn to you, Charlie said. Evan shivered. Great. Penny? Ruby asked. My chicken, Penny. Charlie covered her mouth and glanced at Jen, who held her head in her hands. She looked up Charlie with an expression between irritation and disappointment. Penny's dead, Ruby said. Yes, she is, baby, Jen said, hopping to her feet. Vivo wants pie? I'm testing a new recipe. What kind of pie? Evan said, sitting up straight. Apple with a streusel topping and a drizzle of rum caramel sauce. That sounds good, Evan and Charlie said at the same time. Okay, 2 pieces of pie coming right up, Jen said. Daddy, you want a piece? No, sugar. I think I'm going to go open that door so that Bat can get out once it figures out it doesn't belong there. Jack got up from the table, strode over to the key hooks hanging on the wall and disappeared out the back door. Mommy, can Barbara Jean and I be excused? Ruby said. You don't want pie? Jen asked. No, thank you, Ruby said. Then you may be excused. Put your plate in the sink, please, before you leave, Jen said. Yes, Ruby hopped to her feet and carried her plate to the sink. The fork and porcelain clattered against the porcelain, and she dashed out of the kitchen. A minute later, they could hear Ruby skipping along the hallway above their heads. For a second it sounded like 2 sets of feet, skipping just out of sync with each other. Mom? Evan said. What? Charlie asked. Jen asked if you wanted some ice cream, Evan said. Oh, Charlie shook her head. Sorry. No, thank you. Is it warm? Just the way you like it, Jen said and placed a slice of pie in front of her cousin. You looked lost there for a minute. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine. Charlie picked up the dessert fork next to the small plate and sank the tines into the crumble topping. So do you think it weirds out your dad when we talk so casually about being witches? Charlie took a bite of the pie. The flavors of apple, cinnamon, ginger, and rum caramel flooded her mouth. Oh my goddess, Jen, this is so good. Jen beamed and sat down at the kitchen table across from Charlie with a piece of pie in front of her. I'm glad you like it. It's going on the menu for the week of Samhain, Jen said. It's perfect, Charlie said, taking another bite. Thank you, and no, I don't think it weirds him out. I think he would say if it did, Jen said, digging into her pie. Good, that's the last thing I'd want. Jen gave her a smile. I know, honey. Chapter 7. En usually slept like the dead. Only one thing could wake her. The sound of her daughter's voice in distress. She had been known to sleep through the worst storms, plane rides, sirens, trains. None could wake her. Then the sound of a little girl's laughter and small footsteps filtered into her consciousness at 1 a.m. Jen bolted upright in bed and stared at the door. Had she really heard that? Or was she dreaming? She cocked her head and listened harder. Her eyes adjusted to the inky blackness of the room. The laugh, small and high-pitched, skittered through her senses. That wasn't Ruby's laugh. Her heart thudded against her rib cage as she threw back the covers and put her feet onto the cold hardwood floor. Even with her short legs, she was across the room in a few seconds. She reached for the doorknob but stopped. Her hand hovered above the tarnished brass knob when it squeaked right and then left. "Ruby," she said. Finally, she put her hand on the doorknob and tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. "Ruby Ellen, this isn't funny." She ignored the blood rushing in her ears, reaching for any other emotion but fear. Fear meant that it won, whatever it was on the other side of the door. Where did that thought come from? She batted it away and hit on her anger. Righteous mom anger. "Ruby Ellen, you let go of this doorknob right this minute, young lady." Jen took a deep breath and twisted the knob. The mechanism clicked, and she pulled the door open. She expected to see her child, staring up at her with wide, apologetic eyes, but instead, she was met with an empty hallway. Jen stepped into the cool corridor and looked one way then the other. Still empty. Her father's door at the opposite end of the hall was shut, as was Ruby's door across from his room. As stealthily as she could, Jen walked the 10 feet between her bedroom and her daughter's. Her heartbeat had settled down to a loud thunk-thunk-thunk in her throat. When she got to the door, she turned the doorknob as quietly as she could and pushed the door open. Inside, Ruby was curled up under her covers with one arm wrapped around a raggedy teddy bear named Kirby. Her little chest rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm. Jen let out a breath of relief. She had imagined, dreamed, the whole thing. Jen closed the door and headed back to her room. It didn't take long for the heaviness of sleep to fill her arms and legs. It dragged her into the darkness where the tinkling sound of a little girl's laugh chased her through her dreams. The flat thud echoed through Charlie's bedroom and her eyes flew open. She sat up and reached for the light. Her eyes searched the room for the source of the sound. Everything seemed where it should be. Nothing had fallen on the floor or been knocked over on her bedside table or dresser. She listened to the sounds of the rest of the house. It answered with the usual stillness of 1 a.m. Penny, the ghostly chicken that haunted her cottage, was nowhere to be seen. She was probably roosting in Evan's room, which she often did when it was her week of custody. She had not been lying to Evan at dinner. She believed he really did have an ability to communicate with animals. Even the dead ones, like Penny. And the chicken seemed to know that. Maybe he would be the answer to helping the poor bird move on someday. Charlie reached for the light. Another flat thud resounded through her room. Higher pitched. It reminded her of something hitting the glass. She got out of bed and pushed back the curtains and shears covering the window next to her bed. She could only see a large black rectangle. Living out in the country made nights dark, and darker still when the moon wasn't full. She clicked off the light next to her bed and waited for her eyes to adjust. There was just enough starlight to see the wide, green yard stretching to her uncle's house. The white clapboard siding had a faint glow that drew her attention. She let her gaze drift from the back porch to the parking pad, past her uncle's boat tucked beneath the carport, to the white playhouse. The dark rectangles of the windows looked like eyes. The door was wide open, making it look like a yawning maw. The image of a monster filled her head for a second, and she shivered. Maybe they needed to cleanse the little playhouse, just to be on the safe side. Something small and black flew toward her window, catching Charlie's eye. She could just make out the wings of the bat before it drove itself against the window. Charlie gasped and stepped back at the same time. The bat struck the window with a thud. A painful screeching sound ushered from the poor little beast, and it dropped to the ground, leaving a streak of blood in front of Charlie's eyes. "Vivita," she said. Her voice sounded loud and out of place in the silence of the rest of the house. Bats could echolocate. There was absolutely no reason for one to hit or endow. She had helped Evan build a bat house to put in his father's yard when he was 7, and they'd read a lot about them to get it right. VVHY on the goddess's green earth would one bash into her window? Had it been the reason she'd awakened? She turned on the light again and dug her feet into the wool slippers she wore around the house. A moment later she dug through the top drawer of the dresser in her living room that acted as storage and a television stand. She found the flashlight and pressed the button. The blue-white lights of the LEDs created a wide circle on the floor. She adjusted the width and grabbed a fleece jacket from the coat rack on the wall by the door before heading out into the darkness. A chill settled around her shoulders and she took a minute to put on her jacket, then walked around the corner of the small house. Her bedroom light shone bright yellow-white, guiding her. She swept the round light across the ground below the window, unsure of what to expect. A small black circle of fur caught her eye. She moved closer to find a bat on the ground. It struggled to breathe for a few seconds and then stilled. A sick feeling spread through Charlie's belly. She would get a shovel in the morning from her uncle's shed and bury the poor little thing in the woods. "Mom?" Evan's voice behind her made her heart bounce against her rib cage. "Everything okay?" Charlie pressed one hand to her chest. "You scared me." "Sorry," he said. "I heard a noise and saw the light." "I'm sorry I woke you," she said. Evan moved closer. "What is that?" He pointed to the black furry mound. "It's a bat." It evidently hit my window a couple of times," she said. "Is it okay?" Real concern filled his voice, and he took a step toward it. Charlie stopped him from getting too close. "No, sweetie, it's dead. Bats use echolocation. It shouldn't hit anything it doesn't want to." "That thought had occurred to me," she said. Evan's gaze shifted to the playhouse. "Do you think it's the same bat that was trapped?" "I don't know. It seems highly unlikely, but I guess anything's possible," she said. "Maybe it was sick," Evan said. "Maybe so," she said. "We should get you back to bed. You've got school tomorrow." "What will happen to it?" Evan asked. "The bat. I'll bury it tomorrow, or maybe ask Uncle Jack to," she said. "I think it was the bat from the playhouse, Mom," Evan said. "What makes you think that?" she asked. "I don't know, just a feeling," he said. "And I don't think it was sick." "Why?" Charlie said. "I don't know. I just don't," he said. "I have this weird feeling that it didn't really want to hit your window." "I don't understand what you mean, honey," Charlie said. "It's just a weird image in my head." "It's probably nothing," he said, shrinking back from her questions. "Tell me what you see." Charlie stepped closer and put her hand on his shoulder. "It's okay. You're not weird." Evan sighed and nodded. He closed his eyes as if to call up the image again. "It's like something took the bat and threw it at the window." "Something? Or someone?" Charlie asked. Evan paused a beat. The line between his brows grew deep and dark. "Someone? Can you see a face?" Charlie asked. "Is it a little girl?" she added silently. Evan's lips twisted into a grimace and he shook his head. "No. Just a hand. A glowing pale hand." Charlie let out a shuddery breath and glanced around the yard. Her gaze landed on the playhouse again. They definitely needed to clean that space with some burned sage and salt. "Come on, baby, let's go back to bed," Charlie said. She took Evan's hand and guided him away from the dead bat and the unblinking stare of the playhouse. Neither of them cast a glance back at it as they headed up the steps to the safety and comfort of the cottage. Chapter 8 Friday night, Charlie walked into the kitchen of the Holloway house, followed closely by Evan. The kitchen was bustling with activity. The heavenly aroma of sage and chicken hung in the air, along with an undertone of apples and cinnamon. "Oh my gosh," Charlie said. It smells like fall in here. It's been a long week, Evangeline said. She bent over and pulled the oven door open. I figured we could all use some comfort food. Charlie and Evan drew closer to get a peek at the two large casserole dishes in the oven. Dressing? Charlie asked. Chicken and dressing casseroles, Evangeline said. Plus collards, and green beans. And gravy, of course. Of course, Charlie said. Vivek, I still need to make, Evangeline said. Don't forget the pumpkin pecan cheesecake for dessert, Jen added. I swear, I would starve without you all. Or at least my pants would be a size smaller, Charlie teased. Hey Charlie, Daphne said as she entered the kitchen. Mama, I finished setting the table. Thank you, baby, Evangeline said. Charlie, you want a glass of wine? Daphne asked and opened the refrigerator. She took a dark green bottle from one of the shelves and pulled out the cork. Several wine glasses sat empty and waiting on the counter. Daphne grabbed one by its stem and filled it a little more than halfway. No thanks, Charlie said. Is Tom joining us tonight, Charlie? Daphne replaced the cork and put the wine back into the fridge and closed the door. No. She glanced at Evan. Why don't you go find Ruby and see what she's doing? Okay. Evan nodded agreeably and disappeared through the dining room. Tom and I don't see each other much the weeks I have Evan, Charlie explained. Really? Daphne sipped her wine. Has he ever met Evan? Oh yeah, once or twice. But I told Tom that until things get specifically serious with us, that he's not going to spend the night the weeks I have Evan. How did he take that? Daphne said. Fine, Charlie said. Tom is the most agreeable man I think I've ever dated. Daphne chuckled. I'm sure, considering what he really is. Daphne, Jen scolded. What? It's not as if I'm wrong. He's a freaking reaper, for crying out loud, Daphne said. Hush, Jen and Evangeline said at the same time. Evangeline's eyes cut to the door. That's enough. It's not really a secret, is it? Daphne asked. Evan doesn't know, Charlie said. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to explain it to him. Ruby and Daddy don't know either, Jen said, keeping her voice just above a whisper. And I'd rather keep it that way. I agree with Jen, Evangeline said. Jack is a very open-minded man, but I'd rather not push him beyond his limits. Agreed, Charlie and Jen said. Charlie picked up a carrot from a tray of vegetables and dipped it in the little bowl of ranch dressing next to it. So is Lisa here? She bit into the carrot with a loud crunch. You mean, is Jason here? Daphne said. Charlie's cheeks burned, and she cut an irritated gaze at her cousin. He's here, by the way. He and Jack are talking about football in the living room. Lisa's here too, Jen said, not masking her irritation with Daphne. She's upstairs in the attic. What's she doing up there? Charlie asked. She said she needed to look at a couple of my books, Jen said. I think I'll go up and say hello, Charlie said. Good luck with that, Daphne chided. She already chased me off. Maybe because you have a big mouth, Jen scolded. If she wanted our help, she'd ask. Whatever, Jen. I'm gonna go back to the living room now. Daphne scooped up her wine glass and disappeared through the dining room. She's in a mood, Charlie said. Yeah, Jen said, looking at the door. I'm not sure what's going on with her. I'm sure she'll tell us when she's ready, Evangeline said. Until then, you'll just be kind to each other, okay? Yes, Jen and Charlie said in unison. I think I'll go up and say hi to Lisa, Charlie said. Okay, Jen said. Would you pop your head into Ruby's room and let her know supper will be ready in 15 minutes? Can she tell time? Charlie asked. A little bit. It's more to get her prepared to stop whatever she's doing. Jen explained. She can be a bit of a flibbertigibeat sometimes. Right, Charlie said. I'll tell her. Charlie popped the rest of the carrot into her mouth and finished it while she walked through the dining room and down the short corridor to the living room of her uncle's house. She could hear her uncle talking about Clemson and his hopes for their season. I'm telling you, they are going to nationals this year. I can feel it in my bones, Jack said. Yes, sir, Jason said. Charlie took a deep breath and stepped into the living room. Jack sat in his leather recliner with a glass of bourbon in one hand. Jason sat on the edge of the couch, his elbows on his knees and a beer in his hands, listening keenly to Jack. Charlie fought the urge to roll her eyes at him for being such a kiss-ass. Hi, Uncle Jack, Charlie said. Charlie? Jack said, giving her a wide smile. How you doing, girl? I'm good, thank you, Charlie said. Hey, Charlie, Jason said. He gave her a hopeful look. Hey, she said, and quickly shifted her gaze to the game table at the other end of the living room where Daphne and Evan leaned over a board game. What you playing, honey? A quick game of Parsh's Eye, Daphne said. She picked up her wine glass and took a sip. Like there is such a thing, Charlie teased. I'm gonna run upstairs and say hi to Lisa. She didn't wait for a response from anyone. Instead, she walked past them into the foyer and up the steps. Charlie stopped on the second floor landing and found Ruby's door open. Hey Ruby, Charlie said. Hey Charlie, Ruby said, looking up from her place on the floor. Several stuffed animals made a circle with Ruby in the center. What are you doing, honey? Charlie asked. I'm showing Barbara Jean how to make a wish circle, Ruby said. What's a wish circle? Charlie said. You know, where you make wishes so they'll come true. Barbara Jean misses her mommy, so I told her we'd make a wish circle so she could see her again. The hair on Charlie's arms rose, and she glanced around the room. Is Barbara Jean here now? Aha, Ruby said. She picked up a doll with long blonde hair and smoothed it with her hand. Where is she? Charlie asked. Over there, Ruby pointed to the child-sized rocker in the corner of her room. Charlie stared at the chair but saw nothing. Charlie couldn't stop herself from walking across the room and putting her hand in the empty space. Her heart thudded in her ears. She waited a minute to feel something. Cold air. A tingle. Some little sign that there was a ghost present. She's not there anymore. You scared her, Ruby said. Tell her I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare her, Charlie muttered and rose to her feet. Dinner's in 15 minutes. Do you know what that means? Ruby nodded her head and looked to the round clock on the wall with a crescent moon face and a teddy bear wearing an old-fashioned sleeping gown and cap reclining against the curve of the moon. The dark blue hands of the clock read 6:15. Even the little hand and the big hand are on the 6. It will be time to come downstairs, okay? Charlie said. Okay, Charlie, Ruby said. She hugged her doll to her chest. Charlie shook off the feeling she was missing something and returned to her mission. She headed up to the 3rd floor, last door at the end of the 2nd floor landing, and opened it, revealing a staircase. Lisa. Charlie called. You up here? Yep, come on up, Lisa said. Charlie took the first step, then closed the door behind her to keep Ruby's curiosity from getting the better of her. Charlie held onto the rail attached to the wall as she made her way up the steep steps. How's it going? Charlie said. Daphne said you chased her off. Lisa sat on an old oak chair with a broken spindle in the back, a pile of books around her feet and one opened wide laid across her lap. She looked up from her book. Daphne is a nosy Nelly. Charlie chuckled. Yes, she is. What are you doing? I'm looking for a spell, Lisa said. What sort of spell? Charlie asked. Lisa turned a page. Just a spell for a friend. Maybe I can help, but you're going to have to tell me what you're looking for, Charlie said. A friend of mine lost something, and I need a spell to help him find it, Lisa said. Him? Charlie asked. She studied her cousin's stoic face. You mean Jason? No, not Jason, Lisa said. It's someone I work with. He lost something very valuable to him and I promised I'd help find it. That's all. Charlie took an old stool and dragged it next to Lisa. You know I love you and you don't have to lie to me. Do you have the case file? No, Lisa made a disgusted sound. Even if I did, he's being stubborn. He doesn't want your help. Sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for, Charlie said. Maybe you really can help him. How? I am not the slightest bit psychic, Lisa said, closing the spell book on her lap. This would be so much easier if you two would just make up. You know what that would take, Charlie said. Yes, I do. Lisa set the spell book she'd been reading on top of the stack by her feet. But since neither one of you is getting any less stubborn with age, I don't see that happening any time soon. What did Jason say when you asked him why he didn't want to apologize to me? Charlie asked. I didn't, Lisa began. Yes, you did. Probably multiple times, Charlie said. Lisa sighed. He said he's not ready to trust you yet. And that is why I won't make up with him. I swear you'll drive me crazy, Lisa muttered. I know, Charlie said. I meant it when I said you could probably help him. How? Lisa folded her arms and focused her hazel eyes intently on Charlie's face. Maybe you should consult the cards, Charlie said. Ask a specific question, see what you get back. And if that doesn't work, you can always ask Daphne to help. To what? Fix my hair. Lisa said in a disparaging voice. Come on now, she's a hell of a witch, Charlie said. She's also flighty and more interested in helping her paying clients than her family, Lisa said. That's not true. She has always come through for us. Don't sell her short, just because she likes to help people look and feel their best. Lisa rolled her eyes. Fine. So what's going on with you? Nothing's going on with me, Charlie said. Saying those words was getting easier. Maybe if she said them enough, she'd start to believe them. Why do you ask that? Your energy is off, Lisa said. It's not as bright as usual. Like something's dampening it. You sure you're okay? I don't know, Charlie said. It's been a hard week. I got some bad news, and I need to figure some things out. That's all. You want to talk about it? Lisa asked. Thanks, Charlie said. Dinner. Jen's voice echoed through the house. Charlie smiled. Maybe later. Okay. I'm here whenever you need me, Lisa said. I appreciate that, Charlie said. We better go before Jen thinks we got lost up here. Lisa nodded and rose from her chair, and the two of them headed downstairs. Charlie stopped by Ruby's room to make sure she'd heard her mother. I'll be along in a minute. Lisa nodded and kept moving. Charlie stepped into the small dark bedroom. Her eyes scanned the shelves and the floor. Everything seemed to be in its place. She glanced at the circle of stuffed animals on the floor, now empty of their main wisher. From the corner of her eye, Charlie saw a flicker of light. She held very still, and a second later the apparition of a little girl appeared in the rocking chair. She wore a blue smocked dress with a Peter Pan collar and white trim around the short sleeves and hem. Her straight brown hair was bobbed at her shoulder, sound pinned away from her face with two fanciful matching barrettes. Hello, Charlie said softly. What's your name? But she already knew. It had to be Barbara Jean, didn't it? Yes. She was sure of it. The spirit's eyes widened and her mouth opened a little. She let out a little gasp, flickered, and disappeared again. "It's okay," Charlie said. She glanced around the darkened room looking for any sign of the child. "You don't have to be scared." "Who are you talking to?" Lisa asked from the door. Charlie turned to her cousin and shook her head. "No one, I guess. I thought you were already downstairs." "Nope. Everything okay in here?" Lisa said. "It is now," Charlie said. "Good. Come on then. Let's go eat," Lisa said. "All that searching made me hungry." Charlie headed toward the door but couldn't resist looking over her shoulder one last time before leaving. Jen hadn't mentioned any strange happenings. Charlie would talk it over with her cousin as soon as they got a moment alone. She didn't sense anything harmful from the girl, but still, it wasn't her child sleeping in this room. "Charlie!" Lisa shouted from the top of the stairs. "I'm coming." Charlie answered and headed for the staircase. Chapter 9. Harley dried the last dish and placed it in the cabinet. She leaned against the counter, watching Jen start in on the last of the pots. Charlie admired the meticulous way Jen scrubbed away little bits of burned-on food from the large glass baking dishes until they sparkled like crystal. When she finished the first baking dish, she rinsed it and handed it to Charlie. She took it and made quick work of drying it. "I don't know where this goes," Charlie said. "Just put it on the counter." "I'll put it up later," Jen said. "So," Charlie said, feeling strangely awed. "How have things been since Ruby got her wish?" "White wish," Jen said, rinsing the second baking dish. She picked up the last pot and put it into the warm soapy water. Her hand swirled the scrubby sponge in a circle, inside the stainless steel, picking off the bits of leftover collards and smoked turkey neck. "For the playhouse. Any weird stuff happening I should know about?" Charlie asked. Jen lost hold of the pan, and it hit the bottom of the porcelain-covered cast-iron sink with a thud. "Like what?" Jen wiped her hands with a nearby dish towel. Charlie folded her arms across her chest and shrugged one shoulder. "I don't know. Like any shadows or footsteps or ghostly children?" Jen's mouth twisted into a grimace and she made a choking noise. "Wyatt. I saw something in Ruby's room," Charlie said. "What?" Jen said. "A little girl. I didn't get any sort of negative vibe from her. In fact, when I acknowledged her, she got scared and disappeared," Charlie said. "Oh my gosh," Jen said, her voice fearful. "A child's laughter woke me up last night, but I thought it was just a dream." "Sorry, sweetie. It wasn't a dream," Charlie said. "Great. That's just fan-freaking-tastic," Jen said, her usual optimism dissipating. "I don't think she's dangerous if that's what you're worried about," Charlie said. "I don't care. I don't want her in my house," Jen said. "I completely get it. What do you want to do?" Charlie asked. "Can't you catch her and just make her move on?" "I wish it was that simple," Charlie said. "I can't catch something I can't see, and it appears as if she's really good at hiding." "What do we do?" Jen asked. "Ruby's already in bed. First thing I would do is take that rocker back to the playhouse and leave it there," Charlie said. Jen's blue eyes widened. "That's where I saw her, sitting in the rocker." "Done," Jen said. "I'll burn some sage in there in the morning. We could put some crystals in the corners of the room tonight. Maybe that will keep her out for now. I'd really like to figure out who she is and coax her to move on her own, instead of forcing her." "What I don't understand is how she even got into this house," Jen said. "I have the house warded up the wazoo." Charlie folded her arms across her chest and leaned against the counter. "There are two reasons that come to mind." "I'm listening," Jen said. "First, she's not negative. The cleansings we do, the crystals, the salt. Her lips twisted with thought. Although the salt might work anyway, those things are for negative energies. Like I said, I don't sense anything harmful about her. She's just a little girl who is attracted to another little girl with bright, happy energy. What's the second thing? Jen said. She didn't look convinced. You invited her in, Charlie said. That? No, I didn't, Jen protested. You did, honey. Yesterday, when you told Ruby she couldn't play in the playhouse till we got rid of the bat, she asked if Barbara Jean could go with her, remember? Charlie said. Oh my gosh. Jen held her head in her hands. It didn't even occur to me that she was real. You said she wasn't real. Hey, Charlie said. She straightened her back and tightened her arms over her chest. I did the best I could. This little spirit is used to being invisible, and probably stays that way most of the time. Why can Ruby see her then? Jen asked. I don't know. Maybe Ruby's more attuned to her energy because she's, Charlie stopped herself. Because she's what? Jen said. She put her hands on her hips and took a step closer. The last thing Charlie wanted to do was to fight with her cousin. She bit the inside of her cheek, unsure if she should continue. Because she's weird. I did not say that. Ruby's not weird. Not any weirder than the rest of us, Charlie said. But she is lonely. Jen's face melted and for a second Charlie thought Jen might cry. Why do you say that? I sense it from her sometimes, Charlie said. She kept her tone quiet and calm. You do? Jen said. Charlie nodded. And I think you do too. Jen sniffled and batted a tear away from her cheek. I don't know how to help her make friends. I mean, she's always been independent and in love with all that's strange and wonderful in the world. It doesn't exactly make her fit in. I know. Charlie held up one arm and motioned for Jen to move closer. Charlie draped her arm around her cousin's shoulders to comfort her. It's okay that she's different. Trust me. She will have friends. I sometimes wish that she had a sister, or even a cousin, the way we did growing up, you know. Jen said. I know, Charlie said. And she does have a cousin. It's not quite the same. I mean, Evan is wonderful, and I'm really happy that he wants to explore his magical roots. But it's not like he's going play dolls and have tea parties with her in her playhouse. Jen said. He does care for her a lot though, Charlie said. I know, Jen said. She leaned her head against Charlie. You know, I had a strange encounter last night too. I debated about telling you, but just so you know, it was a good call not to let Ruby play in the playhouse, even if it means you invited in a spirit. Charlie said. A bat hit my bedroom window, Charlie said. A bat? Like a furry flying bat? Yep, Charlie said. That is weird, Jen said. Weirder still that it seems to have done it several times. Enough to kill it. Charlie said. Are you serious? Jen said, real concern in her voice now. Yep, Charlie said. And you think it was the bat from the playhouse? Jen asked. Evan does, Charlie said. Why? Jen asked. Just a feeling he got from the poor little creature, Charlie said. Maybe it was sick. A rabid animal can behave very aggressively, Jen said. Evan didn't sense that, Charlie said, but I guess anything's possible. The only way to know would be to have it tested for rabies. Jen nodded and let out a long, shuddery sigh. Do you think Ruby's in danger? From Barbara Jean, I mean. No, Charlie squeezed her cousin's shoulders. I don't think so. Do you think Tom could help her move on? Jen said. Maybe, Charlie said. Jen straightened up and stepped from beneath Charlie's arm. Will you help me move that rocking chair? It's not heavy, it's just unwieldy. Of course, Charlie said. Knows. She may follow it out to the playhouse. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Jen said. Then we could cleanse everything tomorrow. Sure, Charlie nodded. Any chance you'd let me take a crack at helping her first? Sam Hain's coming up, and the veil is at its thinnest then. She may just move on naturally. Sam Hain is almost 3 weeks away. You want her to just hang out with my daughter till then? She won't hurt Ruby, Charlie said. You don't know that for sure, Jen said. Sometimes spirits can trick even you. I know, Charlie said. And if it goes sideways, then I'll definitely call Tom in, and we will clear her out ASAP. And PII ward Ruby's room first thing tomorrow, Jen mused. Charlie said. What? Jen said. It can't hurt. I know, but you and I reinforced the wards around the property after Tony Smoke's spirit broke through back in May, Charlie said. So? Jen said. We should check them, Charlie said. Maybe one of the jars got broken. I don't see how. I buried them, Jen said. She stared at Charlie a moment, her blue eyes blinking too fast. Damn it, she muttered. Fine. We'll check them. If she becomes troublesome, we'll bind her to the playhouse, Charlie said. We don't have to see her to cast that spell on her. That's a good idea, Jen said. In the meantime, let's get that rocking chair out of the house. You know, I didn't ask you earlier. Where was Ben tonight? Charlie followed Jen from the kitchen toward the stairs, waiting for the answer. He had a job in Colombia. He should be back tonight. I wish they'd just hire someone to help him. Defenders of Light is hiring? Charlie asked. Yep, Jen said. Ben's putting a crew together that he can rely on. A crew? Really? Charlie said. Does that sound interesting to you? Jen teased. Charlie Payne, witch hunter. That all depends. Charlie shrugged. On what? Jen said. Whether they provide dental insurance or not, Charlie chuckled. Chapter 10. Oman threw back the curtains and drenched her room with sunlight. Stop, not yet, she moaned and drew her arm across her eyes to block out the painful light. You gotta get up, Miss Edwina, a woman said. A moment later, cold fingers gently pull her arm away from her face. No. Please don't. The voice coming from Charlie's mouth was not one she recognized. She squinted and then slowly opened her eyes. The face of a beautiful African-American woman stared down at her. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she wore a black uniform with a crisp white apron like the maids in old Saturday Evening Post cartoons. Charlie sat up with alarm. She glanced around at the room, trying to find anything that indicated the time period. The maid's uniform hit a couple of inches below the knee, and her sensible lace-up shoes reminded Charlie of mid-20th century shoes she'd seen in magazines and on television. Duck egg blue silk wallpaper adorned the walls, and wide crown molding painted gold enhanced the rich elegance. The mahogany four-poster bed squeaked a little when she moved. Charlie looked down at her hands. They were small, and a gold wedding band flanked an obscenely large diamond ring. It sparkled in the streaming light from the large bank of windows to the right of the bed. These were not her hands. This is a dream. Some part of her mind pricked up, trying to pay attention to the scene unfolding around her. These things came to her sometimes. An image that was part of a larger whole, like a piece of a jigsaw puzzle where she had to match the colors and edges to get it to fit. Miss Edwina, please don't make me ask you again. The young maid wrapped her hands around her wrists. Your hands are so cold, Augusta, Edwina said. Her accent was full of an old Charleston lilt. Beautiful and quintessential and dying out. Not here, it isn't. Not now. Wherever here and now is. Charlie needed to know more. What day is it? Edwina asked. You know what day it is, Augusta said, prompting Edwina to turn and put her feet on the floor. Edwina's legs dangled from the high bed. Humour me, Augusta, Edwina said. Augusta went around the end of the bed and bent down. Then she stood up. She had a mahogany step stool in her hands. She placed the step beneath Edwina's feet and held out her hand. Augusta sighed and gave her employer an exasperated look. It's Thursday, Miss Edwina. What's the date? I can't remember the date. Panic was creeping into Edwina's voice. It's September 7th. Augusta lifted Edwina's hand and placed it in hers. Come on now. You're gonna be late. Late for what? Edwina stood on shaky legs and took the one step down to the Persian rug covering the floor. We need to get you dressed. They're gonna be here soon, and Mr. Porter will have my hide if you're not ready. Augusta led her charge to the end of the bed where a blue dress and a white camisole and a matching petticoat had been laid out next to a pair of stockings and a garter. A cotton bra hung over Augusta's shoulder, and she reached for the edges of the fine cotton gown hanging to Edwina's knees. Now come on, let me get you out of this. What? Edwina put her hands across her chest. I don't want you to see me naked. I barely know you. Miss Edwina, Augusta began. Weariness filled her tone. Please don't fight me this morning. You don't have anything I haven't seen before. Don't make me go get Mr. Porter. That won't end well. The thought of Mr. Porter coming into this room, her room, filled her with fear. No, Edwina pleaded. Don't do that. I'll be good. She swallowed hard and closed her eyes, before finally allowing Augusta to undress her. Augusta held open a pair of silky panties, and Edwina stepped into them, then held her bra up so Edwina could put her arms through the straps. Her small breasts fit into the pointed cups, and she held her breath when Augusta's cold fingers fastened the hooks in back. Augusta helped her into the garter belt, making sure it was at the right place around her slim waist, then helped her hook the stockings to it. Finally, she took the petticoat and bunched it up so it fit easily over Edwina's head. Arms up please, Augusta said. Edwina complied, and the petticoat fell into place around her waist. What year is this? Charlie said. She could almost hear her own voice beneath Edwina's. The two voices bled together like a bad harmony. Not quite hitting the right notes. Oh, Miss Edwina. There was so much sorrow in those words. Charlie wondered if it had been something Edwina had asked before. Don't let Mr. Porter hear you say such things. Well, tell me the year and I won't, Edwina said. Augusta rolled her eyes and picked up the ice blue dress and slipped the yards of fabric over Edwina's head. It's 1955, but you know that, Augusta said. Now let's get you finished up before Mr. Porter comes looking for you. The bodice of Edwina's dress hung open to the waist. The full, pleated skirt fell at an angle until Augusta made quick work of buttoning her up. Edwina held out the skirt, then let it fall over the layers of petticoats until it bloomed into a beautiful silhouette. I love this dress. I know, Augusta said, brushing her hands over Edwina's back, smoothing the fabric. She spun Edwina around gently and buckled the matching ice blue belt around Edwina's tiny waist. Perfect. Slip your feet into your shoes. All right. All right, Edwina said. She pointed her toes and wedged her feet into a pair of navy kitten heels. The woman's thoughts tumbled over one another, making it impossible for Charlie to catch hold of who Edwina really was and how she really felt. Augusta took Edwina's hand in hers and pulled her toward the door. Where are we going? Edwina asked. Mr. Porter is waiting downstairs for you, Augusta said. Come on, Miss Edwina. You're gonna be late. Late for what? Edwina asked, following Augusta through the door and onto the landing of the second floor. I haven't fixed my hair yet, Augusta, Edwina said. Don't you worry, Miss Edwina, you look fine, Augusta said. Now stop dragging your feet. A tall gleaming banister made of polished mahogany led to a wide staircase. Charlie floated along in Edwina's head, looking for any chance to get a good look at the woman's body she was inhabiting in her dream. They passed a large mirror, but it had been smashed, and a large part of the silver-backed glass was missing or in jagged lines, cutting her image into a dozen pieces, distorting her features and making her look almost monstrous. The only thing Charlie could make out was that Edwina had dark wavy hair and large wild brown eyes, but even that was distorted. When they arrived at the bottom of the steps, Augusta led Edwina to a heavy panelled door. It's all right, Miss Edwina. You have to stay strong. Augusta rapped her knuckles against the door. A moment later, it opened, and a classically handsome man opened the door. He could have been Don Draper's younger brother, with his cropped stylish hair and crisp grey suit. Come in, Edwina, the man said. Charlie had a feeling she'd seen this man before, but couldn't place where. I have a surprise for you. What's all this fuss about, Porter? You know I don't like surprises. Yes, yes, he said. I've got it from here, Augusta. Thank you. Augusta's eyes grew wide, and she looked from Porter to another man standing by a heavy desk. Yes, sir, Augusta said. Augusta took Edwina's hands in hers and gave them a squeeze. Charlie could tell the young woman wanted to throw her arms around Edwina and hug her tight, but it wouldn't have been proper. Instead, she fidgeted and didn't do more than hold Edwina's hands. You're gonna be all right, Miss Edwina. And when you get home, I'll be here to take care of you. You understand? Edwina stared into Augusta's face. The young maid's dark brown eyes were watery with unshed tears, and she didn't want her to go. Where am I going? Edwina asked. That's enough, Porter said. Thank you, Augusta, you may go. Augusta gave him a quick nod and disappeared into the hallway. Porter closed the heavy door behind Edwina. The sound of it sent a shudder through Charlie, and Edwina shivered. The heavy finality of it. Edwina, do you remember Dr. Cotius? Of course, Edwina said. Her hands fluttered to her collar, fussing with it when the doctor offered his hand to shake. After an all-award moment, the doctor lowered his arm to his side. Edwina's jumbled thoughts washed over and through Charlie, drowning her in a tsunami of emotion. Edwina glanced back at the door. Could she escape the house before Porter could catch her? Porter, I don't want to go anywhere, Edwina said. Her voice sounded small and childlike. Edwina, Porter said. We talked about this, remember? We agreed this was the best way to deal with what you've done. A dull itch drilled into Edwina's head and her ears buzzed. Her hand flew to her forehead, and she tapped the spot between her brows, then rubbed the skin. Harder and harder until her nails broke through the skin. Something warm and sticky dripped down her face. She'd done. What had she done? She couldn't remember. Every time she thought about that night, her head filled with murky cold water. Nothing was clear. Nothing made sense. The itch grew stronger, and Edwina dug deeper into her forehead, through her macerated flesh. Stop it! Porter had hold of her wrist, pulling her hand away from her face. No, you stop it, she shouted. I don't want to go. Porter's hands squeezed her wrists tight, so tight. It made breaking away from him impossible. Look at yourself, Edwina. Just look. He forced her to turn around and marched her to the thick, framed mirror hanging next to the floor-to-ceiling shelves lining the long wall in this room. Edwina shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut. Open your eyes, he commanded. I don't want to, she whined. Open your eyes, Edwina. I need to see your face. Charlie listened to Edwina's harsh breathing, felt the heaviness of Porter's hands on Edwina's upper arms. His fingers squeezed against her soft flesh. "Open them." He spoke to her through gritted teeth and shook her by her shoulders. The sound of his growling voice startled her. Porter never raised his voice at her in anger or frustration. He was always so sweet to her. Why couldn't he just be sweet to her? "Open your eyes." "I mean it, Edwina." One eye flickered open. Then the other. The onslaught of tears rushed over onto her cheeks, mixing with the blood running down her face and into her eyes. Her pale skin stretched tight over her heart-shaped face, and sunken brown eyes stared back at Charlie. She looked so young. Too young to feel this desperate. This terrified. This ashamed. "You need help, honey." Porter's tone softened. "You can't even look at yourself in a mirror since that night." He put his face next to hers and whispered in her ear. "No one but me knows what you did. And that's how it will stay, as long as you go quietly with Dr. Cotius." "Porter, please." The words came out in a ragged whisper. "I'm sorry, Sugar." Porter wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. His arms crushed her in a vice-like grip, making it hard for her to draw a breath. "This is for the best." He loosened his grip, and one hand snaked up to her face, cupping one side of it. She pressed her cheek into the warmth of his hand for a second. A rush of despair welled up inside her chest, coating her heart like thick, black goo impossible to get off. Like tar or molasses. And she just wanted it all to stop. The haze. The sadness. These horrible feelings threatening to fill her mouth and coat her throat in sticky, black goo that would never come off. A whimper escaped her throat, and gently she pulled Porter's hands from her face and arm. The itch inside her head drove deeper. Her hands shook, wanting nothing more than to claw through her skin, dig into her skull until she reached it. Then she would drag her sharp nails through it, long and hard, until it finally stopped. She hated the woman staring back at her. She barely recognized her anymore. What kind of woman would do the things she'd done? A desperate, pathetic, crazy woman, that's who she muttered. A woman who doesn't even deserve to live. "What did you say, honey?" Porter said, but his voice seemed distant, as if he'd fallen down a hole in the ground. Her gaze flitted to find him, meeting his eyes. "I'm sorry," she whispered and smashed her head into the mirror. To stop the itch. To stop the despair. To stop it all. Charlie awoke with a start, holding her forehead in her hands. A dull, residual ache spread through her skull. She rubbed at the spot where Edwina had scratched. There was no blood or broken skin. She rubbed her hands over her face and took a deep breath. What a weird dream. She clicked on the light and reached for a pad of paper that she kept in the nightstand. "Edwina," she said aloud as she wrote the word. "And Porter." When she was done writing their names, she put a big question mark next to them. Were they? She closed her eyes and tried to remember small details about the dream. Augusta. She wrote the name down and the date that Augusta had given her. The 7th of September, 1955. What had Porter meant when he said he would tell no one about that night? Charlie placed the pen and pad back in the drawer. She threw her legs over the side of the bed and arose. When she got to the door, she opened it. And found herself face to face with Barbara Jean. "Hello." Charlie tried to keep her voice steady. Her heart drummed against her throat, and she hoped that this child's spirit would not sense her concern. "It's Barbara Jean, right? I can't get back in to see Ruby," she said. "I kept banging on the door, but nobody seemed to hear me. The next thing I knew, I was in the yard. I don't like being in the yard by myself." "I'm sorry about that," Charlie said. "Do you know why you can't get in to see Ruby?" "No." Barbara Jean stuck out her bottom lip. I don't like it, though. Rube is my first friend in a long time. You know why that is. The child's faded brown eyes looked familiar. She stared at Charlie and shook her head no. Charlie pressed her lips together to keep from frowning. Well, she began. I think something must have happened to you a long time ago. Do you remember what that might be? Barbara Jean shook her head again, faster this time, more desperate, more fearful. She knew. She knew she was dead. She may have even known why. It had been Charlie's experience, though, that the spirits of children often couldn't accept it. Especially if violence had occurred. That's okay, Charlie said, giving her a reassuring smile. There's a place you know. Where people go when they are like you. It's beautiful there. Peaceful. And lots of family members are there to meet you. You know what I mean, honey. You mean like Grandpa Frank, she said. Yes, like Grandpa Frank. Wouldn't you like to see him again? Grandpa Frank is dead. I don't want to see a dead person, she said, her voice flat and creepy. Listen, honey. Charlie leaned down and used her gentlest voice. I'm so sorry to tell you this, but you are too. Something clamped around Charlie's throat, cutting off her words and her breath. She clawed at the invisible hand, trying to get it to loosen its grip on her neck. The world turned grey and dim at the edges. Barbara Jean watched in horror. Her little form flickered in and out. She put her hands on her cheeks and screamed. The sound made Charlie's bones vibrate. Mom! Evan yelled from his doorway. He reached over and flicked on the lights in the small living room. Barbara Jean disappeared and whatever held Charlie's throat let go. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the floor coughing and massaging her neck. Evan knelt beside her and put his hand on her shoulder. His gaze darted around the room as if he was trying to figure out who was here and where they had gone. Are you okay, Mama? He said. Charlie nodded and sat back on her heels. She took deep breaths. It had been a long time since Evan had called her Mama. He was growing up so fast. I'm fine, baby. You sure? What was that? Evan said. I'm sure, and honestly, I don't know. She looked around the cozy living room. Everything was in its place. She managed a weak smile. I'm sorry I scared you. It's okay. I'm just glad you're all right, he said. He rose from the floor and held out his hand. Charlie took it and let him help her to her feet. You should go back to bed, she said. You sure? Evan said. I'm sure, baby. Go on now. Charlie said. The concern lining his young face didn't fade, but he didn't argue with her. Okay. Good night. Good night, sweetie, she said. She watched him go into his room and shut the door. A stripe of yellow light glowed beneath his door for another minute, then went out. Charlie flipped off the light switch in the living room and headed back into her room. She closed the door behind her and went straight to her dresser. A medium-sized jewelry box made of rosewood with an inlay of lighter wood stained a golden color sat on top. She opened it up and found a small black velvet pouch. She loosened the ribbons and appended the contents into her palm. A small silver necklace with a pentacle and several stone beads twinkled in the light. She'd taken it off a few weeks ago to get a massage and had forgotten to put it back on. That was the last time she would make that mistake. Her hands made quick work of fastening the protective necklace around her neck. When she was finished, she held the pentacle between her thumb and forefinger. A sense of calm spread through her. A minute later she climbed back into bed and waited for the stress to leave her body, but it took a long time for her to fall back to sleep, and when she finally did, her dreams were full of cracked mirrors and flickering children screaming in the darkness. The tension in the car grew heavier and thicker between Charlie and Evan the closer they got to Scott's house. Evan sat in the front seat next to her. His right leg bounced up and down, and he kept fidgeting with the seat belt around his waist. "You're not gonna tell him, right?" Evan said as they took the exit from I-526 to Daniel Island. "No, sweetie, I promise I'm not gonna tell him," Charlie said. "But I am going to tell him that you want to be with me on Samhain." "But you're gonna say Halloween, right?" "Not Samhain." "Because I think that's just gonna freak him out," Evan said. "And I'm the one who has to live with him for the next week." Charlie gave her son a quick look of concern. "Do you think that he would hurt you?" "No," Evan said. "Of course not. But he would judge me. Honestly, I think I'd rather be hit." "And then there's Heather." "What about Heather?" Charlie asked. Her mama bear instincts reared their head. She bit her tongue to keep from saying anything disparaging about her ex-husband's girlfriend. "She's kind of like Grandma," Evan said. "Self-righteous?" Charlie asked. It was no secret, even with Evan, that Charlie's relationship with her ex-mother-in-law was at best strained when she was married to Scott. Marilyn Carver, look up her name, held her ex-daughter-in-law in such low esteem now. Charlie ranked somewhere between dirt and mud. "Mom," Evan said with a disapproving tone. It sounded too much like Scott. It rankled her. "No. Religious. She's Episcopalian like Grandma. They go to the same church and everything." "And she's judgmental?" Charlie asked. "Yeah," he said. "Sometimes." "Opinionated?" It was a word that popped into her head. It floated around them. Heather was opinionated. She wasn't sure if Evan was afraid to say it out loud or not. "What you really meant was she's opinionated, right?" Charlie said. "I hate when you do that," Evan grumbled. "Everybody hates when I do that," Charlie said. "But I'm not gonna stop. Especially when it comes to people I love. I don't want there to be anything that you feel you can't say to me. Do you understand?" "Yes," he said. "And I do think Heather's opinionated. I'm not supposed to feel that way because I'm a kid and she's a grown-up. It's a terrible line to have to live beneath, isn't it? And it's very easy for grown-ups like your dad and Heather and your grandma to discount you because of your age and experience. I'm sure I've done it too. And I'm sorry. You aren't like other almost 13-year-olds. You see the world with different eyes. I'm gonna try to do a better job of remembering that, okay?" Charlie said. "Thanks, Mom," Evan said. "I think I should still hide the books that you gave me." "Why, do you think?" "I think you should do whatever you feel makes you safe," Charlie said. "I'm sorry you feel you can't read them openly. Do you want me to talk to your dad about it?" "No," Evan said. "Then he would know that I'm more interested in." Evan stopped and pressed his head back against the headrest. He stared out the window with his hand wrapped tightly around the seat belt across his chest. Charlie pulled the car over and put it into park. "More interested in what, sweetie?" Evan rolled his eyes. "Nothing more interested in being pagan? Being a witch? You know, just because you set out on a path doesn't mean that you won't diverge from it later in your life. You'll study and learn and feel so many things in your lifetime. And no one's journey is exactly the same. It's okay to be different. I know it's hard when you're a kid. Especially a kid in middle school." Charlie said. "It's not that," Evan said. "Then what is it, sweetie?" Charlie said. "Can we talk about it later maybe?" Evan said. "You know how Dad is when you bring me home late." "Of course," Charlie said. She shifted the car into drive and pulled back onto the street. "Doesn't mean we won't talk about it though." "We will." "Okay." Okay, Evan said. Charlie pulled into Scum's driveway next to a gold Lexus, put the car in park and cut the engine. Heather? Charlie asked. She knew the Lexus didn't belong to her mother-in-law. Marilyn Carver had a thing for Mercedes-Benz. Yep, Evan said. He unbuckled his seat belt and climbed out of the car. Charlie popped the trunk so he could retrieve his suitcase and his book bag. Good, Charlie said aloud. She pulled down the visor, quickly finger-combed her long blonde hair and pinched her cheeks before getting out of her car and following Evan up the steps. When they were in the foyer, Evan stopped. Dad. I'm home. Mom's here. She wants to talk to you. Charlie steeled herself for the fight they were about to have. Scott emerged from the living room. He wore the pair of fine grey wool pants and a white button-down with no tie and the sleeves rolled halfway up his forearms. You look nice, Charlie said. Charlie? Scott said. He straightened up even more than normal and his chest jutted out just a little. It reminded Charlie of a peacock. This is unexpected. The words were polite, but none of it carried over into his tone. Yes. I'm sure it is. I need to speak with you, she said. A tall blonde that could have been Charlie's twin rounded the corner from the dining room into the living room and took her place next to Scott. Her cool smile showed her perfectly white, straight teeth. Charlie, Heather said. What a nice surprise. Heather slipped her hand in the crook of Scott's elbow as if to say he's mine. Her sparkling green eyes regarded Charlie with extreme caution. Alone, Scott? Now, Charlie said. What's this about? Heather asked. It's about parenting, Charlie said. If you'll excuse us, Heather. The smile on Heather's face faded, and her lips turned down just a little bit at the corners. Scott. I think we need to tell her. No, Scott said using a tone that at one time would have made Charlie shrink. Now is not the time, Heather. Charlie almost felt sorry for her. After his near-death experience, Scott had sworn off his old ways. But it seemed that day-to-day living and other influences had caused Scott to backslide slowly. It made Charlie sad. She had liked the new Scott much more than the old Scott. Come with me, Charlie, Scott said. He pressed his hand against Heather's to reassure her before pulling away. Charlie followed him through the house to his office. At least the changes here had stayed. He closed the door behind them and directed Charlie to the leather couch against the wall. Have a seat. Charlie sat on one end and Scott on the other. What's going on with Evan? First of all, he's afraid of you. And that concerns me greatly. Because if he's afraid of you, he's not gonna talk to you and tell you things, Charlie said. And that makes me very sad for you. He's gonna be 13 years old in 3 weeks. Is that the relationship you want to have with your son? Scott stared at her. His square jaw tightened. And his lips pressed into a straight line. Why is he afraid of me? I've never even spanked him. You know why he's afraid of you, Scott. And it has nothing to do with whether or not you've spanked him. You judge him. He's smart, and he's very well educated. We made sure that. And he feels things stronger than most boys his age. Hell, most boys at all, she said. What you want me to do, Charlie? I just want you to love him, that's all. Love him for who he is. Not who you want him to be, Charlie said. Evan is a child. He doesn't know who he is yet, Scott said. And that's the problem, Charlie said. What? That he doesn't know who he is yet. Scott said. No. The problem is you don't want to let him figure out who that is, Charlie said. Did you come here just to lecture me? Scott said, sounding exasperated. No, actually, Charlie said. I came to ask you about Evan's birthday. Yes, He told me he was going to invite you to his party on Friday night, Scott said. You're welcome to come. No, this isn't about that. This is about the day of his actual birthday, Charlie said. He's going trick-or-treating with his friends. Heather and I figured we would take him out for an early dinner, Scott said. Well, I've already talked to him, and he's not really into trick-or-treating this year. As you know, my uncle has a bonfire on Halloween every year. And we drink apple cider and tell ghost stories and have a good time. Evan would like to come, Charlie said. It's not your week, Charlie, Scott said. I know it's not my week, Scott. That's why I'm here. Charlie felt heat creeping up her neck into her cheeks. Evan wants to be there. And I would like him there if that's where he wants to be. You're still gonna have a party for him? He's still gonna have his friends over. It's not as if he's going to be missing out on anything. Scott grimaced while listening to her. And she felt herself getting ready to fight harder. She didn't want it to turn into a shouting match. That wouldn't accomplish anything except upsetting Evan. She softened her face and her tone. She could do that for her son. Please, Charlie said. It would mean a lot to him and to me. Scott drew in a breath through his nose and his nostrils flared out. Charlie braced for the worst. Can I think about it? Scott asked. An olive branch. She would take it. Yes, absolutely. Talk to him about it, she said. I will, Scott said. Thank you, Charlie said, getting to her feet. I'll let you know something next weekend. All right. Perfect, Charlie said. And she left his office feeling lighter than she ever had in all their years of marriage. Maybe she was wrong. Perhaps the changes had stuck. It was an instance where she would much rather be wrong than right. The bell jingled above her head when Charlie walked through the front door of the Kitchen Witch Cafe. She slowed her pace just long enough to scan the interior of her cousin's restaurant. It was quiet for a late afternoon. A few tables had patrons eating a late lunch or an early dinner. But nothing like the bustle it would be in about an hour or two. After dropping Evan off, she headed straight here to meet Tom Sharon. She found him sitting at the counter near the cash register. His back to her. He leaned forward on his elbows and whatever he was saying to Jen made her laugh. All the stress from the last 24 hours melted away and she felt lighter as she approached Tom. She hoped whatever magic he was working on Jen would rub off on her. Jen finished counting the money in her hand and closed the register drawer. She glanced up and gave Charlie a wave. Tom looked over his shoulder and smiled, obviously happy to see her. When she was almost to the counter, he stood up and held out a hand for her. She found her feet moving faster. And he wrapped his arms around her as soon as she was close enough. She melted against him and breathed him in. He smelled like her favorite cologne. She could get lost in that scent. Are you all right? He said softly against her ear. I am now, she said. You want to talk about it? He asked. Yes, I do, she said. Tom pulled out of their embrace and searched her face. Something's happened. Charlie nodded but didn't say anything more. Her gaze flitted to her cousin. I was wondering if I was gonna see you today or not, Jen said. PM fixin' to leave for the day, as soon as Ben gets here. Are you in a hurry? Charlie asked. Not particularly, Jen said. Everything okay? I think that all depends on your perspective, Charlie said. Okay, Jen said, her tone full of wariness. Why don't I get your orders and we'll sit down and talk about it? Charlie nodded and slipped her hand into Tom's and headed for an empty booth. Jen put 2 tea glasses on the table and slid into the booth across from Charlie and Tom. Your orders are in, and Ben is on his way. Now what's going on? Charlie wrinkled her nose. How long before he gets here? Probably a few minutes. You want to wait? Jen asked. No, I can start, although I think we can definitely use his insight on this, as well as Tom's, Charlie said. That sounds serious, Tom said. I think it is, Charlie said. First thing, I just want to say I'm sorry, Jen. You're sorry? Did you do? Jen sounded bemused. I told you Barbara Jean wasn't dangerous, Charlie said. What? Jen's expression transformed from curious to panic-stricken. First, before you freak out too much. Whatever you ended up doing to Ruby's room, it blocked Barbara Jean from your house. I basically just revoked my invitation with a quick blessing and a blessing bag on Ruby's headboard, Jen said. That's good. Maybe I should do that, Charlie said. Why? Why it happened? Jen asked. Barbara Jean paid a visit to my house, Charlie said. Are you serious? Jen said. We just put new wards out for your house. I know, and I burn sage pretty regularly. But somehow it didn't stop her, and I can't say today that she isn't a negative entity anymore. Who's a negative entity? Ben approached the table wearing a curious expression on his round face. His beard had gotten thicker since the last time Charlie saw him. The dense facial hair downplayed his baby face but didn't detract from his good looks. It's good to see you, Tom. It's been a while. Good to see you too, Ben, Tom said. Jen moved over closer to the wall. Hey, sweetie, allowing Ben to slide into the booth next to her. Ben gave her a quick peck on the lips before taking off the light jacket he wore. Once they were all settled, and Jen had gotten Dottie to bring tea glasses for Ben and herself, Ben folded his hands together and settled his sharp blue eyes on Charlie. VVH, why don't you start at the beginning? Ben took a sip of his sweet tea. All right, Charlie said. She began with the auction and ended her story with waking from the bad dream and her encounter with Barbara Jean at her door. And you think the child choked you? Tom asked. Yeah, I do. I think it scared her when I talked about moving on, Charlie said. Yeah, Ben nodded in agreement. Spirits don't like the idea of the unknown any more than we do. So that settles it then. I'll make a few blessing bags for your house and maybe you can catch her and Tom can ferry her over across the Vale and be done with it, Jen said. I'm free for now, Charlie. If you'd like some help, Ben said. I'd appreciate that, Charlie said. Done, Ben said. Do you want to talk about your dream, love? Tom asked. Charlie chuckled. Nobody wants to hear about my dream. Maybe it's connected, Ben said. You've said yourself on many occasions that sometimes spirits try to tell you their story in your dreams. Yes, but this wasn't about Barbara Jean. It was about a woman, who I think, was about to be committed by her husband, Charlie said. Oh, that sounds like the plot of a Lifetime movie, Jen said. I'd watch it. Actually, it was sad and kind of scary. She definitely had something going on. Charlie rubbed her forehead, remembering Edwina thrusting her head into the mirror. I may go to the library at Charleston College to see if I can find any information about them. They seemed wealthy, so maybe they are in the society pages. We can make a date of it. Tom pressed his shoulder against hers. If you'll have me. Charlie smiled and said, I'd like that. Would I be too much of a third wheel if I tagged along? Ben asked. Tom opened his mouth to say something, but Charlie answered before he could. No, of course not. Tom closed his mouth. A perfunctory smile crossed his lips, and he echoed, of course not. Maybe I could pick your brain about something. If you don't mind, Charlie said. Sure, Ben said. Dottie, a long-time waitress at the cafe, approached the table carrying 2 plates. Her short, silver hair was held back from her face in a tie-dyed scarf, and the only makeup she wore was a bright, pink lipstick. "Here you go," Dottie said, putting the plates down in front of Tom and Charlie. Ben's eyes grew wide at the sight of Charlie's meal. His stomach growled loud enough for the whole table to hear, and Jen laughed. "Dottie, could you please bring us another plate of meatloaf and mashed potatoes?" "Coming right up," Dottie said with a smile, then turned on her heels and headed back to the kitchen. Chapter 11 Isa Holloway opened the locked doors to the built-in decorative cabinet in the wall next to her television. Her stomach fluttered a little. This was the first time she had ever shown Jason Tate her altar. It was as personal to her as anything she had allowed him to do to her body, and far more sacred. She gently straightened up the collection of items sitting atop a navy blue velvet scarf. There was a mix of crystals and small jars with what to an ordinary person's eye might have seemed like a strange or random collection of items. But every one of them had meaning for her. In the center of her altar was a shiny brass pentagram within a double circle. She'd placed across the back of the shelf a small broom that she had made herself as part of her witch's training. She had learned her craft first from her grandmother Bunny and later her aunt, Evangeline. A deck of tarot cards sat in front of an obelisk made of white quartz, along with an orderly arrangement of pictures in small frames, one of her dad, one of Jen and Ruby, one of Charlie and Evan, and one of Daphne and Evangeline. Her family. Each photo frame had a black tourmaline crystal glued to the top center rail and a tiny burlap bag tied with a leather cord that wrapped around the base. Inside the bag were various protective herbs, salt, a crystal or two, and any other object she deemed worthy of inclusion for its magical properties. There were also candles of different colors in brass holders. She took the deck of cards, and both a purple and a gray candle from the altar. "So this is it?" Jason asked. "This is where all the magic happens." The teasing in his voice irritated her. She sighed and closed the door to the altar. The lock clicked when she turned the little brass key, and she slipped it back into her pocket. "That's not really helpful," she said. "Would you go into a church and say that to a priest or a pastor?" "No," he said. The wry grin on his face faded and his expression grew thoughtful. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun. Really, I didn't. Magic isn't all just fun and games, you know. In essence, this is my religion." "You're right," he said, his handsome face contrite. "I really am sorry." "Apology accepted," Lisa said, trying not to bristle too much. She knew she could be prickly, hard to love and even harder to hold on to. She was trying to do better. Be a better girlfriend. She had never done that with any of her past boyfriends. "So how is this going to work exactly?" he asked. "I don't know exactly," Lisa said. She walked over to the breakfast bar in her condo where she had spread out a fringed black velvet table runner. She placed the 2 candlesticks down above the tarot cards. "I need a lighter," she said. Jason stood at the end of the breakfast bar, partly in her way. She scooted around him and opened the top drawer. Jason regarded her with some curiosity. Several organizers fit together like a puzzle, filling the space inside, giving things like a lighter, a Leatherman tool, 2 screwdrivers, a pair of pliers and a small flashlight a home. 2 small baby food jars had been repurposed to hold an array of buttons and other sewing tools, like needles and pins. "You keep the neatest junk drawer I think I've ever seen." His lips twitched into a grin. "You say that like it's a bad thing," she said. Her fingers wrapped around a long, thin barbecue lighter. She pressed the little button with her thumb and pulled the trigger. A flame appeared at the end of the black metal tube. Once she was satisfied that it worked, she closed the drawer and went back to the work area she'd made. She settled into one of the bar stools and put the lighter down next to the velvet. "I need the picture," Lisa said. "Right," Jason said. He opened the manila folder lying on the counter in front of him. Inside, the school photo of a pretty, brunette 13-year-old girl stared back. From the look on Jason's face, Lisa knew this was one of the most important cases to come across his desk in a long time. Lisa would have recognized the girl even without the photo. Keely Moore had dominated the news for the last 3.5 months. Her story had even made national headlines. Not one, but 2 FBI agents had consulted on the case. Other counties had offered up men for a massive search for the girl. On the 5th of July, during a summer camping trip with her family to Palmetto Point State Park, Keely Moore had walked by herself 50 yards from her parents' beachfront campsite to the public bathroom just before dawn and vanished into the ether without even a hair, piece of fiber, or tire track left behind by her abductor. Amber alerts had gone out, and her picture had been splashed across social media. The videos of her parents begging for their daughter's safe return had broken Lisa's heart and put Jen and Charlie on edge for weeks. What if it had been Ruby? Or Evan? Perverts weren't confined to those who snatched little girls. Lisa reached for the photo and placed it between the 2 candles. She rested her fingertips on the bottom of the image for a moment, concentrating on the GP's face, setting her intention for the reading. Before I start, I just want to say I've never done this sort of thing before. I'm pretty good at finding missing things, but I've never done a reading like this for a missing person or anything living before, she said. I know, honey, Jason said. I promise you any information you give me is better than what I've got right now. Lisa gave him a quick nod. She picked up the lighter and flicked it to life, touching the flame to the wicks of the candles. Her fingers brushed over the deck of tarot cards. It was a traditional deck that her grandmother had given her when she officially joined the coven at 17. She wasn't sure precisely what spell her grandmother had put on the cards, but despite her excessive use of them when she was younger, they looked almost as if they had never been used. After a quick shuffle, she fanned them out into a line and let her left hand drift back and forth over the cards before she began to draw from them. One by one she selected the 10 cards she needed and then placed them face down in front of her in a Celtic cross spread. From the corner of her eye she saw Jason watching her movements, studying her with his usual intensity. She turned over the first card in the center of the circle of cards she'd laid out. The Sunday, what does it mean? Jason said. It represents the girl, Lisa said. Carefree and innocent. I can't remember from the news, is she an only child? Should you be asking me questions? Charlie doesn't like to know, I'm not Charlie, and this isn't like what she does, she explained. I'll need to ask clarifying questions to make more sense of the meaning and I'll answer your questions. Okay, he said. Yeah, she's an only child. And this is her, yeah, pretty much, Lisa said. She's the light at the center of her family. You can tell that from one card. Jason said. The skepticism in his voice made her bristle. Yes, I can. I love you, and I know this is weird for you, but negative energy will mess me up, so, sorry, Jason said. He held his hands up in surrender. Didn't mean to upset you. It's just strange because that's how her mom described her to me when I interviewed her. Sunshine is what her parents call her in private. That wasn't in the news. PM not surprised about that. The cards tell me a story about the answers I'm seeking. Some of it will be the past. Some will be the present. Some of it will be the future, Lisa said. Each card will stand alone, but it will also make up part of a bigger picture. You know what I mean? I guess. I didn't even know you read tarot, he said. Jen and I both do. Although I tend to rely on it more than she does, Lisa said. What about Charlie? Jason said. Lisa chuckled. Charlie doesn't need it. She can see the story most of the time without anybody's help. And Daphne? Jason asked. Daphne was never one to focus on seeking answers this way. She shrugged. She has plenty of other talents. Like what? Fixin' people's hair. Jason chided. Hey, not only is she the best PvE ever seen when casting a glamour, she's also a wicked potions mistress, Lisa said, letting her irritation show. Her younger cousin might drive her crazy, they might butt heads on occasion, but she was Lisa's family, and she didn't like it when other people disparaged Daphne. You might think twice if she ever hands you a drink and is wearing a weird little smile. Just saying. Jason laughed, but it was broken and nervous, as if he wasn't sure if Lisa was joking or not. Really? Really, Lisa said. Okay. Good to know, Jason said. Let's keep going. Lisa turned over the second card that was crossways beneath the center card and placed it across the sun card. 8 of Swords, Lisa muttered. That makes sense. Why? Jason asked. It shows she's been abducted and is being held captive. The woman on the card is tied up, blindfolded and surrounded by swords. She's a victim. You think she's alive then? Jason said. She was when she was abducted. There are still more cards to flip, so I don't want to make any assumptions yet. Right, Jason said. Let's keep going. Lisa reached for the topmost card and flipped it over. Her body relaxed a little and the tension she held between her shoulders lessened. You're smiling? That's a good card. Jason asked. 3 of Cups. Yes. It's a good card. It represents influence, so you may end up working with Charlie whether you like it or not. And maybe Jen or Daphne. She touched the card, knowing she was one of the 3 women holding up a brass cup on the card. Not Charlie, Jason muttered. Lisa rolled her eyes. If he didn't want to work with her cousin, that was fine. It didn't mean she couldn't. Lisa. Turn the next card. The Star. It reinforces her roots, how she's the center of her parents' universe. Lisa turned the next card and scowled. Someone betrayed her. Who? Jason said. I don't know, but it wouldn't hurt to take another look at who was around her that week. Friends, family, other campers. Jason pulled a little notebook he kept in the breast pocket of his shirt along with a pen and scribbled a note. Lisa paused for a second, letting her hand hover over the next card. The energy in the room shifted from anxious to heavy. The 6th card in the Celtic cross spread would be a glimpse of Keely Moore's near future. If the girl was dead, or going to die soon, this card could show Lisa that outcome, and part of her didn't want to know. Part of her wanted that little girl to get away from whoever was holding her captive and make her way back to her parents. We're not meant to know what's over the horizon, darling. That's why the world is round, her father had told her more times than she could count. If we know too much, we might not want to face the scary and the bad things in front of us. But if we don't, darling, we won't find out what's on the other side. She'd thought that nonsense when she was a teenager and even into her 20s. But now, she knew there was wisdom in his words. What are you waiting for? Jason said. He stared at the cards. His brow furrowed and his jaw set as if he were trying to figure out some puzzle. Nothing, Lisa said and turned over the next card. Her heart dropped into her belly. The Tower. Does it mean? Is it bad? Jason said. Is she dead? No, I don't think she's dead. Things are in turmoil, or will be, even more so than they are now. It could mean she's being held somewhere and y'all are close to finding her, but things are still touch and go for her. She sighed. The other cards will tell me more, she said. She turned the last 4 cards in rapid succession, not waiting to contemplate each one. She took a breath and began to look at the situation as a whole instead of card by card. She had a happy life before. Carefree, and she shined. She's artistic and has this sunny sort of energy that people are drawn to. That's what he was drawn to, too. She tapped the Nine of Swords card. I'm really curious about how this plays into it all. I have this nagging feeling that someone saw something, but didn't say anything because it would expose him. Are we gonna find her alive? Jason asked, his voice full of caution. I don't know. Part of it could depend on you, she said. On me? I'm doing everything I can, Jason protested. Following every single lead, no matter how small. This card tells me you're really not. Lisa touched her finger to the card in the 7th position. Temperance. This is about the attitude at hand. It shows the need to work together. To temper whatever pride or hurt feelings or mistrust you might have toward a certain psychic. That can't be true, Jason scoffed. I'm just telling you how I see it. And there's still a lot of confusion and darkness to come, and there's no resolution at this point. I don't know how much longer she'll stay alive. And this spread isn't giving me any information about where he's keeping her, other than she's in a dark, lonely place. She tapped the 8th card. The Nine of Swords. I don't sense that she's fighting anymore. We need to find her before she gives up, otherwise, she may be lost forever. There's a danger of that. Yes, there is, and honestly, you need help, Lisa said. This is going to take more than just me, though. You know Charlie's not right all the time, Jason said. I know that, Lisa said. Whether you realize it or not, it's the thing she fears the most. She's gotten better at trusting herself, but there are still moments where she doubts. Yeah, well, she seemed pretty sure of herself the last time we worked together. Aggravation made his voice sound like it had been raked across gravel. That's because she was right, Lisa said. You still can't admit it. But she was right. And I'm alive because of it. Jason rolled his eyes and took a step back. You looking for a fight? Not today, she said. She pointed to the spread of cards. This is more important. What about your aunt? She's intuitive, right? Jason said. You are so stubborn, she said. Yeah, I know, he said. I come by it honestly, if that's any consolation. It's not, she shot back. I guess I'll see if Daphne's busy. I appreciate that, Jason said. Do you think she can help? Sure, as long as she doesn't have some client with a hair emergency, Lisa said. A hair emergency? Jason gave her a quizzical look. Never mind. I'll go by and see her, Lisa said. Chapter 12. This whole damn house smells like pot. Jack Holloway grumbled his way into the kitchen. It's not pot, Daddy. It's sage, Jen said. And how do you know what pot smells like? I just do, he said. So what is the sage supposed to do? It's supposed to dispel negative energy, Jen said, purposefully leaving it vague. There was no reason for her father to know they had a ghost problem. Well, it's not dispelling my negative energy, Jack said. The stink of it is giving me a headache. I'm sorry, Daddy, Jen said. I can mix you up something, a tea that will help. No thanks, Jack said. He opened the cabinet next to the sink and pulled out a big yellow bottle with a brown cap. I'll just take a couple of aspirin. He unscrewed the top and shook 2 pills into his palm. Jen took a clean glass out of the drainer and filled it halfway with water before handing it to him. She folded her arms across her chest and leaned against the counter, watching him take his pills, wondering how he would take it if she told him the real reason the house smelled like sage. So, I guess Ben went home? I thought you would have stayed over at his place tonight. Jack rinsed the glass and put it back into the drainer. Not tonight, Jen said. Not until I feel my child and you are safe, she added silently. By any chance have you seen my reading glasses? Jack asked. No, Jen said. Where did you have them last? I usually keep them with me in my pocket. His hand patted the breast pocket of his golf shirt where he kept a pocket glasses case. It flattened beneath the weight of his hand. I was reading in my office earlier. That's the last time I saw them. Did you ask Ruby if she'd seen them? Jen asked. Why would Ruby take my glasses? Jack asked. I'm not saying she did. Did you kiss her goodnight? Maybe they fell out in her bed. Jen suggested. Yeah, I did, Jack said. I'll go check her room just in case. Thank you, darling, Jack said. I'm gonna watch a little, all right. Jen picked up a dish towel, folded it and slipped it over the oven door handle, then headed upstairs. Jen held her breath and turned the knob to her daughter's bedroom. The latch mechanism drew back, and she pushed the door, opening it just wide enough for her to slip inside. Ruby was stretched out on the twin bed that Jen had slept in as a girl. The quilt and blanket bunched between the footboard and Ruby's feet. A well-loved and a little worse for wear teddy bear stared at Jen from the crook of Ruby's arm. The light from the hall was not quite enough to help her search properly. On the bureau sat a projector lamp that up until recently, Ruby had used as a nightlight. Jen pressed the button on the side, and the solar system appeared on the ceiling. She couldn't help but smile at the stars and planets slowly rotating around the center sun. Ruby's slow, measured breathing filled the empty spaces of the room, and Jen began to search for her father's glasses, taking care to be as quiet as possible. Jen gently combed over the bed, then pilfered through the stacks of books and toys on the nightstand next to the bed. Inside the little painted drawer she found all of Ruby's markers neatly arranged with the caps pointing in the same direction. She lowered herself to her knees and got down on the floor, running her hands around each of the stuffed animals standing guard next to the space underneath the bed. Ruby had once told her that nothing could come from underneath the bed to get her in the middle of the night as long as she put her stuffed animals in a row like they are your sentinels, Jen had said. Sentinels. Ruby had smiled a strange, happy smile. Jen lowered herself to her elbows and peered under the bed. A thick layer of dust made her groan, but there were no glasses. Just a lone dust bunny. She and her father would have to have a talk about what dusting actually meant, since he agreed it would be part of his job at maintaining the house. Jen sat back on her heels and patted the top of the head of the nearest stuffed animal. Good job, she whispered. A chill brushed across the skin of her exposed neck. Jen shivered. Another sound competed against the sweet steadiness of Ruby's breathing. A sound that made Jen's stomach feel like an icy rock in her gut. Rustling fabric. The sound she always associated with her mother and the cotton dresses she often wore. It was the starch that made them rustle, her mother had once told her. Jen slowly turned her head, ignoring the thud of her heartbeat in her throat. Nothing. There was nothing behind her. Stupid of her to get so panicked over nothing. She let out a little nervous laugh and turned her head back to continue her quest. The sight of the woman's bare feet in front of her made her breath choke in her throat. Her gaze slowly lifted, past the skirt with the rustling petticoat beneath it to the tiny waist, belted and perfect, before finally landing on her face, which must have been stunning in its time. The pale translucent skin of her arms and face had a glow, and she almost blended in with the planets and stars. The only thing marring this apparition was the blood from the long open wounds of her inner forearms. It dripped from her fingers, landing on the hardwood floor in quiet taps. Tap. 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 It splattered onto the trunk and feet of Mellow Yellow, the elephant sentinel, guarding against the monsters beneath her daughter's bed. Her body wouldn't move. She opened her mouth to scream, but nothing would come out. Is this what Charlie sees? She had no idea what to do. Charlie always seemed to talk to them. But her mouth wouldn't cooperate. The spirit stared down at her. Her dark eyes pleading. Her chin quivered as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. It was as if her lips were glued together. Jen swallowed hard, afraid to blink. Mama. Ruby's voice sounded groggy. Jen let out a little scream and fell backward hard onto her butt and elbows. A sharp, hot pain radiated along her forearm. The light clicked on, driving back the darkness. Ruby sat up, scrubbing her face. "What are you doing down there?" Jen glanced around, trying to look everywhere at once. Where had she gone? Was she even real? "Come on, baby," Jen said, her senses finally clearing. "I think you should sleep with me tonight." "Why?" Ruby said. "Because I'm lonely, that's why." "Why don't you come, keep me company?" Jen said. She got to her feet and stared down where the blood had pooled in front of mellow yellow. Except now it was just a hardwood floor. A little old. A little scratched. A little dusty. But there were no signs of blood or anything bad. "Come on, honey." Jen leaned over and picked up Ruby without asking her again. "All right," Charlie said. She squeezed Jen's hand and tried to convey a sense of calm to her shaken cousin. "You think you saw a ghost?" "I don't think anything." "I know. I saw a ghost," Jen said. Jen's eyes cut to the recliner across the room where her father sat holding a sleeping Ruby. "Have you ever seen a ghost before?" Ben stopped his pacing and stared down at his girlfriend. It surprised Charlie that he was as rattled as Jen. Ben had never struck her as the type. He usually handled things with cool logic and a little arrogance. If that didn't work, then he used intimidation and witchcraft. She'd hated him the first time she met him, but he'd grown on her since then. "No," Jen said. She squeezed Charlie's hand tighter. "One haven't. I don't see ghosts." "That's Charlie's thing. Technically, all witches can see ghosts. I mean, we have the wiring, so to speak, to do so," Ben said. "Great," Jen said. "That's just flipping great." "And she didn't say anything?" Charlie said. "No, she just stared at me. It was the saddest and most horrible thing I think I've ever experienced." "Tell me about her dress again," Charlie said. "Please," she added to soften her less than easy tone. "It rustled." Jen squeezed her eyes shut as if trying to remember. She had on petticoats, and it was like her skirt was caught in a perpetual state of rustling. "Petticoats? Really?" Charlie said. Jen dropped her head against the back of the couch and put the heels of her hands over her eyes. "Yes." Charlie reached into her back pocket and pulled out her phone. She tapped on the Pinterest app and brought up one of the boards. Ever since her dream, she'd been unable to stop thinking about Edwina and how Augusta had dressed her so meticulously. It was Tom who suggested she search Pinterest, which surprised her. She'd had no idea he even knew what Pinterest was, much less how to use it. Maybe that's why she liked him so much. They actually had a good time searching for dresses from the 1950s that fit the style Edwina had worn in her dream. "Did it look like any of these?" Charlie handed the phone to Jen. Jen scrolled through the board. The color drained from her face and she handed the phone back to Charlie. "This one?" "That's a day dress," Charlie said. "Was it blue?" "Maybe." Jen let her hands fall from her face to her lap and she stared at the ceiling. It was hard to tell because she was sort of see-through. "Can I see?" Ben asked and held out his hand. Charlie handed him the phone. A somber expression spread across the lines of his face. "How old do you think she was?" "I don't know. It was hard to tell. I was terrified. I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say she's probably in her late 20s, maybe early 30s, she said. "Do you have any permanent markers?" Ben asked. "What?" Jen and Charlie said at the same time. They both shifted their gaze to look at him. Yeah, sure." "WV?" Jen asked. Because I'm tired of playing around. It makes me mad that this spirit got into this house. Especially with all the protections in place. It's time to pull out the big magic. A boundary that neither she nor the girl can break, Ben said. Charlie, will you help me? Of course, Charlie said, getting to her feet. What do we need to do? We need to cast the mother of all protection spells, Ben said. Great, Charlie said. Let's do it. Charlie held 2 Sharpies in her hands. Jen had pilfered them from her morning journaling supplies and given them to Charlie with a worried frown on her face. Charlie had tried to reassure her with a smile, but it didn't work. She followed Ben up the staircase to the 2nd floor. He looked as tense as she felt. It was one thing to put herself in danger, but something altogether different when it came to her family. She had brought this on them. Because of her blindness. And her underestimation of the strength of the spirit's attachment to the playhouse and the furniture that came with it. Stop it, Ben said. He stopped at the top of the landing and turned around to face her. This isn't your fault. I didn't say anything, Charlie said. You didn't have to, Charlie, Ben said. I'm just as much of an empath as you. Your guilt is choking me. Stop it. There will be spirits you're not gonna be able to detect. It's just the way the world works. Sounds like something my grandmother would say, Charlie said. Your grandmother was a wise woman, Ben said. Charlie reached the top step. Fine, she said. I just don't want anything to happen to them. It would kill me. Ben lowered his voice and nodded. I know. It would kill me too. Is Evan with his dad? Yeah. It's Scott's week. Charlie said. Good, Ben said. You ready to do this? Sure. Just show me what I need to do, Charlie said. Ben opened the bag he carried and pulled out a small leather binder wrapped with a leather cord to keep it together. He opened it to reveal several small notebooks tucked inside. Each had an elaborate sigil on the front that she'd never seen before. What language is that? Charlie asked. The sigils? Different languages. Druidic, Enochian, Latin, he said. Do you speak all these languages? Charlie asked. These are all dead languages, Ben said. Nobody really speaks them anymore, except for maybe the Pope and witches in the case of Latin. Some witches on the local witches' council that do all their spells in Latin, Charlie said. I personally took Spanish in high school. You're not missing much, Ben said. You don't need Latin to write a spell. Sometimes the sigils from some of the earlier languages are more powerful. He thumbed through one of the small books until he found what he was looking for. Like this. He held up the book with the pages splayed so she could see the incomprehensible design called a sigil Ben was talking about. It looks like a fancy pitchfork, Charlie said. When I combine it with a couple of other sigils, it becomes an ironclad protection spell. We just have to say an incantation after we draw them, to activate them. And we are gonna do this with permanent markers. Charlie didn't mask her skepticism. Seems like it would need blood or something. I'm not a big fan of blood magic. Ben said. There's too much that can go wrong. Most spells that require blood have a chance of coming back and biting you in the ass. Some magic has too high of a price for me. Sure, Charlie said. That makes sense. It's just permanent marker. You know, it doesn't come off. Once we activate the spell, the markings will actually disappear. You won't even see them. And I don't know anything that can break them, Ben said. So what is the plan exactly? Charlie said. You and I are gonna write the sigils on the windows in the 4 corners of the house. And for a little extra protection I'll write this sigil on Ruby's door, he said, flipping a couple of pages forward. Can we do this to my cottage too? Charlie asked. Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way, Ben said. Then tomorrow, you and I are gonna go dig up every single ward that Jen has put around the property and replace them. Great, Charlie said, not feeling very enthused about having to dig. Come on, let's get started. We'll begin with Ruby's room. Ben headed toward Ruby's corner bedroom. Wouldn't it be better if we split up? Charlie said. It will be more powerful if we say the incantation together. You don't happen to have your wand with you, do you? Ben asked. No, it's in my cottage. Do I need it? Charlie asked. No, Ben said. Not really. Unless you feel you need it to focus your magic. I think I'll be okay just using my hands, Charlie said. Perfect, Ben said. Now come on. Charlie scanned the room for any sign of the spirit Jen had described. She detected no strangeness to the energy of the room. No flickers. No cold spots. No shadows. Just a little girl's room. Full of sweetness and toys. You know, I always hated dolls, Ben said. He stood in front of the bookcase between two tall windows that overlooked the backyard. Several collectible dolls were propped up in metal stands on the top shelf. Their glass eyes stared at Ruby's bed. Charlie suppressed a chuckle, walked over to the shelf and turned each doll to face the wall. Better? Charlie asked. Better, Ben said. I'll take this window, and you can take that window, okay? Charlie said, pointing to the window to the left of the bookcase. Fine, Ben said. He handed her the notebook, holding the place for the first sigil with his thumb. You can take this. I know them by heart. Really? You've written these that often? Charlie asked. Yep, Ben said. I do this for every single place I lay my head. I should have done this months ago for Jen. There wouldn't have been any point. She wouldn't have let you, Charlie said. Yeah, I know, Ben said. Charlie took the book and stood in front of the window. She craned her neck and watched Ben write the 3 sigils vertically, first on the top pane of glass, and then he repeated them horizontally on the bottom pane. Charlie glanced at the page in the book with the first sigil, then flipped to the other 2 pages to copy the other sigils. She mimicked Ben's pattern on the 2 panes of glass, then took a step back to compare her work with Ben's. They matched. Charlie handed the book back to Ben. What's next? She asked. Let's do the other corners of the house and then we'll activate them all at the same time, Ben said. Sounds good, Charlie said. Do you feel comfortable writing these now? He asked. I do, she said. Good. I take Jack's room, he said. Charlie nodded and headed down the hall past Jen's door and the bathroom to Lisa's old bedroom. This was the room Charlie sometimes stayed in. A yellow and white quilt covered the mattress of the antique oak-panelled bed. A tall oak bureau was flanked by 2 windows that faced the bed. Charlie went to work in earnest, writing the sigils on the glass panes before she moved on to the bedroom across the wide, second-floor landing. Charlie entered the room and dust tickled her nose. This was a guest room that Jen used mainly for crafts and sewing. No one slept here very often. Charlie finished and moved on to see how Ben was getting on. She peeked into Jack's room. The sigils had been drawn on the windows, but there was no sign of Ben. Ben? She called. Up here, he answered, but his voice sounded faint and distant. She followed it to the door leading to the attic. Ben, she said again. Yeah, he said. She headed up the steep steps and found him writing the sigils in one of the gable windows. Canthur to cover all the bases, he said. Do you need help? She asked. No, this is the last one, he said. And this is a good place to activate them. No onlookers and no negative energy. Who do you think is negative? Charlie asked. No offense, but your uncle's energy can be negative, he said. Charlie shrugged. He's a doctor. But he does believe. Because he's seen. I don't think he's particularly negative. Oh, Ben said. I always pick up a negative vibe from you. Are sleeping with his daughter, Charlie said. So cut him some slack. Ben chuckled. True. I hadn't thought of it that way. You will, if you ever have a kid, Charlie said. Noted, Ben said. He put his messenger bag on a nearby stool and began to rifle through it. We need to set up a circle. Sure, Charlie said and scanned the floor of the attic. She moved some of the stray furniture that had made its way up here closer to the box-lined shelves beneath the eaves. There's not enough space in here for a standard circle. That's okay, he said. He walked around the cleared space and placed 4 small black candles at the 4 cardinal points of north, south, east and west. It doesn't have to be. It just has to be big enough to hold you and me. Ben pulled a silver lighter from his front pocket, flipped open the top and flicked his thumb across the flint wheel. Then he touched the flame to each candle wick. He faced Charlie and held out his right hand. You ready to do this? As I'll ever be. Charlie took his hand and stepped close to him in the center of the circle. So no altar. We're the altar. He cocked his head back and forth. Sort of. Don't worry, I've done this many times. Good. She was struck by the softness of his hands. Tom had soft hands, too. Ben looked into her eyes. A soft, reassuring smile played on his lips. Follow my lead. Join in when you feel comfortable with the invocation. Got it, Charlie said. Ben took a deep breath through his nose and closed his eyes. Charlie watched him intently, listening as he began the incantation. From the north to the south, to the east and to the west, I beseech you, blessed Mother, for protection from all spirits great and small who wish to enter this place. All the elements, fire, water, air, and earth, I beseech you to draw boundaries around this home where only the living can enter. Reveal those hidden from our eyes. Let the dead remain among the dead and the living remain among the living. Reveal those hidden from our eyes. Let the dead remain among the dead and the living remain among the living, Ben repeated. He opened his eyes and gave Charlie a little nod. Let the dead remain among the dead, and the living remain among the living, Charlie said, joining in as he repeated the phrase again. From the north to the south to the east and west, Ben said. I beseech you, blessed Mother, for protection, Charlie said. From all spirits great and small who wish to enter this place, Ben said. The air around them crackled and Charlie's gaze slid to the windows. The sigils drawn on the glass glowed fiery yellow. Charlie's heart thudded against her rib cage. It was working. We call on the elements, fire, water, air, earth, Charlie said. Draw boundaries around this home where only the living may enter, Ben said. Let the dead remain among the dead, they said together. The light of the sigils had changed, going from red to yellow to white as if they were etching the symbols into the glass. It excited her and frightened her at the same time to be part of this sort of magic. And the living remain among the living? As above so below, Ben said. So mote it be, they said in unison. The air smelled like electrical irons floating around them, still crackling a little. The sigils had disappeared just as Ben said they would. It worked, Charlie said, incredulous. Did you really doubt me? Ben said. No, I guess I didn't, Charlie said. This is just a little different than what we normally practice. More intense. More magic, I guess. It all flows from the same place, Charlie, Ben said. You want to go to your house and do this now? Maybe, Charlie said. Did something change your mind? Ben asked. Well, if we do this, from the sounds of it, it means that Penny won't be around anymore, she said. Who's Penny? He asked. She's a dead chicken that haunts my house, Charlie said. You say that like it's a good thing, Ben said. Charlie chuckled. She's grown on me. You may want to think about how much she's grown on you before you do this, Ben said. Once we do it, she's out for good. There's no way to reverse the spell? Charlie asked. Not easily. It would take some pretty powerful magic, Ben said. Great, Charlie said. Let me think about it. No problem, Ben said. Charlie? Jen's voice echoed up the staircase. Ben? They exchanged a concerned look. Go on, Ben said. I'll clean up and be down in a minute. Charlie headed downstairs to see what all the commotion was about and found Jen standing in the middle of the living room floor, holding Ruby and her Uncle Jack gawking at the couch. What the hell was that? Jack said. What happened? Charlie tried to assess her cousin and uncle's thunderstruck expressions. Tom, Jen hugged Ruby closer. Charlie glanced around the room. Where is Tom? He just... Jen stared into Charlie's face. He transformed and then just disappeared. What the hell did I just see? Jack asked. Oh fudgesicles, Jen muttered. Ben's heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs. Seriously, somebody tell me what the hell just happened, Jack said. Jennifer Elizabeth. I don't know, Daddy, Jen said. I'm just as flabbergasted as you are. What? Ben said. Our spell is evidently working, Charlie said. What do you mean? Ben asked. I don't know, Jen said. The air changed and then Tom's body just sort of morphed into his natural form. That. Ben's mouth fell open. Are you serious? Y'all are going to make me lose my mind up in here, if y'all don't stop talking in code, Jack snapped. Sorry, Uncle Jack, Charlie said. Maybe you should fix yourself a drink and then have a seat. Why? Jack said. Because you're gonna need it, once I start explaining things. Charlie patted him on the shoulder. So the Grim Reaper is real? Jack said. He looked like he'd been slapped. He sat back in his leather recliner and emptied his glass of bourbon in a few deep gulps. Is there anything else? I know about ghosts and witches and now this. The Grim Reaper is real and my niece is dating him? Don't you all just go ahead and finish me off now. Jen took his glass away and disappeared into the kitchen. She returned a few minutes later with a nearly full glass of her father's favorite liquor. She took a long sip before handing it over to him. Why do you need a drink? Jack said. Because Ben's about to answer your question, Jen said. Do you really want to know? Ben asked. Jack looked Ben in the eyes and something passed between them. Jack shook his head. No, I guess I don't. He knocked back the rest of his drink and slammed the empty glass down on the small end table next to his recliner. I'm going to bed. It is safe now, right? No more whatevers. Yes, sir, Charlie said. It is. The three of them watched as he disappeared around the corner and headed up the steps. Once he was out of sight, the knots in Charlie's shoulders relaxed a little. I need to figure out what happened to Tom, Charlie said. And you're sure this thing can't be reversed? Jen said. I know this is ridiculous, but I just feel like the worst hostess ever. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure it out. No one's ever wanted to reverse it before, Ben said. This has just been the worst night that I can remember in forever, Jen said. Charlie tried Tom's cell phone again, but he didn't answer. Damn it. I wish he would just pick up. Maybe he's at your cottage, Ben said. I cast him out of the house, not off the property. That's true, Charlie said. Why didn't I think of that? Because this is just the worst night in forever, that's why," Jen said. "Are you gonna be okay?" Charlie asked. "Yeah, I'm going to be fine. She's not gonna come back right no." Ben moved behind Jen and gently squeezed her shoulders. She leaned into him and her tense body relaxed a little. "Did Ruby fall asleep?" Charlie asked. Jen nodded. "I put her in my room. Hopefully, all this hasn't scarred her for life." "I'm sure she'll be fine," Charlie said. "You go do what you need to do," Ben said. He wrapped his arms around Jen. "I've got this." "Thank you," Charlie said and headed for the back door. Tom was waiting on her front stoop. He stood up as she approached, a smile stretched across his handsome face. "Looks like your spell worked." "Oh my gosh, are you mad?" she asked, practically throwing herself into his arms. "No, of course not," he laughed. "There's nothing to be angry about. There's always some sort of price that comes with magic, especially protection spells." "Are you banished?" Charlie said. "I mean, is that even?" She stopped herself before she possible. "I mean, you said the D word." "No, I'm not banished. But I am exposed. I don't know what that spell was, but it forced me out of my glamour. And with your uncle sitting there, I had to get out of there as fast as I could." "So you can't go back? Wearing your glamour?" Charlie pulled out of his arms, a cold, sinking feeling in her gut. "I'll ask Daphne how she does it." "It may affect her glamour too," Charlie said. "What do you mean? You don't really think she dyes her hair a different color every week, do you?" Charlie said. "I had not thought about it," Tom said. "But it makes sense now that you say it." "Jen is terrified that you're going to think she's a bad host," Charlie said. "That's silly," Tom said. "Not being allowed in this form is a small price to pay for Jen and Ruby's safety." Charlie leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "You are so sweet. I can make us dinner on Fridays on weeks I don't have Evan." "Don't be ridiculous. I would never want you to feel like you have to choose between me and your family," Tom said. "I don't feel that way," Charlie said. "I know, but your relationship with your family is too important. We can always rendezvous after." He took her hand in his and kissed her knuckles. Her belly fluttered. "I would like that." Charlie met his eyes and leaned in. Tom met her halfway and pressed his lips against hers. She slipped her arms around his neck and deepened the kiss. Then she was sufficiently dizzy with want she pulled out of his arms. "So you want to come inside?" "Absolutely," he said and followed her into the house. Edwina sashayed up the stairs to the offices of Ruskin, Powers and Fields, her petticoats rustling. She loved that sound. It made her feel good. Made her feel feminine. Powerful. Men paid attention when she walked into a room, and her father's law offices were no different. Charlie went along for the ride as soon as she recognized the feel of Edwina's skin in her dream. Her mind focused on the woman's thoughts, and how much clearer Edwina felt this time. "Good morning, Margie." Edwina stopped at the secretary's desk and flashed a smile at the older woman with the pinched face and cat-eyed glasses. "Is my daddy here?" "Yes, but he's with a client at the moment, Miss Edwina." "Would you like to wait?" Margie said. "I think I'll pop in and surprise Porter. See if he'll take me to lunch." "He's not with a client, is he?" Edwina asked. "No, he's not." "Do you want me to announce?" "No," Edwina said. "I'd rather surprise him." The smell of tanned leather and lemon wood polish tickled Edwina's nose. She ran her gloved fingers over one of the tables in the corridor leading to the lawyer's offices and stopped at the candy dish. She really shouldn't. She had her figure to consider. It had been a bit of a struggle to lose the baby weight. But now she was in tip-top condition again. She pulled her hand away from the opalescent dish and kept moving. Porter's office door was closed. She put her ear to the door and couldn't hear anything. Poor thing. Bless his heart, her daddy had him slaving away. A smile tugged at her lips and she turned the polished brass knob as quietly as possible. Surprise. Her smile quickly faded to a horrific grimace at the scene in front of her. Porter sat on the leather Chesterfield sofa across from his desk. She had picked it out along with two coordinating wing-back chairs in a lovely navy velvet. "You don't think it's too heavy?" Porter had asked. "Of course not," she had said. "It's stately. Refined. Powerful like the lawyer you're going to be." Her stomach roiled at the sight of Porter's pants down around his ankles. He pushed his secretary's head away from his lap, and she fell back onto her rump with a shocked, harrowing squeak. "Porter, what are you doing?" His secretary's high voice, like a metal fork on fine china, scratched across Edwina's nerves. Porter jumped to his feet and struggled to pull his pants up. He almost lost his balance and Edwina wished that he had fallen right on that handsome face of his. Let the floor break his nose. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It would serve him right for doing this to her. "Edwina," Porter said, zipping and buckling up his pants finally. He stepped over his secretary. "What are you doing here?" Edwina didn't answer him with words. As soon as he was close enough, she pulled the glove off her hand and slapped him across the face. Hard enough to leave a dark red mark. "You said you would stop," Edwina said. "You lied to me." She cast a condescending eye at the young woman on the floor. "You're fired. Go see Margie about your paycheck right this minute. And don't you ever show your face here again. You hear me, girl?" "Porter," the young woman said, sounding indignant. "Are you just going to let her talk to me like that?" Porter rubbed the spot on his cheek and gazed into his wife's angry face. "Get your things, Gloria, and do as she says." Gloria gathered herself off the floor, pushing one shoulder into Edwina as she passed. A moment later they were alone. "How could you do this to me again, Porter? Do I need to march down the hall to my father's office and let him know?" She blew a breath through her nose. "About your indiscretions? You have humiliated me. When is it going to stop?" Porter ran his fingers through his hair and straightened his tie. "It stops now. I'm sorry, honey. It won't happen again." He leaned in and pecked her on the cheek. A chill wound its way into her chest. And she could not look away from Porter's unsettling gaze. Did his words sound so hollow? Were his eyes so dead? Why was his kiss so cold? Charlie awoke from her dream and pressed her hand to her heart to settle the cold pang of sadness. "Poor Edwina," she said aloud. "Did you dream of her again?" Tom asked. She turned her head to find him propped up against the headboard, reading gone of her old paperbacks, using the little book light she'd gotten him, to light the pages. She held her hand up and he took it and pulled it across his lap. "I did," Charlie said. "I have no idea what she's trying to tell me. I wish I could say for certain that she's the ghost that Jen saw in Ruby's bedroom. Maybe she is." "Did you glean any new information about her?" Tom asked. "Only that her husband was cheating on her. And he was a lawyer in her father's firm. I just have a bad feeling about all of it, but I can't pin it down exactly." "This just gets more interesting every time you dream about her," Tom said. "It does," Charlie mused. Jen was right. It's like a Lifetime movie of the week. Or was, I guess. Bless her heart. "Do you still want to research her?" Tom asked. "I do," Charlie said. "I have to work until 2 tomorrow, but after that I'm free. Would you like to meet me at the library?" "I would love to meet at the library. Now could I interest you in a little late-night cuddling?" he asked. He waggled his eyebrows. Charlie laughed and sat up. Is that your way of asking if I'd like to have sex again, Mr. Sharon? Yes it is, he said wearing a wry grin. Then yes, I would be very interested in a little late-night cuddling with you, Charlie said. Lisa walked into the touch of glamour salon and day spa, and the heaviness she'd been carrying around since reading the cards for Jason suddenly diminished. She took a deep breath, and the mix of lavender and cedarwood washed through her senses, calming her. She scanned the faces of the patrons sitting in stylists' chairs and in the waiting area of her cousin's salon. Nobody looked stressed. When she thought about it, they all seemed a little high. Lisa spotted the culprits, a couple of essential oil diffusers releasing the heady scents that had just greeted her. Lisa suspected something else that she couldn't see might be lulling the patrons into a stress-free state. That's why she was here, wasn't it? Her cousin spotted her in the mirror and smiled. Daphne finished placing a plastic cap on the head of the woman sitting in her chair, patted her on the shoulder, and offered her a magazine. The woman held up her phone. I should be just fine until I'm done, thank you, honey. Daphne nodded and headed in her cousin's direction, her carefully groomed, dark curls bouncing along her shoulders as she hurried along. Well, this is an interesting surprise. Daphne put her hands on her slim hips. Lisa marveled, not for the first time, how Daphne could look cover girl made up in the middle of a work day. I didn't expect to see you till Friday. Is everything okay? Do you have someplace where we can talk? Lisa said. I need your help on something. Daphne's smile disappeared, and she nodded. Come with me. What's up? Daphne closed the door to the small office behind them. Lisa looked around. The modern cherry wood desk and the mirrored file cabinet looked like they belonged in a high-end office space, not the small back office of the hair salon. A leather Eames-style chair took up the corner with a funky three-globed light behind it. Daphne waved her hand at the light, and it clicked on. Wow, I'm not sure how I feel about such casual use of your magic, Daphne, Lisa said, taking a seat on the Eames chair. Daphne snorted and waved her hand in front of the light again. It clicked off, leaving Lisa sitting in the dark. They are sensor bulbs, dork. Geez, judge much. Daphne said. She turned the light back on and took a seat in the Sherpa fleece-covered swivel chair next to the desk. Lisa's cheeks heated and she snickered at herself. Sorry. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions so fast. Daphne's face softened. No worries. So what are you doing here? I need your help. With what? Daphne asked. With a missing person case, Lisa said. Daphne swiveled the chair to face her cousin. She shoved her manicured fingers beneath her thighs and leaned forward. I'm listening. Lisa went on to explain how Jason had come to her and the tarot reading she had done for the girl. When she was finished, she met her cousin's intense gaze. So what do you say? I say we give it a try, Daphne said. The worst thing that can happen is that we don't find anything, right? Yeah, I guess, Lisa said. I think my big concern is that neither one of us is really psychic. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that, cause Daphne said. Are we as psychic as Charlie? Probably not. But we both have those flashes of intuition, and neither of us is afraid to open our third eye. Right. Lisa chuckled. Right. What did you have in mind? I think we should start small. Maybe try some trance work or astral projection, Daphne said. And if that leads us nowhere? Lisa asked. How do you feel about shrooms? Daphne asked. Strangely, PM not averse, Lisa said. But don't tell Jason that. Well, duh, Daphne said with a chuckle. Charlie turned the knob on the microfiche machine, and the images of the News and Courier for 1955 flew by. She'd started with papers dated 10 years before, looking for announcements that might lead to a clue about Edwina's identity, and had found an engagement announcement in the 14th of December, 1947 paper for Edwina Ann Ruskin, 24, who had accepted the proposal of Porter Burns Haywood. She skipped ahead to June of 1948 and quickly found their wedding pictures in the society pages. But further investigation into the years after did not yield a birth announcement for a child with the Haywood name. Maybe Barbara Jean really had no connection to the couple, like Charlie first suspected. She kept going, stopping every few slides to skim, looking for any sort of information she could find on the young socialite. "How's it going?" Tom asked from the carrel next to her. "So far nothing on Barbara Jean," Charlie said. "Any luck on Edwina's commitment?" "Nothing," Tom said. "But I'm honestly not surprised." "No, PM, not either. It was a shot in the dark." "What was a shot in the dark?" Ben asked as he approached the couple. "Hey," Charlie said. "I wasn't sure if you were going to make it or not." "Hey, Tom," Ben said. "I'm really sorry about last night. I had no idea the spell would banish you." "It didn't banish me," Tom said. "What it did was strip my glamour." "Sorry," Ben said. "I'm working on a way to reverse that part of the spell." "No problem," Tom said. Apparently he'd wasted no time in replacing the cool good looks and stylish wardrobe Charlie loved. "So here's something you two might find interesting." Ben pulled a chair from an empty carrel and sat down with them. "I went by to help Jen check the wards she'd buried around her father's property." "What did y'all find?" Charlie asked. "Every single ward had been shattered," Ben said. "Wow, that is what could do that?" Charlie asked. "I don't know. Something with powerful magic, that's for sure," Ben said. "I've never seen anything like it." "So no luck with the search so far?" "Not a lot. PVE got her name and when they were married. No connections to Barbara Jean, but I'm not giving up yet," Charlie said. "I've got a few more years to check." "Well, don't let me stop you," Ben said. Charlie turned her attention back to the microfiche machine and continued to skim the society pages and obituaries. When she got to the spring of 1956, her heart sank. "Tom?" Charlie reached for his arm. "Did you find something?" Ben asked. Edwina Ruskin Haywood, 28, of Charleston, South Carolina, entered into eternal rest on the 19th of May, 1956. Charlie read aloud. "Her funeral service will be held at sunset." Her voice sped up with Memorial Gardens at 3 p.m. excitement as she read. "The family will receive friends and family on the 22nd of May from 5 Woodham to 8 Woodham at Sharon and Sons Funeral Home on Calhoun Street. I'll call William and see if he has any records at our downtown branch," Tom said. He pulled a shiny black cell phone from his pocket and walked away so he could make his call in private. "Here she is," Charlie said. "Who?" Ben leaned in closer. "Barbara Jean," Charlie said. "Edwina was born in Charleston and played an important role in Charleston society as a philanthropist and the daughter of prominent local lawyer and politician, Henry Ruskin. She was mother to Barbara Jean Haywood, who was tragically kidnapped from the Haywood home in January 1955. The GPS case remains open with the Charleston Police Department. Flowers will be accepted at Sharon and Sons. All memorials may be made to the Children's Hospital Charities, one of the many charities Mrs. Haywood supported." "It doesn't say how she died," Charlie said. "We know how she died. She killed herself," Ben said. "I've been thinking about that." "Something about it seems off," Charlie said. "Off? How?" "I'm not certain that she killed herself," Charlie said. "But Jen said her wrists were sliced open," Ben said. "I know what Jen said, but I just think there's more to it than that," Charlie said. "Like what?" Ben asked. She showed herself to Jen, but not to me. And I have no doubt it was her that tried to choke me the other night. I don't think Barbara Jean knew what was going on either. She screamed and flickered out. You think she's hiding from her own daughter? Ben asked. Why? I don't know, but I'd like to find out. She also showed me that her husband was cheating on her. Evidently, for years. Charlie sighed and ran her fingers through her hair, stopping to massage the back of her neck. Looking at these machines for hours made her whole body ache. Do you think his philandering led her to kill herself? Ben said. I don't know, Charlie said. I think something happened. In the first dream I had, he told her that he knew what she'd done that night. What does that mean? Ben asked. Charlie shook her head. You got me. I think it had to do with Barbara Jean, and whatever it was driving Edwina crazy, literally. If Sharon and Sons keeps good records, maybe we could find the doctor, you know, from the death certificate, Ben said. Vivo would know more about her inner turmoil than him, right? I hadn't thought about that. Although, he's probably long dead by now. He wasn't a young man in my dream. Right, Ben said. I wonder if her family might have some of the records. Charlie said. Maybe, Ben said. Couldn't hurt to pursue it. I think I call the auction house tomorrow and see what I can learn about Edwina's mother. It was her estate that was being liquidated. Maybe I can find out who the seller was and go talk to them. That's a good idea. Want some backup? Ben said. I'd love some, Charlie said. So, William has the records, Tom said, rejoining them. Really? Charlie said. Yes, Tom said. We digitized records going back nearly a century about 10 years ago, but they are on a server that's only kept at the main branch on Calhoun. Wow, that must have been a huge undertaking, Ben said. Yes, but we don't sleep, which gives us a lot of extra time, Tom explained. Oh. Right, Ben said. So any chance we could see the certificate tonight? Yes. I was just going to suggest we get packed up and go over now. Sounds perfect, Tom, Charlie said. He took the microfiche out of the machine and put it back into its protective sleeve. Let's get out of here. Chapter 13. Next morning, Charlie's cell phone buzzed in her purse. She glanced down at the floorboard of her car at the black leather crossbody bag nestled between Ben's feet. You want me to get that out for you? He asked. Thanks, that'd be great, Charlie said. It's in the front pocket. Ben unzipped the small compartment and retrieved her cell phone. It's someone named Scott. Crap, Charlie muttered and took the phone from Ben. She pressed the green icon on the screen and put the phone to her ear. What's up, Scott? What's up? Scott said, his voice mocking and full of fury. You know very well what's up, Charlie. No, actually I don't. Are you yelling at me? Charlie said. I'm yelling at you because you gave our son books on paganism and witchcraft. Wyatt, if my mother saw them? Or Heather? Scott said. Charlie looked out the side window at the slowing traffic to calm herself. Oh, so you're calling to yell at me, not because you're upset about the books and their content, but because you're scared of your mama and your girlfriend? Because I know it's not about what you believe, Scott, Charlie countered. And why the hell do I care what your girlfriend thinks? Because one day very soon she's going to be my wife, Scott said. And I care about her feelings. She braked behind a pickup, her face turning as red as the stop sign up ahead. Well, this is a whole other discussion all of a sudden. You're gonna marry her? Charlie asked, somehow maintaining control over her temper. Have you asked Evan how he feels about that? Evan doesn't get a say in who I decide to spend my life with, Scott said. That's just great, Charlie said. That is just freaking great. You are essentially discounting his feelings, and that is not cool, Scott. He is your son, and he has to live in that house. If you continue to judge him and treat him the way you treat me. She had to take a breath or she would lose it, and that wouldn't help Evan. Because you're afraid of what your girlfriend might think of some of his exploratory reading, you will lose him. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but you will. And if you do, I pity you. In the end, it won't be Heather who's wiping your ass and making sure you get your meds on time when you're old. The guy behind her sat on his horn reminding her to pull away from the stop sign. She did, grinding her teeth as Scott said, "Why don't you let me worry about Heather? In the meantime, you need to stop giving him reading material that could corrupt him." Scott had that tone that put Charlie back in their marriage, and not in a good way. "He thinks you and your whole damn family hung the moon, Charlie. And I will not allow your ridiculous superstitious beliefs to infect you being ridiculous," Charlie said, lowering her voice. "He's much more like me than like you. And if you force him to repress that, if you stop him from being who he is, it could kill him. Trust me. I know." "No. No," Scott said. "This is where I draw the line. You are not going to turn him into a witch. Or warlock or whatever the hell you call them. I thought we could share custody without issues on how to parent him. I thought we both had his best interest at heart." "We do," Charlie said. "There is nothing wrong with giving him space to figure out what he believes and who he is." "Not this way," Scott said. "You asked me if he could spend Halloween with you and my answer is no." "Scott, be reasonable," Charlie said. How had she let this conversation get away from her? "Not about this. If you continue to pursue this, Charlie, I will take you back to court, and I will sue you for full custody." "And I will win," Scott said. "No. You don't just get to pull the custody card every single time you don't get your way," Charlie said. "I'll see you on Sunday," Charlie Scott said. "We're not done." The line went dead. Charlie let out a frustrated scream and squeezed the phone in her hand to keep from throwing it across the interior of the car. Her face felt hot, and she rolled down the window a little to breathe in some fresh air. Her gaze flitted to Ben sitting in the passenger seat. He wore an uncertain expression as if he didn't know exactly what to say to her outburst. The silence swelled between them. She could feel him looking at her with concern in his eyes. "Okay, this is stupid. Are you okay?" Ben asked. Charlie let out a little laugh, grateful that in the end, Ben's bluntness sliced through the awkwardness. "Yes," she said. "Thank you. I'm fine. It's my ex. He's just an asshole, that's all. You know, if you got a piece of his hair we could make a voodoo doll. Maybe a little hex might bring him in line," Ben teased. "You're funny." As irritating as Scott can be, he's actually a good father. "I know where he's coming from is a place of fear. I just need to figure out how to cut through that," Charlie said. "I know that if I can get him past it, he can be reasonable." "What about this chick he's going to marry? Is she reasonable?" Ben asked. "I don't know." Charlie shook her head. "I know she's possessive of Scott. And she's already won over his mom, which is a big deal." Charlie flipped on her blinker and turned into the parking lot of the Dalton Brothers auction house. "I was married to him for 10 years, and I never won her over." "She must have sensed your power," Ben said. "I don't know about that," Charlie said. "No, seriously. It's not unusual, you know. We're just very organized balls of energy. I have a theory about witches. I believe that we actually vibrate at a different frequency than most people. And it either draws people to us or pushes them away. Like a magnet," Charlie said. "Yep. And those that it pushes away, we scare them. Fear is incredibly powerful. It makes us either want to run away or kill the thing that scares us, Ben said. I wouldn't take your ex's reaction lightly. It could cost more than you're willing to pay. Great. Charlie pulled into a parking space and put the car in park. Okay, what do you think I should do? I think you should have a frank discussion with your ex as calmly as possible. Allay some of his fears. Make sure he knows there's no devil worship or anything ridiculous like that. Help him understand this is our religion, that it's not any more strange or ritualistic than his religion. I mean, not if you really think about it. We don't worship a dead guy who rose from the grave. At our core, we have a similar message about love. Show him the similarities, not the differences, Ben said. And if he doesn't buy it? Charlie said. I don't have the money to take him back to court. You won't need it. I'll make sure of that, Ben said. That sounds a little ominous, Charlie said. Do I want to know what you would do? Probably not, Ben said. A devilish grin stretched across his face. You're a good friend, Ben. Your heart's in the right place, but I don't think hexing Scott will help. He's already going to have a fit when he finds out I'm losing my job. Charlie let out a sigh. I better not stoke the fire too much. What? He said. What do you mean? My call center's closing. It hasn't been announced officially yet. My supervisor told me and then went on to ask me for a reading about a job opportunity she was applying for, Charlie said. Are you serious? That's a really shitty thing to do. Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I haven't told anybody. Not even Tom, Charlie said. Evan knows something's up, but I didn't give him any details. He's a good kid, Ben said. Yes, he is, Charlie said. I feel lucky he's my son. You know, if I were in your position with Evan, I would probably keep his training to your weeks of custody. And let him know that whatever his father wants to teach him, he should be open to that, too. All of our experiences shape us, and the more he understands about others and their beliefs, the more compassionate he'll become. Let him make their decision, Ben said. Ultimately, it's his life. He's the one that's gonna have to live it. I agree, Charlie said. So what are you gonna do about your job? Ben asked. I don't know yet, Charlie said. I'm just gonna put this out there, Ben said. The Defenders of Light would be lucky to have a witch of your caliber working for them. Jen told me you are putting together a team, Charlie said. I lose a lot of things with this job. One of them is my health insurance. You would have health insurance and dental and vision and a 401k, Ben said. Really? Charlie said. You travel so much. I don't know how that would work since I have Evan every other week. Let me talk to my boss, Ben said. See what sort of suggestion she might have. I'm not promising anything. You're right, there's a ton of travel with this job. But there might be a solution you and I haven't even thought of yet. That would be great, Charlie said. Yeah, Ben said. Like I said. The doll would be lucky to have you. Ben tapped Charlie on the upper arm. Look there, he said, pointing to an apparition snooping among the latest wares being unpacked and readied for this week's auction. Did you know there was a ghost in here? Oh yeah, Charlie said, spotting the familiar form. That's Jemima Houston. She's been hanging around this warehouse forever. She and her husband lived in Charleston in the late 1700s. I think their house is a museum now. Why is she haunting this place then? Ben asked. I have no idea. I've never asked her, Charlie said. Although I do remember there was an auction of some of her personal things several years back. They were trying to raise money to restore something in the museum. Maybe one of the items she was really attached to sold, and she decided she liked it here. Charlie chuckled. She's harmless though, if that's what you're worried about. Ben's expression switched from perplexed back to curious as he surveyed the items in the enormous warehouse. Nah, I'm not worried. I'm just surprised she's here, Ben said. How come you've never pushed her to make the big jump? Charlie brushed off his question with a shrug. Never really had the opportunity. Plus, I think she likes snooping around people's stuff and goosing them with her cold presence, Charlie said with a little laugh. Sometimes with ghosts you have to pick your battles. If she ever became troublesome, I would definitely step in. I just wondered, Ben said. There's a guy over there. Don't we go talk to him? He pointed in the direction of an older gentleman overseeing the staging of certain items near the back wall. One of the workers noticed Charlie and Ben. He tapped the man on the shoulder and the man turned around, looking straight at them. He held a clipboard in his hand and a stern look on his face, although he did smile once he got close enough to say, "Hi folks. We're not open today." "Oh, we're not here for an auction," Charlie said. "I was here a couple of weeks ago for the Ruskin auction, and I was hoping that somebody could answer some questions for me." "Sure. What kind of questions?" he said. "Did everything sell?" "Everything that didn't sell went back to the owner." "You wouldn't happen to know who that is, would you?" "There were a couple of pieces of furniture we were looking at," Ben said. "Maybe they didn't sell. Maybe he still has them?" "Yeah, I think there was some furniture that went back." "Come with me," the man said. "I'm Len Dalton, by the way," he said, directing his attention to Charlie. "Charlie Payne, and this is my cousin Ben." Charlie gave Ben a sly smile. Ben gave her a knowing look but played along. "I'm also a collector of old papers. Books. Diaries. Journals, that sort of thing," Charlie said. Len pulled a card from his shirt pocket. "We've got an auction you might find interesting coming up in a couple weeks then." The owner had a pretty extensive library. Charlie took the card with a smile. "Thank you. I don't remember if there were any journals or anything like that with the Ruskin estate, but there could be." The woman's husband was a lawyer and in the state legislature back in the early 70s, Len offered. "That's very interesting," Charlie said. They followed him to a small office near the back of the warehouse. Len knocked on the door and entered. "Dory," Len said. "These people wanted to know about the Ruskin estate. What went back to the family?" Dory looked up from her desk and gave Charlie and Ben a sunny grin. "I can help them with that." "Good," Len said. "I have to get back to unloading and setting up for Friday's auction." "Thank you," Charlie said. She waited until Len was out of earshot before turning to Dory. "Do you know, were there any books or journals, letters, papers, anything like that that the family tried to auction off and couldn't let me take a look for you?" Dory said. "You know we don't usually auction off personal papers unless they are historically significant." "Sure," Ben said. "But wasn't Mr. Ruskin a state representative?" "You know, I believe he was," Dory said. "So there may have been some papers." She dug through a large file cabinet in the corner of the small, cluttered office. A moment later she produced a thick stack of paper held together by a binder clip. She took it to her desk and began to flip through the pages. "It looks like most of the books sold, and I don't have any personal papers listed." Charlie edged forward and looked over the woman's shoulder. Labeled at the top of the page in a very small, neat print was the information for the Margaret Ruskin estate, including an address on Trad Street. Number 42 Trad. Below was the contact for the seller, Paul Ruskin, and an address and phone number on Daniel Island. A second later Charlie's phone buzzed in her purse. "I'm so sorry. If you'll excuse me," she said and unzipped the front pocket and pulled out her phone. It was a text from Ben. "What do you see?" Dory smiled up at her. The lines around her eyes crinkled a little deeper. I apologize, this will take just a second. It's my son, Charlie lied. She glanced at the paper again and responded to Ben's text. 134 Oliver Street, Daniel Island. 843-555-5982 perfect. I think that's all we need, right? Charlie tucked her phone back into her purse. Sorry about that. So was there anything else you were looking for? Dory asked. There was a full-size spindle bed, Charlie said. Did it sell? Dory looked through the list. Yes, it did. I'm sorry. No problem. I come here a lot. I'm sure I'll find what I'm looking for eventually. Charlie noticed an enamel box on the neatly kept desk. That's a pretty box. May I see it? Why, thank you, Dory said, picking it up and holding it out for Charlie to admire. It looks very old. Well kept, of course, but old, Charlie said. It belonged to Jemima Houston. She was the wife of a very prominent merchant. Have you ever been to the Houston House Historical Museum? I have, Charlie said. They have this staircase that's an architectural wonder. They do, Dory said. Several years back they asked us to do a private auction of some of Jemima Houston's things. I think it was to raise money for some construction on the roof. This little snuff box came up, and I bid on it and won. I can just imagine her, carrying it around in her pocket. Dory touched the enamel top with reverence. It's lovely, Charlie said, unable to stop a smile from spreading across her face. Knowing a little more about Jemima Houston's story erased the irritation she'd felt earlier because of Scott. I just love little pieces of history like this, don't you? Dory said. I do, Charlie said. Thank you so much for all your help. You're welcome, dearie. You'll come see us again, Dory said. Don't you worry, Charlie said. We will. Lisa leaned her head against the window of Daphne's car, gazing at the vista blurring by. Palmetto Point State Park sat out near the end of Palmetto Point Beach. The canopy of moss-covered trees dappled the dusty two-lane grey roads in sunshine, and coming out this far always put her in a thoughtful mood. So Jason's going to meet us there? Daphne said. That's what he said, Lisa answered. He's going to get us into the park so we don't have to pay. He already talked to the ranger on duty, and the space where the girls' parents had camped is unoccupied this week. Good, Daphne said. Hopefully, there won't be a lot of onlookers. Jason said it's kind of a secluded spot, so that shouldn't be a problem. It's also October. Won't be a lot of families around, Lisa said. Maybe not, Daphne said. But I get clients who live in RVs year-round and travel all around depending on the time of year. It's still warm here, which is attractive to a lot of people. I don't think I could live that kind of life, Lisa said. I could, Daphne said. I like the idea of being a nomad. I could see that, Lisa said. Me? I like roots. And routine. Daphne chuckled. Tell me something I don't know. When they reached the park, they pulled into the small lot next to the ranger station and waited. 10 minutes later Jason appeared along with his partner Beck in tow. So what are we gonna do about this guy? Daphne said. I don't know, Lisa said. Just play it cool for now, okay? PM totally cool, Daphne said. But if he opens his mouth and makes fun of my crystals, I will hex him. I won't stop you, Lisa said. The two of them got out of the car and walked to Jason's Dodge Charger. Hey y'all, Lisa said. How are you doing, Lisa? Beck walked around the car to greet them. Marshall, you remember my cousin Daphne, Lisa said. Sure, Beck said. So did you bring the stuff I asked you for? Lisa said. Yeah, Jason said. It was a little awkward, but Miss Moore did as I asked. I appreciate that, Lisa said. Jason took a small plastic evidence bag from his front pocket and handed it to Lisa. Inside was a tangle of hair from Keely Moore's hairbrush. "Will that do?" he said. There wasn't a whole lot of hair. "It's perfect," Lisa said. "We don't need a whole lot." "Do you all mind me asking what you're gonna do with that hair?" Beck asked. Daphne shot Lisa a "don't test me" look, and her hand tightened on the strap of the oversized tote bag hanging from her shoulder. "We're gonna use it to help find Keely Moore," Lisa said. "To home in on her we need something personal, and there's nothing more personal than hair or fingernail clippings." "Right," Beck said. Deep lines wrinkled his brows. He absently scrubbed his hand across the fuzz of his balding head to the remaining salt and pepper hair at the back. "It can also be used to hex someone," Daphne chimed in. Beck's mouth opened a little with surprise. "Yes, but we frown on that sort of thing," Lisa said. She ignored the smirk on Jason's face. He appeared to be enjoying this a little too much. "So, you ready to go see this place?" Jason asked. "Yes, please," Lisa said. Jason and Beck walked in front of the cousins, and Daphne kept giving Lisa a side-eyed glance. It was a good quarter-mile to the beachfront campsites, and Lisa was glad to stretch her legs. The sun warmed her body and she wished she were here under different circumstances. Maybe once this was done, she thought. Maybe she and Jason could come here and go camping one weekend. She enjoyed sleeping within earshot of the ocean. It calmed her. "This is it," Jason said when they arrived at the number 11 spot. It was a little more secluded than some of the other spots that they had passed. She glanced up the sandy-covered dirt road and could see the public shower house and bathroom. The way the site was laid out, the GPS parents would have had to have been on the road to see Keely heading toward the bathroom. When the girl left the campsite, she was invisible to them. "Is there another way out of here?" Lisa asked. "This main road circles back around. There are campsites facing the marsh on the other side," Jason said. "What about an access road?" Daphne asked. "No, there's nothing like that," Jason said. "Sorry. There's a pier though, right?" Lisa said. "At the end of the peninsula, there's a pier. There's a public boat ramp there, too," Daphne said. "Yeah," Beck said. "We already checked all that." He sounded impatient, as if he were unsure what these two women could add to this case. "We know," Lisa said. "And our questions are not a criticism." "No," Daphne said. "We're just looking for possibilities." "Right," Beck said. "Well, there are a million possibilities, ladies." Daphne stopped in her tracks, and her voice became quiet as she spoke. The energy around her cousin shifted, and the hair on Lisa's arms stood up. "Yes, Mr. Beck. We know there are a million possibilities. We were asked to help. What we do takes a little faith. That's all we're asking, is for you to have a little faith in us so we can try to narrow that million possibilities down to something more manageable. Your negativity will kill that if it doesn't stop now." Beck's jaw tightened, his nostrils flared. Lisa could tell he was about to give Daphne as good as he got. She had seen him lose his temper a couple of times at Jason, and he could be loud and blustery, but he was no match for Daphne. She meant it when she said she would hex him. Knowing Daphne, it would be something that would make him even more miserable than he already was. "Okay." Lisa stepped between them and held up her hands. "Let's just take a breath, everybody. This is stressful. There's a lot riding on it. But we need to remain on task. Right, Daphne?" "Right," Daphne said. She narrowed her eyes and her knuckles turned white with the death grip she had on her purse strap. She didn't stay to listen to Lisa and walked to the campsite, leaving her cousin to make nice. "Let's just all try to get along, okay?" Lisa said. She gave Beck a pointed look. Fine, Beck said. Great. Daphne and I are gonna set up now. If you two wouldn't mind keeping curious onlookers out of our way, we'd really appreciate it. That's what we're here for, Beck said. Jason gave Lisa a sheepish smile. Thank you, Lisa, Jason said. We'll be up here by the road if you need us. Thank you. Lisa turned and headed for the interior of the campsite. Daphne was standing between a picnic table and an ancient, rusty grill, unloading everything they needed to set up a circle. She placed 4 brass candle holders with white candles and 4 brass candle holders with purple candles on the table, along with a small leather-bound spell book, and a navy blue velvet pouch full of crystals. Daphne dug around the bottom of her bag and produced a book of matches. The last thing she placed on the table was a folded triangle of canvas. What is that for? Lisa said. I don't like to sit in the sand without something underneath me. It's scratchy and gets into everything, Daphne said. A cicada screamed from one of the surrounding trees and Daphne pointed up. And there are bugs. I hate bugs. Lisa chuckled and cocked her brows. It's a cicada. It's not coming after us. Daphne ignored her. Whatever. Come on, let's set this up. Lisa put down the first white candle to form the outer protective circle, and Daphne walked directly across from it, loosely measuring 9 feet. She put the second candle holder down. Then they moved 90 degrees to complete the circle with a pair of purple candles. Lisa lit all 4 candles while Daphne spread out a circle of painter's cloth that she'd cut and hemmed. Daphne placed the remaining candles in the 4 cardinal points at the edge of the canvas, lit them, and opened her pouch of crystals. She handed a crystal the size of a golf ball to Lisa. Herkimer quartz, Lisa said. She held up the clear, colorless crystal and admired it. This must have cost a pretty penny. Daphne shrugged. I've also got black tourmaline and amethyst to help. She opened her palm and let Lisa pick from the crystals. Lisa picked a sizable black tourmaline. Daphne selected a smaller Herkimer quartz and an amethyst, then sat down on the top near the south-facing white candle and crossed her legs in half-lotus position. Lisa did the same with the north-facing white candle. In one hand she held a small, faceless doll she'd made from an old linen napkin. She'd pinned a needle and red embroidery thread to the fabric of the doll's belly, ready to use for sewing. She took the small baggie of hair that Jason had brought her and made quick work of stitching it to the top of the doll's head. When she was done, she pinned the needle and what was left of the thread to her collar for safekeeping. Here we go, Lisa said. She placed the doll in the center of the circle, then held a quartz and tourmaline crystal in the palm of each hand. What if she's not dead? Daphne said. She placed a small heart-shaped tin next to the doll in the center circle. We're not summoning her spirit, Lisa said. I'm just hoping for a vision. Maybe we should summon the spirit of someone who can help. Who would you suggest? Lisa asked. Maybe Bunny's available, Daphne said. I bet she'd be willing to help us. I don't have anything of Bunny's with me, Lisa said. Technically, we're something of Bunny's, since her blood runs through our veins. Maybe if we get stuck. Summoning spirits gives me the heebie-jeebies, Lisa said. Let's just see where the vision leads us. Sure. Wait, I almost forgot. Daphne reached into her velvet pouch and pulled out a small brown bottle. Third Eye Chakra Essential Oils. My own blend. Daphne opened it and dabbed the oily liquid to the space between her brows. She handed the bottle to Lisa, who breathed in the heady, earthy aroma of rosemary, angelica root, sandalwood, lavender, and frankincense. This smells awesome, Lisa said. When we're done, you need to make me a bottle of that. You got it, Daphne said. I used rosehip seed oil as the base, so it's not only mind-expanding but good for your skin too. Lisa applied it to the space between her brows and handed the bottle back to Daphne. A moment later they began by gazing across the circle at each other. Lisa rested her hands, palms up, on her knees, letting the crystals rest in the center of her hands. The Herkimer quartz vibrated against her skin. "I'll follow your lead," Daphne said. Lisa nodded and took a deep breath and then let it out very slowly before she began to speak. "Goddess to the north, south, east, and west. Lead us forward in our quest. We call on the power of earth, fire, water, and air. Lead us to this lost child, fair. Keelimore. 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 Her location please make known. And may her abductor reap what he has sown. May his actions come back on him, with the force of 10 by 10. The cicada abruptly stopped its song. The campsite fell silent. No birds. No squirrels. No noise except the crackling of the candle flames around them. The space around them became hazy. Lisa could barely make out Jason and Beck in the distance. Her face heated and her body broke into a sweat. The flames on the candles grew long and tall. Smoke billowed from each candle, emitting a different color, red-green, blue and white. The smoke spun clockwise, the colors blending together, stirred by a force they could not see. The crystals in her palms began to sing against her skin with a quiet hum. Daphne opened the small heart-shaped box she placed on the top next to the doll and threw a white powder into the air. It floated upward, spinning above their heads. Goddess to the north, south, east, and west. Lead us forward in our quest. They continued to chant the spell. The smoke began to mix with the powder and coagulated above their heads into the form of a girl, the shifting apparition of Keelimore. She was alive. A strange light shined down on the GP's vaporous body, and she looked up to the light. "Please don't do this," a tinny voice echoed. A GP's voice. The sound reminded Lisa of an old transistor radio that her father used to keep on his boat. "Please. Please, don't leave me here. It's so dark. Please." A pang of despair flooded Lisa's chest as she watched the girl beg her invisible captor. "Remember who takes care of you first. Then I think about letting you out. Till then you get to think about what you've done." A man's deep voice resounded through Lisa's head. Lisa looked to her cousin to verify that she had not imagined the vision in the cloud. Daphne's blue eyes glowed with excitement, and she didn't seem to notice Lisa. They continued their chant, focusing on the girl. Where was the sign they needed? The light above the GP's head faded, dimming the glow of her form until nothing remained. A howling scream tore through Lisa's head, and her heart clogged her throat. So much pain in that sound. So much fear. So much despair. Lisa's head throbbed with each beat of her heart, and her stomach roiled. The scream swelled. Lisa dropped her crystals and pressed her hands to her ears, trying to stop the sound. But she couldn't. The sound was coming from inside her. As above, so below. So mote it be. Daphne's words ran together. She snapped her fingers, and the candle flames blew out. The sound died as suddenly as it came, filling Lisa's head with a high-pitched ringing. She scrambled to her feet and made it to the edge of the canvas just in time to empty the contents of her stomach. A moment later, she felt Daphne's warm hand on her back and the feel of her fingers on her skin as her cousin gently gathered her hair and pulled it away from her face. "Did you hear her?" Lisa spit and wiped the back of her hand across her mouth. Her ears rang as if she'd been standing next to a loudspeaker at a concert. She pressed a finger against one of her ears but it didn't help. "Yeah," Daphne said. "It's like she's in a basement or a hole in the ground." "Yep. That's what I was thinking, too. Vivek means she's not being kept around here. The water table's too high." "Right," Daphne said. That's something, I guess. It's not really going to help them, though. It could mean she's been taken out of the South completely, Lisa said. Why do you say that? Daphne asked. For the most part, we don't have basements in the South. Even if the water table isn't an issue, there's always the possibility of a limestone layer. I thought limestone was soft, Daphne said. It is, but it's still rock. Digging through it would add too much to the price of a house to be worth it, Lisa said. How do you know all this? Daphne asked. Lisa shrugged. I did a lot of real estate closings when I first started out. I also dated a builder when I lived in Colombia. Oh right. Thad Lefevre. I remember him, Daphne said. He was kind of stuck up. Lisa sighed and shifted her gaze to Jason and Beck standing out near the dirt road. I just wish I had more to offer him. I was serious about the shrooms, Daphne said. We could do a protection spell beforehand to keep you from being so affected. I know, but I don't think I'm cut out for this. Doing a tarot reading is one thing, but experiencing this? I don't know how Charlie does it without losing her mind, Lisa said. Daphne nodded and rubbed her hand up and down Lisa's arm. That's why we have a coven. We don't all have the same strengths. I know, Lisa said. How mad would he be if you asked Charlie to help without telling him? Daphne asked. I don't know. And this is gonna sound awful, but I don't think I care, Lisa said. Really? A surprised grin spread across Daphne's face. Really? This is so much more important than his pride, Lisa said. I don't know why he doesn't see that. What do you want to do about it? Daphne's demeanor changed, and Lisa could see her cousin's rebellious streak shining in her blue eyes. She would never admit it, but it was one of those things she envied about Daphne. It allowed her cousin a freedom that Lisa couldn't quite bring herself to embrace. There were consequences to everything, and Lisa always considered them where Daphne didn't. Or if she did, she didn't let it stand in her way. I want to find that girl, but I can't do it without Charlie. All of y'all, really, Lisa said. Daphne's face lit up. Yes. Screw his ego. Let's show him what we can do. Okay, I called the guy, and he's willing to meet us downtown at his aunt's house, Ben said. How did you get him to agree to that? Charlie asked. I told him I might be interested in the house as is. Evidently, the old lady didn't keep up on the maintenance, and it's in pretty bad shape. Needs a lot of work. He got very excited when I told him that I specialize in old houses. Restoring them and flipping them, Ben said. Charlie looked him up and down. And he believed that. Sure. He's been left a monstrosity of a house, his word not mine, and he reeks of desperation. My guess is the taxes alone are crazy, Ben said. I hadn't thought about that, Charlie said. He was the only heir, and she left him everything. He's just a software engineer, and said he didn't really want to have to deal with it, Ben said. It's really kind of sad when you think about it, Charlie said. Edwina was her only child and she died. So did her granddaughter. And her husband too. She was all alone in the world. Yep, Ben said. And very old from what I gather. It's kinda shocking that she lived there by herself for as long as she did. How old was she? Charlie asked. 106, Ben said. Wow, Charlie said. And she lived there alone? No, the guy said that she had a live-in caretaker the last 10 years. He's kind of afraid that she might have robbed the old woman blind. I bet she has stories to tell, Charlie said. I bet she does, Ben said. He said he could meet us there around noon. Is that okay with you? Yep, Charlie said. I don't have any hours scheduled for today. Good, Ben said. Chapter 14. All Ruskin led Ben and Charlie up the steps to the old Charleston home. I'm sorry this place is such a wreck, he said of the two-story brick building with stacked piazzas on the left side and a false wall with a front door. Mr. Ruskin unlocked the door, letting them onto the lower piazza. Charlie could hear banging, and from somewhere in the backyard a saw. Charlie stopped and looked at the fenced courtyard. A chill settled around her shoulders. It was the one thing she didn't like about coming downtown to old houses like this, even a beauty like this one. Ghosts were always milling about, trapped in some dreamlike state. In the garden, she spied the spectre of a young woman in a long blue dress, wandering among half-dead rose bushes. Another ghost, of an elderly gentleman wearing breeches and a long coat, sat on the stone bench with a small leather-bound book in his hands. He removed his pocket watch from his vest and glanced at the time, then rose from the seat, walked a few feet down the brick path, and promptly disappeared, and Charlie, despite her long experience with such things, shivered into her coat. I was actually kind of shocked that my aunt left it to me, Paul Ruskin said. If I didn't think Charleston County would still come after me for the taxes, I swear I would just burn it to the ground. It's in that bad shape. I'm just praying that I'll make all the money PM investing in it back once I sell it. I totally get that, Ben said. Maybe we'll be able to help each other. So you really like a house flipper kind of guy? Like they have on TV? Paul asked. Something like that, Ben lied. Charlie kept her mouth shut. Ben continued with the ruse. I was at the auction for the furniture for this place last week, he said with a deadpan face. My wife here is particularly interested in old books and likes to collect letters. Do you have anything like that? I could make it worth your while. Yeah, maybe. My great-uncle was a lawyer and an avid book collector. Most of the first editions are gone already. But there's still some good stuff in there. I offered his letters to the Museum of Charleston, but they didn't really want them. I guess they weren't historically significant enough. I was gonna see if the Library of Congress wanted them. Would you mind if I took a look at them first? Charlie asked. Sure, that'd be okay, Paul said. It's amazing how much paper comes with a lifetime of living. I swear to God, I'll never do this to my daughter. I'm gonna digitize everything. I bet she'll appreciate that, Ben said, a twinkle in his eye. They walked into the foyer, and Charlie immediately recognized the place. It was from her dream. A little worse for wear, but unmistakably the same. The dark panelled walls of the foyer and the rosewood banister had lost their luster, and the carpet covering the steps looked worn in the center and frayed at the edges. The mirror she had seen hanging near the bottom of the steps with only shards of glass clinging to the frame had been replaced, but the silver backing was splotched and looked in some places as if fingernails had been dragged across it, or was that her imagination? Charlie's stomach tied itself into a knot. I bet this place was beautiful in its heyday, Charlie said. And your aunt never had any children? She had a daughter, but she died back in the 50s. According to family law, my cousin was not playing with a full deck of cards, if you know what I mean, Paul said. It shocked Charlie how casually he threw his family's crazy up for display. Oh, I know what you mean, Charlie said. It's sad. Yeah, I think it kind of broke my aunt's heart, Paul said. So what would you like to look at first? I'd like to see the books and letters if that's okay. Charlie asked. Yeah, sure. Paul gestured for her to follow him. He took her to an all-too-familiar door. A wave of nausea washed over Charlie as she followed him into the office where she had seen Edwina have her breakdown. There were still tons of leather-bound books on the shelves, and the mirror where Edwina had smashed her head was now gone, replaced by a painting of a Great Dane in front of an English manor house. These built-in shelves are beautiful, Charlie remarked. He pointed to the wall facing the door. The cabinetry is all built in too, he said. She recalled a desk in her dream but not the cabinetry. They were actually kind of ahead of their time. There are file cabinet drawers behind the doors. Clever, Charlie said. You'll find a box of the letters on the shelves above the cabinets on the left side. Great. I'm just gonna look around if that's okay. Sure. I'm going to finish showing your husband around. Just give me a shout if you need anything. He jerked his thumb at the door. Sure thing. Charlie painted on an appreciative smile that faded as soon as he walked away. She moved to the shelf and held out her hand, hoping for some sort of sign, a tingle, a glow, anything that would tell her more about Edwina and Barbara Jean. Charlie closed her eyes and cleared her mind, then pictured Edwina's face and the pain she'd endured. Charlie traced her fingers across the spines of the books on the shelves. Her hand almost lit on fire when she got close to the cabinet doors. She carefully opened the first set of doors and pulled out the hidden file cabinet drawers, 4 of them, and they went far deeper into the wall than she first suspected. She skimmed her fingers over the old file folders inside the first drawer, and when she felt nothing, she moved on to the next drawer. In the 4th drawer her fingers burned again, and at the very back, she found a file simply marked Edwina. She pulled it out and sat on the floor in her half-lotus position so she could open the file on her lap. The first document was an intake form for the South Carolina State Sanitarium. Charlie skimmed over the document. The ancient typewriter used back then had blurred the letters P and S. The words severe depression looked almost like a Rorschach ink blot. The rest of the file contained other treatment notes made by Edwina's doctor and notations by nurses about her meds. Charlie's hand drifted to her mouth when she read the words shock treatment and possible lobotomy warranted. What the hell? The volume of her voice startled Charlie and she glanced up at the door. Hadn't they stopped that crap in the 50s? Bastards, she muttered. All the forms were stamped original. Charlie suspected that because of the family's prominence and money, they were able to keep Edwina's hospitalization quiet by paying someone off to get the original records. Some part of her knew that if this had been her and Scott 60 years ago, he would have done the same thing. It turned her stomach that Edwina's family was so afraid of the stigma. Charlie closed the file folder. Wasn't Edwina showing her anything? There had to be something more to this. Something not written in these files. She closed the doors but tucked the file folder into her bag. They'd never miss it, and it would do more good with her than the family. Charlie checked the other set of cabinets but didn't find anything other than old law papers. She heard a click and glanced around for the source of the sound. She looked at the corner shelf. Something about it seemed out of place. Her gaze swept across the other shelves, and she realized that the corner shelf was somehow kitty corner now. As if someone had pushed it out from the wall. Slowly, she approached and heard the sound of the air stirring. Or was it breathing? The hair on the back of her neck stood at attention as she reached the shelf. A rusty squeal resounded as she pulled the shelf outward and realized it was on a hinge. The dark called to her, beckoning her to move forward to find out where this secret door led. If Jen were here, she would probably have had a flashlight in her bottomless purse. But she wasn't. Charlie reached inside her bag searching for the small pouches of crystals she now carried with her everywhere. Jen had made sure that her tote was well appointed with everything, including black tourmaline, amethyst, and Herkimer quartz. She pulled the clear quartz crystal from the bag and placed it in her palm. She whispered, "Shine clear. Shine bright. Shine so I may see your light," 3 times. A few seconds passed, and the crystal began to glow pale yellow at first, then brighter. Charlie opened the door wide enough that she could walk into the passageway. The sharp, musty scent of mold and mildew hit her in the face, and she rubbed the tip of her nose to fight back the tickle. And then she sniffed. The crystal in her palm radiated just enough light for her to see a few feet in front of her. Something cold brushed over her shoulders. as if she'd been touched. She stopped and slowly turned her head. Behind her, she found a familiar face. "I know you," Charlie said. "You were at the auction. You told me about the spindle bed. It came from this house, didn't it?" "Yes," she said. "It did. I was surprised that you could see me that day. I've had quite a few shocks with people just walking right through me." "Yes, I imagine that was shocking," Charlie said. "You brought me here. Now, what do you want me to see?" "Come with me," Margaret said. She disappeared and then reappeared with a little less vapor this time. She turned and continued down the passageway to a ladder that went straight up. She stopped beneath it and pointed, indicating Charlie should climb. By the time she reached the ladder, Margaret had disappeared again. Charlie glanced up into the darkened tunnel and rearranged the crystal in her hand. She tried not to think about all the creepy crawlies that probably surrounded her as she made her way up. Spiders, palmetto bugs. She would take a hot shower and scrub until her skin stopped itching once she got home. She should have told Ben what she was doing. What if she got stuck in here? Would anyone even hear her behind the walls of this old place? She hurried her pace, trying to get to the top, if there even was a top, of the ladder. Maybe it just went on forever into the darkness. Something skittered across her hand, and she screamed, losing hold of the crystal. She heard it tapping the walls and finally landing below. Its yellow glow faded and then flickered out, leaving her in complete darkness. Her breath sounded harsh in her throat. "Okay, Margaret, you brought me in here. I'm not moving another inch until you show me where I'm going." Silence. "Should have brought a damned God's eye cross with me," she muttered. Something clicked and a hinge squeaked. A crack of light filtered down and Charlie began to move again, holding onto the pale beam as if it were a life preserver. She scrambled the rest of the way up the ladder, not stopping until she'd reached the hidden door built into the paneling in one of the bedrooms. Charlie stepped inside the room and recognized it immediately. The wallpaper was peeling in places and there were rectangles on the wall where pictures had hung, leaving shadows of dark against the faded silk. The furniture and rug were gone, but there was no mistaking this had been Edwina's room. What she wasn't. Charlie turned in a full circle looking for sure. "Okay, I got through your hell tunnel. You could have just led me up the stairs, you know." "What is it you want me to see?" The bedroom door clicked and swung open just a little bit. Charlie walked out of the bedroom to the wide second-floor gallery landing. She peered over the banister and saw Ben. He was listening to Paul Ruskin go on and on about the history of the house. When Paul started to walk away, still talking and coaxing his audience of one to follow, Ben glanced up and did a double take. His mouth formed the word "how," so Charlie waved and smiled. The sound of a door lock and hinge squealing made her around. Down the hall, on the other side of the gallery, a long black opening beckoned. Charlie took a deep breath and headed toward the room. The door opened wider as she approached, and her hands began to sweat as blood rushed through her ears with the pounding of her heart. She walked into the darkened room and could still smell the sickness lingering in the air. This was where the old lady had died. The furniture was gone and the window shades were down, blocking any rays of cleansing sunshine. Charlie flipped on the light and the ball overhead flickered at first before fully lighting the room. A garden of roses covered the wall. The busy pattern in the wallpaper assaulted Charlie's senses, making her dizzier than she already felt. The closet door opened wide and Charlie approached with caution. She was surprised to find closets at all in this house. Whoever built it must have been rich and a little forward-thinking, even if the tiny box of a closet didn't hold much by today's standards. Charlie looked around trying to see any sign of a false door, running her hands along the back of the wall. When she found nothing, she stood back and put her hands on her hips and stared into the dimly lit space. "You brought me this far, but you're really not going to show me what you're trying to tell me." She sighed and went back to work searching. Standing on her toes, she ran her hands above the shelf 2/3 of the way up the wall. The floorboard beneath her feet wobbled a little and Charlie almost lost her balance. She looked down and realized it was loose. With a bit of pressure at the corner, the floorboard rose up and Charlie knelt, digging the floorboard up with her fingers. Inside she could see a box and several leather-bound books with gold decorations on each of their fronts. A layer of dust had settled into the cracks and crevices of the dirty, aged leather. She carefully lifted each book out and thumbed through it. The writing inside changed from front to back, going from a pretty feminine script to an almost childlike scrawl. Sentences jumped out at her. "Porter's cheating on me again. I feel so worthless. Why doesn't he love me? I can't remember that night." An aching sadness flooded Charlie's chest, and an icy finger touched the back of her neck, making her glance over her shoulder. Standing behind her was Margaret Ruskin, not the beautiful, regal woman she had first met, but the shell of the sick and sad old woman who had recently died here. She wore a long white nightgown, and her thin, white hair hung from her head in long, wispy strings. She held her hands in front of her chest and pleaded, "Help her." The old woman's voice scratched through Charlie's senses. "Please. Help my Edwina." Charlie heard footsteps climbing the stairs. She suspected that they were purposefully loud. Ben's voice came through clear, asking some question about mold. She scrambled to put the diaries into her purse, which made it stretch to capacity. Now she knew why Jen used that big bag. The box caught her eye as she started to put the floorboard back into place. She had nowhere to hide it. Which gave her an idea. She removed the box and put the floorboard back in place, then took the diaries from her purse and put them inside the box. She was surprised to find several old reels of tape. Since they didn't look like videotapes or films, they must have been some sort of recording tape. She would figure out what to do with them later. It took her a moment to remember the spell that Daphne had taught her. "The glamour can do more than just make you look pretty," Daphne had said. Or in Tom's case, make him look human. You can also use it to disguise things. Disguise them how? Charlie had asked. You can actually make something invisible using a glamour. That could definitely come in handy, Charlie had laughed. Show me what to do. It's not so much that it's really invisible as much as it is about a trick of the eye. That's really all glamour is. A trick of the eye. Daphne had grinned. If glamour is done correctly, then whatever you're trying to conceal just blends in with the surroundings. Tom is tricking me went through her head, but she batted that thought away. She could not think about that now. She was in too deep with him. And it wasn't like he was trying to hurt her. Charlie arranged the flaps of the box so it would stay shut. She put her hands on either side and closed her eyes, concentrating on fashioning the concealment spell she had learned from her cousin. Box be concealed. Let your form be not revealed. Box bend the light, making you invisible to their sight, she whispered 3 times. When she opened her eyes she could no longer see the box, but her hands were definitely touching it, and she could still feel it. She rearranged her purse, putting it close to her body, and tucked the small box between her purse and her arm, holding onto it. She hoped that Paul wouldn't notice that her arm was jutting out just a little at an odd angle. She stood up just as Paul and Ben entered the bedroom. "Oh, hi," Paul said. "I didn't realize you'd come up here." "Yeah, I just couldn't resist." Charlie smiled at him, ignoring Ben, who was staring at the angle of her arm. "Paul's going to show me the attic," Ben said. "That's great, honey." Charlie poured it on thick. "I'm afraid all this dust is kinda getting to me. I've got a sinus headache." "Oh no," Paul said. "I'm really sorry about that." "Don't you worry. It happens a lot when we go through old houses like this." I think I just need some fresh air. I think I'll go to the car. See if I have any sinus medication in the glove box. Great, Ben said, wearing a blank expression. I shouldn't be too much longer, honey. Charlie headed for the door. So what can you tell me about this room? Ben asked, clearly trying to distract Paul. Charlie smiled and headed down the steps. Charlie tucked the box on the floorboard of the back seat and waited for Ben. 20 minutes later, he walked out of the house carrying a business card in his hands. He climbed into the passenger side of the car. I hope whatever it is you found was interesting, Ben groused. The whole experience was interesting, Charlie said. To say the very least. You know you're really good at this. She frowned. What? Being deceitful? I'm not sure how I feel about that. No, I mean investigating. You don't get too wound up when you have to lie. And you obviously have no problem taking things that don't belong to you, Ben teased. Not if it's for the greater good, Charlie said. And anyway, Margaret Ruskin wanted me to take them. I say her wishes override her nephew's. After all, she was the original owner. Fair enough. So what did you find? Charlie told him about the secret passageway that led her upstairs, and the appearance of Margaret Ruskin as both a stately woman and an old, dying one. Spirits, Ben remarked. Irritation etched into his voice. It's almost like they get handed a guidebook when they die on how to manipulate the living. The way I see it is she's just trying to help her daughter. Charlie shrugged a shoulder and started the car. She pulled onto the quiet street and headed toward Calhoun. Maybe it is manipulation, but in the end, if it helps them rest and pass on, then I'm okay with it. I would just be careful how okay you are with it, Ben said. There was something ominous in his words. Something that hinted at a darker meaning that Charlie didn't really want to explore at the moment. I'm just not sure where we're gonna get a reel-to-reel player, Charlie said, after describing the contents of the box. We'll find one, Ben assured her. There are a couple of old electronics stores down at the far end of King Street. I bet one of them will have something. And if they don't, I bet they could get one. I hope you're right. I think I'll see if I can get a little help from Lisa and Daphne and Jen on this one, Charlie said. I think that's a great idea. The more heads, the better. Exactly. Elle, don't know about you, but I'm starving. Charlie reached for the door to the Kitchen Witch Cafe. I'm definitely getting there, Ben said. Almost every seat in the bustling restaurant was taken. Jen, Dottie, and the blue-haired waitress, whose name Charlie could never remember, milled about taking orders and refilling coffee. In the large corner booth, a familiar face stared back at her with a smile. Daphne straightened and waved, clearly happy to see her. Her cousin motioned for them to join her, and as Charlie drew closer, she found her cousin Lisa in the booth as well. Charlie approached the table and put the box down. She slid into the circular booth next to Daphne, who scooted closer to Lisa in the center of the seat. I wasn't expecting to see you two here today, Charlie said. Lisa smiled. Jen said you pretty much come here when you don't have to work, so we stopped by on the off chance that you might be here, she said. In the box. Just some old journals and reel-to-reel tapes, Charlie said. Oh. Daphne fingered the top flap. Anything interesting? Charlie hedged. Maybe. I was actually gonna call y'all to see if you wouldn't mind helping me. Daphne and Lisa exchanged a glance. I think we can help you, and we were hoping that you can help us. Help you with what? Charlie asked. Lisa put her elbows on the table and leaned forward. She lowered her voice. With a missing person case. Is that what you're working on for Jason? Oh, I mean for your friend, Charlie teased. You're funny, Lisa said. And, yes. It is. Did you happen to get the file? Charlie asked. No. Lisa's lips curled, showing her disappointment. But I think I can if you really need it. It would help. Something personal would also be useful. Well, I can definitely help you with that. I made a doll and sewed some of her hair to it, Lisa said. That's perfect, Charlie replied. Were you able to get any information with the spell? Daphne ran her finger around the rim of her tea glass, causing it to sing a little. Yes. We know she's not dead. And we think she's being held in a basement somewhere, Lisa added. Well, that is actually good information. Charlie paused. Does Jason know that you're re-asking me to help? Daphne glared at Lisa. Nope. He does not. We figured this girl's life is more important than his feelings. Now, that's something I could definitely get behind, Charlie declared. Dottie stopped by the table and took their orders. They waited until she was out of earshot to begin their discussion again. So, whose diaries are they? Daphne asked and then took a sip of her tea. They belong to the ghost that came home with Ruby's playhouse, Ben said. Or at least we think they do, Charlie said. What's on the reels? Lisa asked, looking curiously in the box. I don't know, Charlie admitted. But Edwina's mother wanted me to find them. She pointed me right to them. There must be some sort of answers on them, Daphne said. I think it's cool that you want to solve her mystery instead of just having Tom come in and strike her down. That's not exactly how he does it. Charlie admonished. I have seen him be very compassionate when he needs Tobe. I think this is my favorite thing in the world. Jen sidled up next to the table. Ben held his hand out for her. She took it and gave it a squeeze. What's that? Lisa said. My family gathered around the dinner table, Jen said. The only ones missing are Daddy and Ruby and Evangeline. That would make it perfect. Charlie smiled but cut her gaze to Ben to see his reaction. Her heart swelled when he didn't flinch at being called Jen's family. Can you sit with us? Ben asked. Afraid not, sweetie, Jen replied. We're a little short-staffed today. There you go, Charlie, Ben said. You could always come and work for Jen. Although I can't imagine that you'd make a fortune as a waitress. All of her cousins turned their gaze on her. Would you need to come work here? Jen asked. Thanks, Ben, Charlie sang out in a chirpy but fake voice. She sighed. Oh geez, I'm sorry, Ben said. I didn't realize. No, it's fine. I should have told you not to say anything. If I wanted you to keep your mouth shut. Is everything okay, Charlie? Lisa said. My call center's closing, Charlie sighed. They haven't even announced it yet, but one of my supervisors wanted me to give her readings, so she let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. They aren't going out of business, are they? Daphne asked. That's where I have my bank accounts. Charlie shook her head. No, it's nothing like that. They are just moving it overseas. Well, that stinks, Jen said. Yes, it does, but I can't worry about it today. I'll figure something out. I always do. You could go full-time with your own business, Daphne declared. Daphne, I don't have a business, Charlie said. Yes, you do. Daphne threw her arm around her cousin's shoulders. You have a website, you have a Facebook page, and you even have YouTube videos, thanks to me. You have a business. It's just a matter of getting in there and growing it. Charlie couldn't help but smile at her cousin's can-do spirit. I'll think about it, Daphne. I thought you were doing readings already. Lisa asked. I am, but it's kind of sporadic and it's not like I do any sort of marketing or anything, Charlie said. I think she should come work with me at the doll, Ben cut in. It's kind of a nomadic existence, isn't it? Lisa frowned. I think we can figure something out, Ben stated. I think that could be perfect, Daphne said enthusiastically. Especially if you add in the easy money of additional readings. PD have to think about it, Charlie said. Well, you know you have our support no matter what you decide, Jen declared. Yeah, of course, Lisa immediately agreed. We are all here for you. I appreciate that. So are you all off this afternoon? No, I've got to go back to work, Lisa said. Me, too, Daphne chimed in. What are you all doing tonight? Charlie asked. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Did you have in mind? I was hoping you all would be able to help me with these journals, and then I could take a look at your file too, Lisa. Charlie said. Sounds good to me. A look of relief washed across Lisa's features. Sure, but it'll have to be after 7, Daphne said. Why don't you all come by the house tonight, then we can all take a look, Jen suggested. Ben nodded. That sounds good to me. I called that electronics shop on King Street, and the owner suggested I look on Craigslist, so I'm gonna do that this afternoon and see if I can find reel-to-reel player. I appreciate that, Ben. Charlie beamed. Then we can start figuring this stuff out tonight. Oh my G0D. Daphne stood in front of one of the glass front cabinets, running her fingers through her wavy, shoulder-length hair. You better find a way to reverse this, Jen. I look hideous. I think you look beautiful, Evangeline declared. I happen to like the color of your hair. It was the color of mine before it all turned silver. Mama, you're just saying that because you love me. There is nothing beautiful about Mousy Brown, her daughter argued. Charlie sat at the kitchen table wiping down all the journals with a clean rag. She chuckled as she listened to her cousin's conversation with her aunt. As soon as Daphne had walked in the back door, the silver and black ombre glamour that she had cast on herself disappeared, and her face rounded a little more, making her delicate features look more elfin. More like Jen and Daphne, and even Charlie to an extent. I agree with Evangeline, Lisa said. I like you better, like you would, Daphne scoffed. Where is Uncle Jack tonight? He's got a date, Evangeline said. He asked me to watch Ruby till you all came home. I was about to start supper, but I think I might have to rethink what we are going to eat. I've only got 6 pork chops. Don't worry about me, Evangeline, there's plenty to eat. We just need to adjust a little, Jen said. She walked down a short hallway that led to the laundry room and disappeared into a closet that had been turned into a pantry. She emerged a moment later carrying an armful of ingredients. She put 2 bags of noodles on the counter, along with 4 cans of tuna and 2 cans of cream of mushroom soup. Then went back to get a box of breadcrumbs. Tuna noodle casserole? Charlie asked. Yep, Jen said. Quick, easy, and a crowd pleaser. Yeah, my thighs are gonna be real pleased, Lisa quipped. Oh hush, Jen said. You can run it off tomorrow. I love tuna noodle casserole, Daphne smiled. Honestly though, I can't remember the last time I had it. That's because you eat too much takeout, sweetie, Evangeline said. So, anything I can do to help? Could you check the fridge for sour cream and Parmesan cheese, please? And there should be a bag of frozen peas in the freezer, Jen said, inclining her head in that direction. Charlie handed one of the 3 journals from Edwina's box to Lisa and the other one to Daphne. Come on, let's start looking through these while they are making dinner. Charlie sat at the end of the table with Lisa and Daphne flanking her, and they each began to flip through the pages of Edwina's most private thoughts. Ruby walked into the kitchen and placed herself between Charlie and Lisa. Ruby glanced up at the clock. Aunt Lisa, will you come upstairs and read me a story? Jen ripped open the back of the package holding the noodles and poured them into a pot of hot water. Ruby Allen, you've already had a story. Why are you out of bed? I can't sleep, Mama, Ruby said. Lisa put her arm around the GP's waist and hugged her close. Why can't you sleep, sugar? I miss my friend, Ruby pouted. Lisa kissed her niece on the forehead and gave Charlie a worried look. I know, honey. I'm sorry. Ruby touched her hand to the diary in front of Lisa. Do you have Barbara Jean's mama's words? What did you say, honey? Charlie asked. Unsure she had heard the girl correctly. This belonged to Barbara Jean's mama, Ruby said. You can tell that just by touching it. Lisa asked. Ruby nodded her head. Can't you? No baby, I'm afraid that is out of my scope, Lisa said softly. Come on, honey. Jen held out her hand. Let's get you back to bed, okay? Can I have a glass of water? You already have a glass of water on your nightstand. You can have a sip of it when we get up there, okay? Jen reached down and picked Ruby up with a groan. You've gotten to be such a big girl. Before you know it, your mama won't be able to pick you up anymore. Good night, Ruby, Lisa said, waving at her niece. Charlie gave her a quick wave too and waited until she heard Jen on the stairs. That's interesting, Charlie observed. She'll probably outgrow it, Evangeline said, giving the noodles a stir. She plucked out one with a slotted spoon and bit into it, then turned off the burner. You all had similar talents when you were her age. I don't ever remember being that talented, Lisa said. Well, trust me, sweetie, you were, Evangeline stated. I wouldn't put too much stock in it at this point. We'll see where she is when she's Evan's age. Speaking of Evan, is he gonna join us for Samhain? Lisa asked. No, he's not, Charlie said. Scott's being a jerk. Daphne sniffed. I thought his near-death experience had resolved that issue. Evidently he's relapsed, Charlie said with a roll of her eyes. That's too bad. Evangeline shrugged. It's a good age to start studying. Start figuring out his abilities and growing them. Yeah, I have to come up with a plan for that, Charlie said. Scott definitely does not approve of Evan becoming a pagan. You know, I have a feeling that Scott will come around, Evangeline replied. Maybe. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't stop teaching my son and letting him explore that part of his heritage. I'll just keep it to the weeks that I have him. Charlie skimmed through the book in front of her, looking for any information that might tell her about Barbara Jean and Edwina. Jen returned after a few minutes and took a bag of lettuce from the fridge to make a salad. The smell of the casserole baking swirled through the room, making Charlie's stomach gurgle. Heavy footsteps plodded across the porch, followed by a knock on the back door. From the happy look on her cousin's face, she knew it was Ben. Jen opened the back door and grinned. Hi. Looks like you found one, Jen said by way of a greeting. Ben wiped his feet and stepped into the house carrying his bounty. One reel-to-reel player, as promised. Ben put the machine on the table. Oh my goodness, Evangeline said. I haven't seen one of those in years. I used to have one in high school. Your mama and I used to pretend we were rock singers and play guitar and sing into it. Really? Jen asked. Yep. We were going to be the next Heart, Evangeline mused. Charlie smiled at her. Maybe you can show me how to load the reel. Sure thing, sweetie, Evangeline said. Ben, would you mind putting that on the dining room table? We're just gonna eat dinner in here tonight. Sure. Ben took the machine off the table and disappeared into the dining room. Okay, my loves, study session is over for now. We need to wipe down the table and set it, Evangeline directed. Yes, Charlie and her cousins said in unison. When dinner was done and all the dishes were cleaned up, Charlie, Lisa, and Daphne sat down at the dining room table together to finish going through Edwina's diaries. Jen and Ben had taken the reel-to-reel tape player up to the attic so they could start to listen to the first of the 2 tapes. "This is the saddest thing I think I've ever read," Daphne said. "I mean seriously, this man has cheated on her with 4 different women so far. Why on earth would she stay with somebody like that?" Lisa shrugged her shoulder. "Because she was a woman in the South in the 50s. Lisa's not wrong. We're in the 2nd decade of the 21st century and there are still people who are stigmatized by divorce," Charlie stated. "You aren't," Daphne said. "You've obviously never had a conversation with my ex-mother-in-law. She has a few choice words that she likes to call me." "Did you know that Edwina got pregnant to catch him?" Lisa said. "No," Charlie said. "But I'm kinda not surprised just based on the dreams I've had about her. He was definitely handsome. And she was rich." Charlie glanced at her wrist. "I need to go. It's almost 9, and Tom is coming over." "Me, too," Lisa piped up. "Jason's supposed to meet me at my house." "This has been fun," Daphne smiled. "I like hanging out with all. Maybe you should do it more often," Lisa said. "So Lisa, do you think you can get that file from Jason?" Charlie asked. "I have to work early tomorrow morning, but I'll be off by 2. "I'll see what I can do," Lisa said. "And I'll bring you the doll." "That would be great," Charlie said. Charlie got to her feet and gathered the journals. "I'm gonna run up and say goodnight to Jen. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Lisa." "Thank you, Daphne, for helping." "Anytime," Daphne replied. Charlie left the stack of journals on the table and headed up the stairs to the 3rd-floor attic. She found Ben sitting alone with his head in his hands. He clicked off the tape and straightened up. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Yeah. This thing is just so dry. I don't have any idea what is on here that is so important." "So, what is on there?" Charlie asked. "It's mainly some guys talking about contracts and the language to use. I think he was just dictating this for his secretary so she could transcribe it," Ben said. "Wow. I'm so sorry. I thought for sure she wanted me to take those, too. Maybe it was just the diaries." "Don't worry about it. It's not like she picked them up and handed them to you then said, 'Here, listen to these.' You didn't know. I've been duped plenty of times by spirits. I swear to Freya, I sometimes think they enjoy jerking us around," Ben complained. "Yeah, except I didn't get that feeling from her." Charlie frowned. "It felt more desperate than that. She really wanted me to help her daughter." "Okay," Ben groaned. "I'll keep listening. I appreciate that. Are you getting anything from the diaries?" "A little bit. It's a bigger picture, I guess," Charlie said. "Listen, I have to work tomorrow until 2 p.m., but maybe after that, we can get together, and I can do some listening. Give you a break." "Thanks. I think I'll shut down for now," Ben said. "Where's Jen?" Charlie asked. "She's putting Ruby back to bed. She had a bad dream." "Okay. I think I'll go poke my head in then." "Have a good one," Charlie said. Ben nodded. "You, too." Charlie made her way down the steps and stopped just outside the door of Ruby's room. "I know it's hard, honey," Jen was saying. "But you're just gonna have to put it out of your mind for now. Do you understand? You and Charlie are gonna send her away," Ruby wailed. "I don't want you to do that." "I know you don't. But Barbara Jean doesn't belong here. She belongs in a place where there's peace, and there's no more sadness or fear. Do you understand?" Jen asked. "Heaven." Ruby breathed. That's what some people call it, although it doesn't quite fit what we believe. What do we believe, Mama? Ruby asked. That is a long discussion for another day, Jen told her. One that you and I will have when you are not supposed to be asleep. Now good night. Jen leaned over and kissed her daughter on the forehead. Do you want a night light? No, I'm okay. Ruby snuggled under the quilts and hugged her teddy bear close. Jen clicked off the light and gave the room one quick scan before heading out into the hall. She gave Charlie a smile and closed the door behind her. Are you heading out? Jen asked. Yeah. I just wanted to thank you for all your help today. You're welcome. Although I didn't do much other than cook dinner. Ben did most of the listening. He's a good catch, Charlie said. Yes, he is, Jen agreed. Did you find anything useful? Not yet. But I'm gonna try again tomorrow. Ben told me you were really good today, Jen ventured. He really admires you. Said you cast the glamour spell on that box. Yeah, it was kind of fun. I understand why Daphne likes that kind of magic, Charlie said. Yeah. Jen rubbed the back of her neck. I'll see you tomorrow. Charlie gave her cousin's shoulder a squeeze. See you tomorrow, sweet dreams. You too, Charlie said. Chapter 15. Harley completed her last call of the day and signed out to end her shift. She gathered her things and waited her turn at the time clock to punch out, stretching the day's tension out of her neck and shoulders. Her phone buzzed in her front pocket the minute she walked out of the call center. A text from Evan. I'm so sorry, Mom. Sorry about what, sweetie? As soon as she sent the text, her phone rang. On the fly to get back to Jack's house and the diaries and tapes, she would have let it go to voicemail except for the ominous text from Evan. Hello, she said to the unidentified caller. Charlie? Her name came out like Charlie. Charlie cringed at the sound of Heather's voice and leaned against a visitors this way sign, away from the curious ears of employees entering the lobby to start their workday. Heather? This is a surprise. I just wanted to give you a call. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Do you? Charlie said, playing along. Yes, Heather stated. I just wanted to let you know that you and I are in this together. I'm not following you. We are in what together? Well, I'm sure Scott told you he's asked me to marry him. After a pause, Heather gushed, I said yes, of course. Charlie's turn to take a breath, then, Scott may have mentioned something, she said carefully. He didn't go into a lot of detail. She could almost hear Heather's hair ruffling at that. It made her smile. Well, anyway, what I was calling about was Evan. I think that the three of us should sit down and talk about the best way to parent him, Heather said. Charlie gritted her teeth and counted to 10. Evan still had to deal with Heather. And Charlie didn't want the woman to take out her frustrations with the ex-wife on her son. Well, Heather, Charlie began. Exactly did you have in mind? I know Scott is concerned about your influence over the boy, Heather said. And I must admit that I'm a little worried about him. We don't want to end up with a little Satanist, do we? Considering that none of us believe in Satan, it's very unlikely that will happen, Charlie flatly stated. I don't mean to be rude, but you are not his parent. You will never be his parent. You will be my ex-husband's second wife. Heather came back with the crack of cold steel in her voice. Listen, Charlie, I'm really trying to help you out. If you keep pushing this religion of yours on Evan, Scott will take you back to court for custody. And quite honestly, neither one of us wants that. And there it was. Heather's truth. So let me get this straight, Charlie snapped. You don't want to be a full-time mother. Am I correct? I didn't say actually, you kind of just did. Let me paint you a picture, Heather. You met Scott, who is gorgeous and charming. rich, and just kind-hearted enough to donate his time to a women's clinic for women who don't have insurance or enough insurance to cover whatever is wrong with them, or can't get good prenatal care. Yeah, sure, he's a little controlling and a little bossy, but he has his super nice house. And he comes from an old Charleston family. So he has good connections, too. Which makes all the bad things easier to deal with. But the one thing you can't compete with is his son. Because on top of it all, Scott's a good dad. You just don't want him to be a good dad to my son. You want him to be a good dad to your son if you ever have one. My guess is that you're not really interested in having kids. Wouldn't want to mess up that pretty little figure of yours and all your travel plans for the future. What is your point? Heather said, no longer going for conciliation. My point is that Scott will never, ever have full custody of my son again. Let him know that I have a whole coven of witches at my disposal, and I'm not afraid to use them anymore. And whether Scott likes it or not, Evan's heritage is made up of both our families' lines. Now, I don't give a rat's ass that you want to marry him and take advantage of his wealth and connections and name. I'm sure just being connected to Marilyn Carver would be really good for your design business. But I won't allow you, or him, to make Evan feel unwelcome or less than. Do you understand me? Heather didn't say a word, but Charlie could hear her breathing heavily, could sense her budding anger mixed with confusion and a little fear. Do you understand me, Heather? I need a yes or no, Charlie said. You know, Scott said you were crazy. I just didn't expect you to be so crass, Heather sneered. You have no idea how crazy or how crass I can be. And I wouldn't test me if I were you. Are we clear? Charlie's voice was low and flat. Heather hissed, fine. I don't want those books in my house. How about that? I like you, Heather. You're spunky. I do not have a problem keeping Evan's pagan education at my house. And what he chooses to practice when he is with his dad is completely up to him. I would only ask that you respect him. The same way that you would respect anybody else's beliefs. Assuming you know how to do that. If you don't, that's a whole other problem that we need to address. As long as we understand each other, Heather sniffed. We do, Charlie said, flashing a bitter grin, knowing she'd just had the last word in a battle she wished she didn't have to fight. The line went dead. Charlie stared down at her phone and rolled her eyes. Of course, Heather didn't have the manners to say goodbye. She dashed off a text to Evan. Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you okay? Yes, sweetie. I'm still working on your dad about Halloween. He's already told me no a couple of times. Don't push it. No need to end up grounded for your birthday. I'll take care of it. Okay? Okay. See you Sunday. Okay. Love you. Charlie tucked her phone in her bag and headed home. The grey October sky rumbled overhead and threatened rain as Charlie made her way to her uncle's house. Ben had texted her earlier in the day to say he had to run to Columbia and wouldn't be able to meet her that afternoon. Charlie figured she didn't need him there to listen to the reel-to-reel anyway, or to read through the rest of the diaries. It was her mystery. She would solve it. Charlie, her uncle called out when she knocked on the back door. I wasn't expecting to see you. Is this a bad time? No. Come on in, he said. Jen should be home in a couple hours. And I need to pick up Ruby in about 30 minutes. Is there something I can help you with? No sir, Charlie replied. I left something here for a work project. Some journals and the reel-to-reel tape that I'm listening to. Oh right. Jack nodded and said, Jen mentioned something about it on a voicemail. You're welcome to come in and do whatever you need to do. Thank you. She headed to the dining room first to retrieve the diaries. Her cousins had left them on the dining room table last night, but now the table was empty. Charlie checked the drawers of the buffet server and all the chairs. "Hey, Uncle Jack. What's up, honey? I left 3 small books on the table here last night. Have you seen them?" Charlie asked, still looking around. "No, I haven't seen anything, honey. Maybe Jen moved them." "Or Ruby," Jack said. "You haven't had anything strange happen here lately, have you?" Charlie asked, a little concerned. "You mean stranger than my niece's boyfriend turning into the Grim Reaper?" Charlie let out a nervous laugh. "Right. Touché. It doesn't have to be stranger than that. But maybe along the same lines." Jack was silent for a moment. "I had a window break for no reason I could discover." "What? When?" Charlie asked. "This morning. Early. Woke me up when I heard the crash upstairs in the attic. When I went up to check on it, the window had been shattered." "And you couldn't tell what broke it?" Charlie asked, definitely alarmed now. "No, I didn't find a brick or a baseball or anything like that," Jack said. "Hence it fell into the category of strange." "Yeah. Can I take a look?" "Sure," Jack replied. "Have at it. I already boarded the window up. They are calling for rain for the rest of the week. I went ahead and ordered new glass, but since these are double-paned it's going to be 4 weeks before it gets here." "Thanks, Uncle Jack," Charlie said. She touched his elbow as she passed him and headed to the stairs. Her senses heightened the closer she got to the 2nd floor. She thought about turning around and going back to her house to retrieve a God's Eye cross. Maybe it was time she just stopped trying to figure out Edwina's story and how to help her and just move her on with what she did best. But something in her innermost gut stopped her. There was still Barbara Jean to contend with. And she had a sneaking feeling that Margaret Ruskin might haunt her dreams if she didn't help her daughter. When she got to the top of the landing, she opened the door to the 3rd floor attic and immediately saw the reel-to-reel player upside down on the floor. The tape, neatly wound the last time she saw it, now was a tangled pile of thin brown plastic strips. The box she had snuck out of Paul Ruskin's house lay open on its side, empty of the 2 other reels. Charlie's gaze shifted to the dark, plywood-covered window. Her heart thudded loud in her ears. Her skin tingled with the chill of the ghost. "All I want to do is help you," Charlie said. "Why won't you let me help you?" The reel-to-reel player began to drag across the floor. Then it suddenly jumped into the air and flew at Charlie. She barely had time to react, but she was able to lurch out of the way before it connected with the top step of the landing, bouncing all the way down to the bottom of the stairs. A large plastic box of ornaments Jen used for decorating at Yule fell onto its side. The delicate silver balls and gold suns lifted into the air and headed toward Charlie. She knew better than to stand there and argue with an angry spirit. She turned and ran down the steps, slamming the door behind her just in time for the ornaments to hit it and shatter into a million little pieces. Charlie put her head against the door. What the hell was she going to do now? "We are not burning down the house, Jennifer Elizabeth," Jack said. "And that is final." "Sheesh, Daddy, you don't have to yell," Jen said. "It was a joke. I feel like this is all my fault." Charlie noticed Ruby picking through her crayons before she carefully selected the right orange to color in the jack-o'-lantern grinning back from the coloring page in front of her. The child seemed content enough to ignore the arguing between the adults in the room, but Charlie sensed her youngest cousin was actually listening and absorbing every word. "I think Uncle Jack is right," Charlie said. "We don't need to be too dramatic in our response. She's mad. Yes. And it's my fault. But I really don't think she wants to hurt anybody. Especially not Ruby. Or you, Jen. She's trying to tell me something." "Yes, stay out of my business." "That's what she's trying to tell you," Jen insisted. And you know I can't do that. I won't do that. I know you're scared. But so far, she's not really done anything to hurt anybody. Except maybe that bat, Charlie pointed out. Did you call Tom? Jen asked. I did, Charlie sighed. He has a viewing that he has to attend until 7:30. He can't get here before 8. Great. Jen threw her hands up in the air. That's just great. And what are we supposed to do until then? I'm willing to try to capture her myself if that would make you feel better. You are? Yes. Now hold on just a minute, Jack protested. Are you gonna do, Charlie? And is it dangerous? There's a spell that I can use along with something called a God's Eye Cross. It's basically a spirit trap. I mainly only use them when things are really bad, to try to help the average, everyday spirit to move on. Charlie frowned. I had hoped that's what I could do for Edwina and Barbara Jean. Jen's gaze drifted pensively to the ceiling. What I want to know is how the protections broke. That scares me more than anything else. I'm not sad, Mama. Ruby didn't look up from her culling. And you shouldn't be either. Now Barbara Jean can come see me again. Charlie traded glances with Jen. Ruby, did you happen to make a wish for Barbara Jean to be able to come see you again? Aha, Ruby said and traded out her orange crayon for a green one. When did you do that, sweetheart? Jack asked. This morning when I went to gather the eggs. Me and Barbara Jean petted all the chickens, Ruby said. And then she stated very matter-of-factly, and I told her that I wished she could come back in the house with me. Oh, good goddess, Jen muttered. You might want to close your mouth there, Charlie girl, Jack said. You'll draw flies. Charlie snapped her mouth shut and then fought the grin threatening to break across her lips. This is not funny, Charlie, Jen said. It's a little funny, Jack said. Charlie broke into laughter first, joined by Jack and then finally Jen. Charlie wiped at her eyes and her laughter subsided. So, what do you want to do, Jen? I want to fix supper. And help Ruby with her homework, and put her to bed. I'm just gonna have to trust that the spirits are not malevolent, Jen said. I think that's a good idea for now, Charlie agreed. You want to stay for supper? Jen asked. Yeah, that would be great. Charlie smiled and added, I think Lisa may be joining us, too. Jen rose from her chair. Did she say something? She asked, gathering Ruby's crayons from the table and putting them into the plastic showbox where she kept them. She texted me earlier. She got the file I asked for from Jason. Charlie stood up and stretched her back. Can I help you with supper? Sure. I hope pork chops are okay, Jen said. Charlie's smile grew wider. Of course. They are my favorite. I thought fried chicken was your favorite. Charlie laughed. All the food you make is my favorite, Jen. I thought you'd have figured that out by now. Lisa gripped the doll in one hand and the file folder for the missing PS case in the other and climbed the steps to her father's house. She walked into the bustling kitchen and found her sister frying pork chops at the stove and her cousin Charlie chopping up heads of cauliflower and broccoli into florets. Charlie placed the pieces into a colander, and when she finished rinsing the chopped veggies, she dumped them onto a sheet pan, doused them with olive oil, then sprinkled them with salt, pepper, and thyme. Jen slipped the pan into the oven and set the timer. Smells good, Lisa said. Just in time. Jen grinned and gave her an order. Why don't you set the table? I should have known you'd put me to work, Lisa quipped. She unpinned the messy bun at the base of her head and shook out her long hair. Then slipped off her high heels and hung her purse on a coat hook near the door. She went to the sink and washed up her hands before counting out enough plates. What's this? Ruby asked, picking up the doll from the table. Sweetie, Please don't touch that, Lisa said. What is it? Ruby put it down and stared at her aunt with unblinking eyes. It's a doll, but not like the dolls that you play with, Lisa explained. I'm going to use it to help me find a little girl who's lost. Ruby's eyes widened, and her gaze shifted back to the doll. How is it going to do that? You know how sometimes you have dreams? Charlie asked. She picked up the doll and the file folder that Lisa had brought and put them on the counter out of Ruby's reach. Yes. Ruby's gaze followed Charlie's movements. We're going to use the doll to help us have a sort of dream. Ruby's lips turned up at the corners. Cool. I like the red thread. Me too, honey, Lisa said, giving her niece a smile. Why don't you help me set the table? Can you count out 5 forks? Ruby nodded her head. She counted aloud as she pulled each fork from the silverware drawer. When she finished, the silver rattled as she placed it on the table. Here you go, Aunt Lisa. Thank you, baby. Lisa began to lay the forks next to each plate. Don't you go tell your granddaddy that supper will be ready in just a little bit and ask him to help you wash up. Okay. Okay. Got it. Ruby chirped and skipped out of the kitchen. Before you all leave tonight, Jen said to her cousins, I want some help sealing off the attic. At least till we can get this whole ghost mess settled. She placed the last of the cooked pork chops on a platter lined with paper towels. Sure, Lisa said. I'm sure Daphne will be relieved that she can wear a glamour in this house again. No doubt about that. Charlie peeked inside the oven. I'm relieved Tom can visit, too, and wear a proper face again. Although, PM not sure how Jack will handle seeing him now. He'll adjust, Lisa said. Lisa's right. Think about how much he's adjusted in the last few months. He went from sort of knowing we are witches to acknowledging it and accepting us as we are, Jen added. True, Charlie agreed. But Tom's not a witch. And Jack keeps saying he's the Grim Reaper. Well, he's not wrong, Lisa argued. He's a Reaper. Not the Reaper, Charlie corrected. There's a difference, and Tom gets a little upset when we say his death. So if you all wouldn't mind, maybe you could stop calling him that. Fine, Lisa said begrudgingly. Thank you, Charlie said. You sure you don't want to cast a circle? Jen asked, taking a seat in the chair next to Charlie at the dining room table. No, not yet. Charlie picked up the doll and brushed her fingers across the hair, trying to get a read on the missing girl. Flashes of the PS face flooded Charlie's mind. The pictures the news stations had used were the first images she saw. Then it changed. Charlie closed her eyes so she could access the vision more clearly. A man driving a black van with no lights on. He'd spotted the girl earlier in the day at the grocery store with her mother, and that's when he knew he had to have her. She was perfect. Charlie tried to guide the vision, looking for any distinguishing marks on the van, but all she saw was black. And no headlights. Then she connected with a sickening jolt. He had parked at the ranger station after midnight and waited. Then he wandered through the dark into campsites looking for her mother's car. When he found it, he knew all he had to do was wait. He could feel it. She would be his. They would be together forever. Charlie gritted her teeth and fought the urge to vomit. Wanting to see more. Needing to see more. But he disappeared into a fog, leaving her with only the sick feeling in her gut. She put the doll on the table and opened her eyes. Anything? Lisa asked. He's in a black van, and he spotted her at the grocery store with her mother the day before he snatched her, Charlie said. She wanted more than anything to scrub her eyes with the heels of her hands, to scrub away his thoughts from her head, but nothing would do that for her now. I'm sorry, I don't have more. I couldn't see a license plate. No, it's okay. You tried. That's what's important. Lisa reached across the table and touched Charlie's hand. Thank you. Seriously. Tell Jason to check if the grocery store keeps their security footage. It's a long shot since it's been a few months, but it's worth chasing down, Charlie suggested. Lisa nodded and gathered up the doll and the file. I'll have him check traffic cams too. There's one at the intersection of the main road leading to Palmetto Point Beach and Highway 17. Good idea. Charlie gave her cousin a reassuring smile and watched her disappear into the kitchen, wishing she could shake the feeling that it would take a miracle to find the girl. Chapter 16. Harley awoke in the middle of the night sweating. Her throat was bone dry. She'd been dreaming about the 2L and being stuck inside it, with no light and no way out. She sat up. Tom was gone, but he'd left a note on the pillow. Sorry, love. Duty calls. I'll call you later. Tom. She folded the piece of paper and put it on the nightstand before making her way into the kitchen for a glass of water. And ended up drinking 3 large tumblers. But the icy liquid didn't offer the relief she had hoped for. When she finished the 4th glass, she rinsed it in the sink and glanced out the small window to the backyard. 2 pale white forms descended the steps at her uncle's house. Charlie watched with curiosity at first until it hit her. One of those forms was Ruby, and the other was Barbara Jean. She glanced at the clock over the small bistro table. It read 2:30 a.m. Charlie put the glass in the drainer, and after stopping to put on a pair of old KED tennis shoes she kept by the door, headed out of her house wearing only her sleep shirt. The chilly night air wound around her bare legs and dew from the grass quickly wet the canvas of her shoes, making her feet cold. Ruby and Barbara Jean had slipped into the darkness of the playhouse before Charlie had even left her porch. The Holloway house was dark with one exception. A pale yellow light glowed from the attic windows. Charlie could see Edwina standing in that light, looking down at the playhouse. Even at this distance she could feel the spirits longing to be with her daughter. But something was stopping her. Charlie just couldn't work out what it was. She quickened her pace. Ruby! Charlie called. Giggling, high-pitched and girlish, washed through Charlie's mind. There was nothing earthly about that laughter. Nothing of Ruby. Panic stuck in Charlie's throat like a pebble. Ruby Ellen Holloway? You answer me right this minute. Charlie pushed open the playhouse doors with such force that they slammed into the wall. The panic in Charlie's throat grew, tightening against her windpipe and robbing her of her breath. Ruby. Charlie searched every corner of the interior. But she wasn't there. It made no sense. It's not as if there were a lot of places to hide. Ruby. Answer me. The only reply she got was the sound of giggling from a child. This is a dream. Charlie said aloud. This has to be a dream. She reached down and touched her shoes. She'd had some very real dreams in her time, but none that left her fingers wet. She stumbled out of the playhouse heading toward the darkened Holloway home. The noise of her fist banging against the back door echoed through her head, but she couldn't stop. A few minutes later lights clicked on, first in the dining room and then in the kitchen. A groggy Jack Holloway opened the door, a double-barreled shotgun in his hands. Charlie, he said, his voice full of gravel and sleep. What's wrong? I need you to check on Ruby. This could all be a really bad dream, but I just saw her go into the playhouse and disappear. The words ran together. Jack squinted, his mouth twisting. All right, honey, slow down. I'm not sure what you just said. I heard Ruby and playhouse, but that's about it. A moment later Jen came into the kitchen tying her pale blue bathrobe around her waist. What's wrong with Ruby? Come on inside, honey, Jack said. You must be freezing. Charlie took a deep breath and spoke deliberately. I'm okay. Is Ruby in her room? I think so, Jen replied. Why? I saw her go into the playhouse with Barbara Jean. Charlie said. When did you see this? Jack asked. Just 10 minutes ago, if that. Charlie grimaced. I could have dreamed it, but let's just make sure Ruby's in her bed and that she's safe. Nodding, Jen didn't say another word before she turned and disappeared through the dining room. Jack leaned the shotgun against the wall by the door and moved to the stove. He took the large copper kettle and filled it with water, then put it on to boil. We'll get some hot tea into you and that'll warm you up, he said. Jen's panicked voice echoed through the house. Ruby. Ruby Ellen, you answer me. Charlie and Jack wasted no time in heading toward the sound of slamming doors above their heads. They found Jen standing in front of the attic door, staring down at the line of salt Charlie had poured. The line remained unbroken. I can't find her. Jen's voice quivered. What? Jack said. Did you check every room? Yes, of course. And every closet. And the bathroom, his daughter said. I'll go check downstairs. Charlie squeezed her cousin's shoulder. I'll check the attic. You go on downstairs with your dad. Be careful, Jen pleaded. I will. Charlie waited until she heard Jen's footsteps on the stairs before dragging her toe through the line of salt to break the defense. Slowly she turned the knob and pulled the door open. Edwina? I know you're up here. I saw you. I'm just coming upstairs to talk. Charlie took the first few steps with her heartbeat thudding in her ears. When she got to the top, she saw Edwina standing by the window staring out over the backyard at the playhouse. Her pale diaphanous body glowed in the darkness. Edwina? What is Barbara Jean doing? She was always a willful child. It didn't help that my daddy spoiled her rotten. Edwina's voice tinkled across Charlie's senses little bells. Of course her own father didn't give two figs about her. He never wanted her. Not the way I did. Where did they go, Edwina? Dread snaked into Charlie's chest, wrapping around her heart. Where we always go, Edwina said. Into the darkness. Charlie. You better get down here. Jack yelled up the staircase. Charlie threw a quick glance over her shoulder at the open door. When she looked back, Edwina was gone. A chill skittered down her back as she left the attic. When she got to the bottom of the steps, she closed the door and repaired the line by nudging some of the salt into the broken space she'd made before going into the attic. When Charlie reached the kitchen, she found Jen on the phone. Who's she talking to? Lisa, Jack said. The tea kettle began to whistle, so he clicked off the burner and moved the kettle to one of the cold burners. I told her we should call the police first, but she wouldn't have it. Honestly, I don't know what the police are gonna be able to do for us. Charlie sighed. It's not exactly like they're equipped to go looking for a child who's been taken into the darkness. Hold on, Jen said into the phone. What does that mean? I have no idea, honey, Charlie admitted. That's just what Edwina said. Jack groaned. It's like the whole That's Just Great world has gone to hell and dragged my family down into it. We're gonna figure this out, Uncle Jack. I promise. Lisa and Jason are on their way, Jen announced before she started to dial another number. Who are you calling now? Jack demanded. Ben, Jen replied. Jason said we should check all the outbuildings. Good idea. Charlie, you up for it? Jack asked. Charlie nodded. Of course. Great, I'll get some flashlights. The only thing Charlie found in the henhouse were sleeping hens and the unmistakable earthy stench of chicken poop and pine shavings that were breaking down. She's not in the shed. Jack cast his light at the path leading down to the river. To the dock. I'm gonna check down there. I'll come with you, Charlie offered. No, he snapped. Charlie took a step back. She'd seen him mad plenty of times, but she'd never seen fear in his face before. Her uncle was usually the first with calm rational words. But there was nothing rational about this. He shook his head. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Why don't you go check the edge of the woods? Yes, sir. They split up, calling Ruby's name. Thunder rumbled in the distance and the waxing moon peeked through gaps in the fast-moving clouds, offering some light. The woods were alive with the sounds of crickets and creatures moving through the trees. An owl hooted at her when she shined her light in its face. Charlie wasn't sure how much time passed before her uncle called her back from the woods, but she was glad to leave the darkness behind. He stood in the middle of the yard, pointing his flashlight at the ground, creating a beacon for her to follow. Anything? Charlie asked as she approached him. Nothing, he said. I assume you didn't find anything either. I pissed off an owl. That's about it. Jack looked around the property. She's not here, is she? No. She's here. Charlie assured him. I just think she's being concealed. What I don't know is why. We have to find her. The helplessness in Jack's voice broke Charlie's heart. She touched his arm, lending what comfort she could. We will. I will do whatever it takes. I know you will, Jack said. Thank you, Charlie. I'm glad you're here. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Jen sat at the kitchen table with an untouched cup of tea in front of her. I don't know what to do. We're going to figure it out. Charlie placed her hand over her cousin's, using her other hand to flip through the spell book in front of Jen. I don't know what you think you can find in there, Jen said. Maybe nothing, but I've got a look. Charlie glanced at the clock on the wall. I wish Ben would get here. He's on his way, Jen put in. I know. When two car doors slammed outside, Charlie got up from the table to see who had arrived. Evangeline and Daphne made their way up the steps, both looking drawn and a little disheveled, probably from dressing so quickly. Her aunt threw her arms around Charlie's neck and hugged her. I'm so glad you're here, she whispered against her aunt's ear. I'm still not clear about what happened, Charlie, Evangeline said, pulling out of the embrace. Ruby's missing? That's the best explanation I have. So what does the ghost say? Daphne wore a pair of purple-black striped lounge pants and black UGGs, but no glamour. Her shoulder-length brown hair was tucked behind her ears. Nothing that made sense, Charlie said. Come on in. Where's Jack? Evangeline looked around. Has anybody made any coffee? Not yet, Evangeline, Jen piped up. Her chair scraped across the kitchen floor and she rose to her feet. I can do that, honey, Evangeline offered. No, it's fine, I'll do it. I need something to do or I'm going to lose my mind. Daphne pulled out the end chair and took a seat, curling her legs underneath her. Where's Lisa? She and Jason are on their way, Charlie supplied. So is Ben. I called Tom, but he's in the middle of collecting a body. It might be a while before he can get here. That shouldn't be a problem. Ben walked into the kitchen and Jen launched herself at him. He wrapped his arms around her and whispered something into her ear. Charlie watched as her cousin melted against him. Ben kissed the side of Jen's head before she let him go. I have some ideas about a few things we could try. Everyone took a seat around the table. Daphne looked around. Should we wait for Lisa? The sound of footsteps on the stairs answered the question. Lisa and Jason filed into the now crowded kitchen. Why don't we move this to the dining room? Jen suggested. We'll have more room there. Jen removed the centerpiece of decorative pumpkins, and everyone took a seat around the long table with Ben at the head. It surprised Charlie when Jack didn't balk. But she sensed her uncle felt he was out of his depth here. And pulling rank because it was his house didn't seem appropriate. Ben leaned forward with his elbows on the table, his gaze shifting from face to face around the table. So let's just throw some ideas out there, Ben started. I vote using a summoning spell. I think we should try to do a location spell first, Lisa threw in. Jason raised his hand. Can I ask a question? Of course, Jen assured him. I just want to make sure I understand what's happened. So Charlie saw Barbara Jean in the vicinity of this child, Barbara Jean? Is that correct? Yes, Charlie bristled. You don't believe me? Charlie, Lisa and Jen chimed in at the same time. No, that's a fair question. Jason nodded. Of course I believe you. You saw this child lead Ruby into the playhouse, is that correct? Yes, Charlie said. And you did not see them leave? Jason went on. No, I didn't. And we searched the house and the property. I mean as much as we could in the dark. Then what happened? Jason persisted. I had a conversation with her mother. And she's the one that said that Barbara Jean took her into the darkness? Is that correct? Yes, Charlie answered slowly. I don't need to tell you all your business. I really don't. Because I'm not a witch and I don't have psychic abilities or any of that. But this sounds like a hostage situation to me. Which means what we need to do is negotiate for Ruby's return. How do we do that? Jen wondered. We have to open a line of communication first. And then we are gonna have to find out her demands. She's the ghost of the 6-year-old girl. It's not like she's gonna ask for $1 million and a plane to Brazil, Charlie pointed out. We don't know what she's gonna ask for, Jason insisted. Not until we talk to her. Now this moves more into your purview. What is the best way to do that? We could summon her. Force her back to this plane of existence, Ben said. Jen looked around the table. Where does that leave Ruby though? She's gonna be wherever Barbara Jean has stashed her. Ben stated. Hopefully wherever that is, she's unharmed. Maybe we shouldn't summon her. Charlie's forehead wrinkled as she considered the possibilities. Who did you listen to when you were 6 years old? My mom, was Jason's quick reply. Charlie nodded. Me too. Yeah, me too, Daphne chimed in. Well, our mom was gone by then, so my dad. Or Evangeline? Jen added. Exactly, you listen to your parents, Charlie said. What are you thinking? Ben asked. We have Barbara Jean's mother upstairs. She's batshit crazy, but she's still that girl's mother, and I will guarantee you that Barbara Jean will listen to her, Charlie declared. You really think she's going to cooperate with us? She tried to kill you. Rice, Ben reminded her. I know. But at her core she's eaten up with guilt and sadness about something. I just don't know what exactly. It was probably in those diaries and tapes. We need her to fill in the holes for us so we can get Ruby back. The diaries and tapes she took? Daphne asked. Yep. It's time to stop tiptoeing around her. Edwina has some hard questions to answer. Ben started to stand. Do you want some backup? I would love some backup. Charlie took a breath and turned to Jason. I think you should come with us. Me? Jason looked surprised. Me? You're the one that's had training in negotiation, right? Yeah, I guess so, Jason said. Let's go talk to her. Charlie got to her feet. You'll be careful, Jen warned. We will be hostage. CHAPTER 17. Harley dragged the toe of her shoe through the salt line and opened the attic door. She put her foot on the first step when Ben stopped her. Wait, he said. He took the amulet from around his neck and slipped it over Charlie's head. If she starts throwing things, or if you feel like you are in any danger, hold it up and say, "Restless spirit, come to me. In this gemstone shall you be." Repeat it 3 times and that will trap her. I thought we didn't want to trap her, Jason frowned. We don't. But we also don't want Charlie to get brained by flying furniture or whatever the ghost sees as a handy projectile. Right, Jason said. I'll be fine, Charlie insisted. I'll call you by name when I need you. You'll fix the salt line, okay? You've got it, Ben declared. Charlie headed up the steps, her hand on her belly to calm the violent fluttering she felt. Edwina. Charlie called out. I need to talk to you about Barbara Jean. It's important. The chill settled around Charlie's shoulders, slipping down the back of her nightshirt. Jen had given her a pair of leggings to wear and she was grateful for them, even if they did come midway up her calves. Her bare feet shuffled over the wood floor of the attic and she stopped in the center. Barbara Jean's taken something that doesn't belong to her. I need you to help me talk to her. Charlie said. The child that she took is my cousin's daughter. She's 6 years old, just like Barbara Jean. Do you remember what it was like when you lost your 6-year-old daughter? How much it the sound of weeping surrounded Charlie and she turned in a circle looking for the source. Please, please show yourself. I can't. Edwina's voice whispered through Charlie's head. She'll hate me. Vivo will hate you? Barbara Jean? Yes, no. She loves you. She misses you. Slowly it dawned on Charlie. She can't see you, can she? I watch out for her like a good mother would, you know. Edwina's apparition appeared by the window again. Shimmering and see-through. I do know, Charlie was quick to assure her. I have a son. And all I think about is his well-being in every decision I make. Yes, Edwina said. I did too until what? Charlie asked. I named her after my favorite actress, Barbara Stanwyck. I always loved her. She was always so strong. Yes, she was. Charlie's tried to think of the best way to get Edwina back on track. Elle dreamed of you, but you know that, don't you? You sent me that dream, didn't you? You wanted me to see what you went through. What Porter did to you. Can you tell me what he meant when he said I know what you did that night? Nothing. He meant nothing. Edwina flickered and disappeared. Charlie gritted her teeth and blew out a sigh. Happened to your daughter? She disappeared, right? Silence. I know she went missing, Edwina. At least that's the story. But it's not the truth, is it? Still silence. Come on, Edwina. We're running out of time. Ruby is a living, human girl. She needs to be among living, human people. Not the dead. Charlie said. Of course I know that, Edwina screeched. A box fell over onto its side, dumping a bunch of plastic ponies that Jen had collected when she was in elementary school. Help me, Edwina, please, Charlie begged. No, Edwina spat back. A buff-colored pony flew across the room and struck Charlie hard in the arm. She wrapped her hands around the amulet and held it out. Do you know what this is? Charlie said. It's a spirit trap. If I put you in here, you won't be able to see Barbara Jean anymore. Is that what you want? 5 more ponies in varied shades of brown, white, and grey pelted Charlie. I'm not going away, Edwina, Charlie proclaimed. If you won't tell me, can you at least show me? How? Edwina demanded. You're not asleep. I don't have to be asleep. I can put myself into a trance. Can you show me what happened that night? You'll judge me. Everybody's always judging me. The doctors and nurses. They all thought I was a monster, Edwina wailed. I need you to show me, Charlie repeated. I promise I won't judge. All right. The voice in Charlie's head sounded tired and resigned. Thank you. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. I need 2 things and then we'll do this, okay? Edwina nodded and went back to the window. Charlie lit the purple candle she'd placed in front of her and sat in front of it with her legs crossed. She blew out a breath, careful not to interrupt the flame, and placed her hands on her knees with their palms up. She stared into the center of the flickering light, letting it lull her as she counted backwards from 10. She felt herself slipping away from the room as if she were being pulled down a dark tunnel. Suddenly, she was surrounded by richly paneled woods and silk wallpaper alongside a gleaming banister. It has to stop. Edwina screamed at Porter. Charlie was no longer the star of the dreams. No longer inside Edwina's head. She was only an observer as she floated along, watching them. Edwina's brown curls swung madly against the fur collar of her robe. I will not have it. You have humiliated me long enough. If you walk out of this house tonight, do not bother come back. I'll have the locks changed, I swear I will. You go on and have your little whore, but you won't have my money and you certainly won't have my father's connections any longer. The only way you'll get out of this marriage, though, is if you kill me. Don't you tempt me, Edwina, Porter spat back. Mama. A little girl's voice came from the nearby bedroom door. Papa? Please don't fight. You hear that? Your own child is begging you not to do this. Don't go. There is nothing here for me now, Porter sneered. And I don't really care about your money or your daddy's connections. Not if I have to stay with you 1 minute more. Edwina screeched and lunged at Porter, her nails aiming for his eyes and cheeks. Porter slapped her hard across the face as little Barbara Jean ran to her mother, trying to get between her parents, trying to stop her father from hitting her mother. They were too close to the top of the stairs. Charlie knew it was a vision of the past and that there was nothing she could do to stop it, but her heart faltered as she watched Edwina jerk her daughter by her arm, trying to push her out of the way of her father's raised fist. The girl screamed and tumbled down the long staircase. The sound of her head striking the steps echoed through Charlie's mind. Edwina screamed and ran down the steps until she reached Barbara Jean's limp body. She picked up her lifeless child and hugged her to her breast. What have you done? Porter's eyes were wide and his chin had dropped to his chest. Edwina looked up at him, her tears cutting through the blood that dripped from a gash in her cheek. A high-pitched keening sound escaped from her mouth. Charlie squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened them again, she was back in the attic. Edwina was sitting across from her now. It was my fault. Porter could have left me. Right then and there. Should have. But he didn't. He stayed because my father paid him to stay. There could be no hint of the scandal, you see. So we buried Barbara Jean out by the playhouse that her granddaddy had built for her. And we contacted the police saying someone had taken her from her bed. And when you died, you hid yourself away from her. I did. But I couldn't be completely without her. I could feel her wanting me. Missing me. But how could I look her in the eyes, knowing that I had killed her? She's your daughter and she loves you. How could she not forgive you? It was clearly an accident. And you've paid a terrible price for it, Edwina. Aren't you tired of being without her? I am. Edwina's voice cracked. Then help me, Charlie implored. Help me bring my Ruby back so you can be with your daughter forever. I don't want to go to hell, Edwina whispered. You won't. You've already been there for more 50 years. What do you want me to do? I need you to meet me down at the playhouse. I get rid of the salt trapping you here. Can you do that? Yes. Charlie rushed downstairs, past Ben and Jason as well as her cousins and aunt and uncle who were all gathered at the table, and out into the chilly dawn. She stepped into the playhouse. Barbara Jean? Charlie called out. I know you can hear me. I need you to please bring Ruby back to me. Barbara Jean Hainrod, you come out of hiding right this minute, young lady. Charlie turned to find Edwina standing behind her. Gone was her blood-stained dress and ragged inner arms where she'd opened her veins. Mama! Barbara Jean suddenly appeared in the rocking chair. Mama, is that you? Well, of course it's me, you silly bear, who else would it? Barbara Jean hopped up and rushed into her mother's arms. Charlie covered her mouth with her hand and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. I missed you so much, Mama, Barbara Jean said. I missed you too, baby, Edwina said. A quiet rap on the door made Charlie look away. Am I too late? Tom asked. I would say you just in time, Charlie replied. Edwina, I'd like you to meet someone. The smile on Edwina's face faded. I know who he is. You don't have anything to be scared of. Charlie gave Tom a pointed look. Does she? No, she doesn't. I'm here to help if you'll let me, Tom said. Charlie gave them both a reassuring smile. It's kind of shocking at first, so don't be scared. Tom's glamour melted away, leaving only the creature behind. His black reaper robes fluttered around him and he held out his bony pale hands for Edwina and Barbara Jean to take. When he had hold of them, he stepped in front of Charlie, blocking her view for just a moment, before he disappeared, carrying the spirits away with him. When Charlie's vision cleared, she saw Ruby sitting at her table in front of her tea set, looking frightened and bewildered. You gave us all quite a scare, little girl. Charlie smiled to soften her words. She held out her hand for Ruby. Come on, baby, let's go see your mama, she will be so glad to see you. Chapter 18. Samhain night. Harley sidled up next to Jason and handed him a cold beer. They stood in front of the bonfire her uncle had built and watched the flames lick up to the sky. Jason glanced at her with wary eyes. I never did thank you, she said. For what? For helping me with Edwina. He shook his head. I didn't really do anything, Charlie. No, but you are willing to, Charlie told him. That means a lot. You're welcome. I've been meaning to talk to you. Jason paused. I know you helped Lisa. And I just wanted to say I appreciate it. Charlie suppressed a smile. Did she tell you or did you guess? She told me. I think she felt guilty. Jason chuckled. Just so you know, I do believe you. I do believe in you. I know that there were words exchanged. You know what I think? That all of you and I really need to do is call a truce. Charlie nodded. That way nobody's pride has to be injured or anyone's sanity has to be questioned. Jason took a sip of his beer. I like that. Truce. Does that mean you'll help me with the Keeley Moore case? You've got my help if you want it, Charlie responded. Thank you. I would love your help. Jason looked around. Veers Evan tonight. It's his dad's week. And it's Halloween and I guess he's out trick-or-treating with his friends. Oh, sure. I guess he's still that age, huh? Jason said. I wanted him to come to this, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. His dad and I couldn't agree on anything, so I'm sorry, Jason murmured. Me too. Charlie sighed. Why don't you call me tomorrow? We've got a lot of catching up to do. PD like that, Jason grinned. Who wants to make s'mores? Jen asked, carrying a tray of ingredients. She placed them on the folding table her father had set up next to a package of hot dogs, buns, and skewers to make roasting everything easier. I didn't know s'mores was traditional Samhain food, Jen Charlie teased. Her cousin flashed a smile at her and winked. It is in this house. The end.